back to the Fissure Playground 1 Dota event. We've got the qualifiers going on for MENA and Western Europe. The official broadcast presented by Fissure. We are ready to go. Day 3 Denog. We're down to 2 best of 3s as well. So we're already seeing, the first 2 days, 4 best of 3s. Now we are getting down just to the wire. There's only 6 teams remaining in these qualifiers. How are we feeling today?
Feeling good. Like you said, it's just the 2 series today, getting, couple of elimination games, right? We're going to be cut down from 6 to 4, and then just 2 more days remaining until we crown our one and only qualifying team that's going to be able to get to that LAN in Serbia, in Belgrade, at the end of January. $1 million prize pool up for grabs, and well, one of the teams that we're going to be covering first as well includes a Serbian. With LeBron, of course, he would be very, very happy to be able to play in front of friends, family, and just for a little bit of country pride.
We see another prideful member in Secret, right, with Mixer being
True.
able to. Yes, so there's going to be a couple of people representing Hof. Well, we'll see, right? It's a long run. That's the thing. It's a long run, so it's going to be a big question if can they make it through the lower bracket. So those two Serbians are going to be competing against each other. This is the bracket though that we get to see and what we're looking at. So again, we're going to be covering the 2 lower bracket series. Potentially we will have the schedule that we can look over as well, but at least that is the bracket and how it's currently sitting, and we'll get to look at the schedule as well. So we're going to be starting, of course, with Secret up against Zero Tenacity, and then Mouse vs Dragon Esports later in the night.
Now, you got a little bit lucky with me heading off to bed a little bit earlier yesterday. You got to cover a full 6 games of Secret out of a possible 6. How did you find it? Obviously I covered the first 3 games that they were playing, and, they looked on and off, right? The one game that they lost was really just a bit of a blip, let's just call it, right? Where Team Greece were able to take advantage of a lack of buybacks. They won one really big fight, and then were able to, just run down and end the game. But other than that, in their second series against Avalos, any big points that you wanted to highlight?
I think this team, we're seeing a lot of individual brilliance from them, is the thing. I think they've got some unique strategies too that we saw, at least what Harry was saying, in their recent tournament in Mongolia with the Bounty Hunter, where they didn't have success with it there, but then yesterday they were actually able to get a victory with it against Abulus. I think we're yet to really see Parker completely take over games from what we saw with his stint in Heroic, but they can really rely on Chiro Jr. I think yesterday, again, 6 games, I'd say at least 4 of them, potentially even 5, he completely took over. I was very impressed with Chiro Jr. and his performance yesterday, so we will see how, if they want to continue to enable him. So far in the drafts, from what I've been seeing, they've been leaving Parker's hero till last. We did see some interesting heroes from him though, your Faceless Void, Slark, some more unconventional ones overall across in these qualifiers, because at the moment, a lot of the carries are getting banned out. But overall, I was quite impressed with Secret. I thought they did a very good job versus Abulus, considering how, Abulus, we've got to keep in mind, top 6 finish at Bangkok. That's really good for this team who relatively, inexperienced and haven't been around together for that long.
Yeah, for sure. And, just with that Faceless Void, I mean, like you said, it's the unorthodox. It allows them to go for the big flashy plays, and that's what they needed to be able to get the W off of Avalos in that second game of the previous series. So I'm excited to see how they're able to continue this one forward. One thing I just want to point out with Parker again is that I feel like even against Team Greece, and this isn't a knock against them, but we would say that there's probably a bit of a jump in quality between them and Avalos. He was even dying in lane a fairly reasonable amount whenever Puppy went to do his normal Puppy things, just be greedy, get a little bit of farm for himself. So I wonder, yes, Team Secret is Puppy, Puppy is Team Secret, but is it going to take until maybe he just adjusts his playstyle a little bit to potentially fit this star stand-in that they've been able to bring in? And we'll have to see how they're going to be able to do that. They've opted to choose Radiant for themselves after winning the coin toss, as you can see at the bottom of the screen.
Do you find that interesting, the fact that with Priority they've chosen side instead of first pick, which is what we've been seeing pretty much all the time, where people are going for first pick if they have the opportunity to?
I mean, we're just talking about Puppy, right? Maybe he just feels like he is a far better drafter than LeBron. I feel like that's that's the mentality that he might have. In one of the upper bracket games that two of the lower upper bracket games actually that Zero Tenacity were playing, LeBron, I really didn't like the drafts. There were huge holes in them. Yes, there was some good stuff as well, but it was way too easy to exploit, which Nick McGalaxy did, and that's why they were able to get the wins so easily against them in those situations. And so why not just go for the side that's a little bit more favored these days? I think it's still like 55% win rate for the Radiant, and then just have confidence that whether it's first or second pick, Puppey feels like he's got the chops to be able to beat them, regardless of what the scenario is.
You'd have to say, like, surely with the experience coming through from Puppey, there's, it's warranted with the at least confidence that he has. I know, like, it's been a little bit since we've seen Secret be competitive in the tier 1 scene, but he does, of course, still have a lot of experience with the teams doing incredibly well, Secret, Navi, etc. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do. I also, you're in the lobby. Do we know if Chiro Jr. is playing again, or are they actually playing with Ironcrad? It is Chiro Jr. Okay, so that's, again, like I was saying before, I mean, I was incredibly impressed with his performance yesterday. I think really standout player, and excited to see what the differences are going to be, because we saw in the Avulus series that they didn't get to play the Chen at all. Game 1 and Game 2, Avulus first phased it, and then Game 3 was actually banned. So we didn't get to see Secret play the Chen. And instead, we saw a lot of priority on the Invoker, and I wouldn't mind seeing that. In fact, with the draft now up, we're going to see there will be no Invoker. So this is something that we saw them protect with like a puck band and then pick the Invoker. This game, at least, where we're not going to get that.
I think the craziest thing about Chiro Jr. is that in pretty much all the games that I watched, and what it looks like just from basic viewing of the Avulus series, is that they weren't necessarily playing around him a lot. The biggest comparison that you could make is probably Gaming Gladiators, where they play around Quinn a lot. They make sure he gets every single power rune. He gets, constant bottle refills and all that sort of thing. Part of that, of course, is the fact that he was playing Invoker a bunch of the time, but it's still a fact that he was pretty much doing this solo, right? Where it meant that you were allowed to make a lot more plays around the side lanes, and he was kind of just bossing out on his own. So let's see if he's able to continue that going into today. No Invoker for him, no Zero Tenacity, really putting the respect on his name and making sure they're not going to get that first pick overall.
Yep. That they are. So let's see what else is going to be removed. We've seen Dawnbreaker was another big thing in their success with the victory versus Avulus in Game 2. So just question if they remove that, or if they protect it with like a Nyx Assassin and then pick the Dawnbreaker themselves. We are going to get the gyro, which is another thing actually to mention now that we have seen Secret prioritize. We covered that game, I believe, together, right, where we saw the Gyrocopter and then the Terrorblade, where they had a lot of flex in that game. We've also seen Parker, besides that game that I just mentioned, also play the Gyrocopter where Secret first phased it. So Zero Tenacity trying to take something that has been comfort so far for Team Secret.
Especially with them having first pick, right? That's where you can have the advantage of this block pick, where you can play the Gyro 1, you can play the Gyro 4, but more importantly, it effectively acts as like your fourth ban. And against Team Secret, Chiro Jr., we've just been gushing about his Invoker, Puppey Chen, enough said, and Alchemist just feels like way too strong of a hero right now to be letting through to this phase, just because you do have that flexibility to put it pretty much anywhere, and it's going to have a good game, except, let's say, maybe position 5. So, like this from Zero Tenacity, good early start to the draft. Even if this Terrorblade is, position 3, or even position 1, you just throw this Gyro to a pos 4, you've got plenty of magic damage to be able to deal with him somewhat in the laning stage. So, it's not too bad.
Yeah. Next Assassin ban, we'll see, again, I'm looking, Dawnbreaker is another one that I really, now that with the Nyx Assassin getting banned out, makes it much more viable as an option. If Zero Tenacity don't ban it now, they will get rid of the bounty too. So both Invis heroes, which is something that we saw Kizco play for Team Secret yesterday. So just a little bit of these are heroes that can make the game unconventional, I would say, which is something that seems like Secret don't mind doing.
I would ban Doom, and I would pick Enchantress if I'm Team Secret right now. You've got rid of the Nyx Assassin, you've got rid of the Chen, you've got a TB that's able to put a lot of pressure on, and if it is indeed going to be that Gyro 4, like I was mentioning previously against the POS 1 Terrorblade, then it's pretty good at being able to just stay at range and make sure his effectiveness isn't all that effective against you, at least in the laning stage. I think it wouldn't be too bad of a choice. Puck instead, though. Just really wanting to get rid of a lot of that easy control that they have, right? Because I think that's been the main thing for Zero Tenacity, that whenever they're trying to play around Stoikov, it feels like he is so much more effective when he's able to be that kind of frontline presence that they're able to play around, as opposed to sitting back and just kind of waiting for stuff to happen, if that makes sense. He could still do that as his Ember Spirit. I'd say that's probably his most comfortable hero by far, but we'll have to see what sort of avenue they're looking to go down.
How do you feel about the Tusk getting picked here in particular, instead of like another hero revealing something else? Because Tusk, of course, can be flexed between the 4 or 5, and also I think enables the Terrorblade either to be 1 or 3-2 because of the Tusk, both these heroes being flexed. So do you like what Secret have done to try and keep everything still very open?
I do. I mean, it's pretty much exactly what they did against Team Greece, right? They had the Terrorblade, Tusk, Chen, Gyro, Pangolier as their first draft, and I really like this Lich pick. It's kind of a similar sort of strategy where they're just going to ball up and go. They're going to find one pick off. They're going to pop the tag team, explode that hero, and then look to go on to the next or take the objective. Lich really puts a wrench in those plans, right? You have all of that physical damage resistance that you're able to get from the Frost Shield. You can be pretty dominant from range, which means that Team Secret aren't going to have quite as easy of a time in the laning stage. So really, really, really like this Lich pick.
Mm-hmm. And I was really surprised with yesterday. I noticed how strong the Frost Shield was with protecting the buildings. I've always known it's been very, very good, but I actually saw like firsthand again recently. I was like, damn, they're really not being able to push against this Frost Shield. So at the moment, we've seen like teams are getting really good at being able to capitalize on just a slight advantage, whether that be like a 4v5 if you get a pick off on a support, but the Frost Shield plus the Glyph and then the potential Glyph reset on the melee barriers can really stall it out for that respawn. So I hope Lich does come back in. I think he's got quite a unique toolkit that other people don't have.
And even it discourages you from going something like a Bristleback as well, just because of all of that physical damage resistance that you've got. Now we're seeing that this Gyrocopter is going to be revealed as a core. Makes a lot of sense, right? Going up against the Terrorblade, you can, again, stay at range from the Bounty Hunter. If he's, from the Tusk. If he's using the Reflection against you, you're mainly a flat cannon damage dealer in these team fights, and you're not going to get that from the Reflection. So it makes a lot of sense. It's able to work. Even just all of these heroes ranged, right? It's not necessarily the worst choice, just because they're kind of going to need to get up close and personal against you to be able to get any sort of effectiveness. And it does put a little bit of pressure on Kizco to be able to get into that early-ish Blink Dagger so that you can find the initiation. And I think that's kind of like what Puppy's identified. Maybe it's now the Puppy Tusk and the Kizco Bat Rider, just because you're going to get that displacement, that reposition a little bit earlier without that Blink Dagger required. Of course, the Blink Dagger makes it nice, but, Bat Rider just has that additional tool in the earlier stages.
And overall, a hero that, again, has a lot of magic damage, so it doesn't worry about the Frost Shield, and then also the Moita Pissed Veil. So if you're looking for like maybe how the supports are going to be able to deal with each other, like how the relationship this game, I feel like it's a pretty good bat pick overall too. And this hero, like you get a lot of save from your supports, so you're not going to have that now. So I like it a lot from what we're seeing out of Secret. Again, continue with the flex. They will have to reveal something, and I'd probably like it to be their mid lane to continue with the ambiguity of where the Terrorblade is actually going. And I mean, that's even more now. We've got a Monkey King, so it could be mid, could be carry, who knows.
Another hero that has the potential to dive in onto the backlines, right? Either with the Simian Stride, just tree dancing, Primal Spring onto the backline, or once you get the Aghanim Shard, if it is indeed played in the mid lane, just quick way to be able to explode this Lich. So it is kind of doubling down even more into the physical damage, but that's not necessarily the worst as long as you're able to kill the Lich. And I feel like they've now got 3 different tools to be able to do that. So like this pick, like you said, the ambiguity is still there. I wouldn't have hated a, just pos 3 hero coming through. Yeah, because you've already revealed the Gyrocopter, and I doubt you're going to pick like a Drow 2 or a Drow 3, right? You would have been able to, get rid of some of those other high priority heroes in the next phase of bans.
Mm-hmm. So it makes it pretty difficult now for Zero Tenacity, right? Like, you draft your mid laner without knowing if it's going to be the Monkey King matchup. Maybe you could, like I was going to say, maybe like a Lina, just that's a hero that's going to do well in every lane, but unfortunately that is banned out. They're going to go Storm. So how does the Monkey play versus the Storm? I don't remember. I feel like How does the matchup go?
Ever since the electric slide came in, Storm is fine, right? You don't actually need to get
Okay.
right up there to be able to, get a lot of those last hits and even just the harass coming through. So I think this is a pretty good pick overall. If it was old Storm without facets, horrible, but now it's going to be A-okay.
Okay. Now, we'll see now where, I mean, the big question is against Team Secret, where the heroes are going to go. So now that we see the current, I mean, I guess they have overall last pick, so we can probably look at Zero Tenacity's draft instead. We are looking for a offlaner at the moment for Nefrit. I will just mention that the Bristle is something that we saw him carry on yesterday. Is this something that could be in the back of their mind?
It's just a question of, do they feel like they need a tiny bit more lockdown for this Storm Spirit, right? Is Walrus Punch plus Snowball plus Boundless and maybe the Lasso enough? But, I don't think you want to be banking on waiting for Batrider to get his Blink Dagger before you're even able to attempt any sorts of kills onto this Storm once he's got his ultimate. So is it a choice where you're going for, let's say, the Doom, right? Like, that could be an option and you just run the TP1 still, and I feel like it's fine. You're able to really still dish out a decent amount of magic damage. You can Blink, Stomp, Doom the Storm Spirit, and once the Gyro goes into that Aghanim Scepter Satanic, you're not really that worried about that either. So I think it could work.
Okay. And for Nefra, what are we potentially looking for? Like, what do you need to cover with the 23rd pick for Zero Tenacity? What are their weaknesses?
I mean, they don't really have much of that reliable lockdown either. I guess once you've got pick-off potential for sure, Storm zips into a Chain Frost, into, Pierce the Veil, Deadshot, that's there. But I really don't feel like you have this hero that you can rally around a lot of the time. I don't think you want to play a game where every single one of your engagements is going to be based off of that gotcha value, that pick-off, because, you've got two heroes, support heroes, in the Tusk and the Batrider that are going to have Blink Dagger eventually and be able to blink away from, any sort of smoke attempts. And even a Monkey King can just be playing around the tree line, right, to be able to pop any sort of smoke ganks. So just something that's a little bit more reliable for these big AoE team fight scenarios. Like, is it going to be a Mars? Possibly, but
I was going to suggest that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Primal Beast is okay. Good against the TB.
It's similar-ish. I mean, Mars is a little bit more AoE, but like overall, like, is a pretty strong laner. You can play into a decent amount. You've got the Pulverize, which can help enable another person who can go in first as well.
Do you just like Quap now? Because I feel like this Primal Beast is going to go against the Terrorblade. Sorry, no, you just put the Monkey King against the Primal Beast, right? And you're very happy with how things are in that lane. And then, yeah, you just need your mid laner against the Storm Spirit. Quap feels pretty good. You could Ember Spirit if you were really wanting to. The only lane that I would be really worried about is that Terrorblade into a Lich and a Gyrocopter. There's, potential for him to be going down in that one, but Mixer showed that he was actually pretty decent on the TB, right? When he played it first time around, he was top of the net worth for the first 15, 20 minutes of the game.
It's a good pipe game too, if you want
Great
that.
pipe game.
Also thinking of like a Tiny, maybe there is some concerns about the control that Zero Tenacity has, and the Queen of Pain could be a little bit vulnerable. The Ember Spirit will be drafted. I also think, again, similar boat. I feel like this hero, there are the possibilities where he can be caught. They have a lot of control from Zero Tenacity. I think you cannot underestimate what the Sinister's Gaze is able to do with that instant control, and then also Pablo on the Muerta. But Chiro Jr., top 3 of his heroes being the Ember Spirit, so he asked for it. He gets the 24th pick. We've seen often it has been Parker getting the last pick overall from Secret, but not the case. The man that won them a lot of games yesterday will be on his comfort hero. And definitely this matchup it's so fine. Like we've seen in the past where it'd be like Storm favored. It's pretty, I'd say it's very, very skill dependent in the matchup. So you should be pretty comfortable on it if you're Chiro Jr.
Yep, and talk about skill. I mean, he's got it. We saw that all of yesterday. We've seen that through his stints with 1 win as well as his previous teams. So I'm keen to see if he's able to put on another clinic. I really like the pick overall as well. Like, yeah, there is that threat of, the Storm Zip in, maybe an early-ish Orchid, maybe the Sinister Gaze, of course, in that sort of scenario, but you're not really that worried about a Primal Beast, right? Like, you're going to be able to zip away. It's really obvious when he's coming into gank, at least until he maybe goes for a Blink Dagger on the Primal. But, yeah, I think he's set up for a pretty reasonable game so far. and they've given him that last pick overall, really putting the faith into him. I wonder if they emphasis onto those power runes this time around, because it is a spirit v spirit matchup, and the lane comes down to skill, but sometimes there's a little bit of luck involved as well. So you don't want Lady Luck to not be on your side. You miss out on an arcane rune or a regen rune, and then the enemy Storm Spirit just gets a little bit out of control. So we'll see if there is a few more rotations towards that mid lane as opposed to around the Twin Gates.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pay attention to that, definitely, without a doubt, because we've seen Stoikov and now along with Cherry Jr. Those are the two players that could be that X factor to get them into this game. At least for Zero Tenacity and Secret, they're both their roads here. I mean, we saw Zero Tenacity the defeat versus Nigma in 3 games, and they were able to get a quick 2-0 over Winter Bear. One of those games did go 50 minutes, being said, so that was still a difficult game 1. And then Secret had a pretty good overall day yesterday. Definitely the big one was that Avulus defeat, but we've seen some glimmers of hope for this new Secret roster, and we'll see if they've been able to make amends from the previous day. Luckily, at least for the boys on Zero Tenacity, got a little bit longer of a break, but we are ready to go. Game 1 of our first series of the day.
10-man smoke coming through, and it's Nefrit that actually ends up breaking it first, walking into a tree. This is not Prop Hunt coming through from Parker. He's going to act like he didn't see him. You play much of that? Prop Hunt or any of its variants? Do you even know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about. Yeah, I do. Not recently, but I there was one stage where I was playing a little bit of it. It's fun. There was also one stage where I was watching a lot of Prop Hunt too. At least those types of.
They need that.
It's fun. You can have some. That would be pretty cool, actually. I'm surprised there isn't a custom game where it's like you have more than 10v, like you have the 10v10 at least in the game, where you have just maybe 20 people that are trying to hide or something.
Yeah. Like imagine having to hide as an additional tower or Roshan or something on the map somewhere.
I guess what would you actually be hiding as? It's really just a tree. Like what else are you gonna hide as? A crystal? Like I don't know.
Different types of trees. Yeah, different watches. Maybe some plants on the ground. I don't know.
True.
Yeah, sometimes there's like lanterns on the field.
Yeah. That is No, this goddamn still body block on the creep wave. So, which if Parker is gonna have a full creep wave under the tower, that will get shoved out. I'm still waiting to see. Did you? I don't know if you've seen other people do it, but the first time I saw do it was Sableye, where they cut the wave down bottom and then ganked mid with the level 2, where he had started with boots. I don't know if you saw that. You know what I'm speaking about or no?
Not particularly. Like when, they cut the wave, got really early level 2 themselves before the other lane converged and then ganked.
Yeah. I didn't see. I don't know if they got a kill or a first blood to help with the experience, but they didn't even go bottom. Like it was as soon as the mid wave met, kind of, or maybe like 20 seconds after. I think I need to go back and look at the clip, but the primal just started with brown boots, had level 2 already, and ganked with a support, and like the mid laner just died straight away. So.
It just seems like some real nerdy stuff coming through. Maybe there was a mental aspect to that one as well, team dependent or rather player dependent, just putting them on tilt from the very beginning.
Yeah, that goddamn tilt game. It can be devastating. Here we got sometimes it might even be a little bit frustrating. You see the other team have still your hats. It's like, come on, bro, I need my hats back.
I'm just looking at this top lane. Like, I wonder if Mixer is ever going to feel safe to just walk up into this lane. They're making sure to get a bunch of denies onto Dart as well. He's already up to 4. And really just making life a little bit more challenging. Realizing that until this Tusk is level 2, there's nothing LeBron really needs to be afraid of. And see, they're going in instantly after he hits it.
So for creep wave, they're tanking. Kisko eats the homing missile. And now a couple more right clicks should be enough. It's going to be LeBron that finds it. Mixer will still attempt to chase down LeBron. A 1-for-1, but of course favoring Zero Tenacity with the fact that they're able to get first blood. And this was an advantage what the Terrorblade has with the Metamorphosis timing. So this is a good start to the safe lane here for the boys on Dial.
Like the fact that Dard made sure to pull the creep wave as well, denying a few of those creeps away from the TB. Means that they're going to have to deal with this creep wave as well afterwards, so it does set up the Lotus pool as well, which LeBron is going to be able to claim. So that's a lot of spamming into this lineup, making sure to save that level 2 skill point, and ended up getting the Frost Shield after they made that immediate jump onto the team. So again, this is a pretty heavy physical damage oriented team with your Ember, Monkey King, TB, and Tusk, almost entirely physical across the board for them. A little bit of magic from the Ember Spirit, but you know, something like this Lich is, I cannot overstate the importance of keeping this hero alive, LeBron's positioning, because a single Frost Shield can completely turn around a team fight.
Okay, well then, how are we looking for him to itemize this game? Is he needing to be maybe a little bit more selfish, potentially, with trying to keep himself alive instead of trying to keep his cause alive, with him hopefully recognizing like how important this Frost Shield is going to be?
I think so. Like, we've seen a few games now that Lich has actually gone a pretty early Blink Dagger, just to make sure that they're always in position to be that counter initiation tool. The downside, of course, is that you can have this Blink Dagger, but unfortunately you're going up against Bat Rider, who's going to be flying around trying to catch you anyway, Monkey King, who's the best hero to catch people hiding in trees outside of like a Night Stalker, and an Ember Spirit as well that's just able to instantly follow up on then any sort of information that Monkey King might be able to provide. So it's not an easy game by any stretch. It's really just going to be on the rest of his team, in my opinion, to put enough pressure on themselves that find LeBron's Lich is not the only thing on Team Secret's mind.
Sure. Okay. Well, we'll see if they're going to have the capability to do that. I mean, Primal Beast, Storm Spirit, definitely not the worst heroes to be forcing the issue. Looks like we will have a 1-for-1 dart. Okay. Looks like a little bit of damage onto the Gyrocopter while the Lich was going on over to take the Lotus.
No meta this time around though, so makes it a whole lot more challenging to be able to get that kill. That's why LeBron was able to move over to the side, get the Lotus, make sure to give it over to Dart as well, who's run out of his own regen.
And look at mid. Stoikov is bodying Chiro Jr. at the moment. 21-7 compared to the 13 last year. It's...
How many? Oh, yeah, 0 denies. Wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Oh, he's even missing these really obvious ones as well. Morning Dota, we using that as an excuse? It's not really morning over there anymore, is it?
No, we are mid-afternoon, so it's
rough.
So weird to say we.
These power rune movements as well. Chiro Jr. just being backed up a little bit by Kisko, making sure that he wasn't going to lose that rune. Puppy as well. So this is not what we saw from Team Secret in that that previous series. But this time around, really making sure that their mid laner, who's having a bit of a rough time, is at least going to have this tool to be able to come back with all of that regen. It's actually getting aggressive onto Stoikov.
You also have a kill attempt onto the Tusk inside the River Dart. If Kisko gets away, that is massive. I mean, the Gyrocopter moving out of the lane, very far into the river with the attempt there, so must be missing a little bit of CS along with experience.
I wonder what the strategy is here as well from Kisko once he comes back. Yeah, okay, so he's just immediately going top, looking to try and make a play around the Metamorphosis that has just come back up for Mixer. So he got a lot of experience in the time that Dard and LeBron were going for that kill, and Kisko had a healing self to be able to play around with, so he might be looking to try and find this quick pick off onto LeBron. Oh, he's off the mark though with the Ice Shards.
Well, we are seeing bottom lane. Looks like Parker 2 points in the Jingu with the brown boots along with the Orb of Venom. Going for, at least in regards to the items, something that's going to be able to assist in minimizing how much the Primal Beast will get mid lane. Attempt onto Chiro Jr. Nice dead shot, but the TP will come through from Kisko. They're actually going to try and snowball onto Stoikov, and Stoikov's okay. Now LeBron's here as well. They're going to try all the spells out. LeBron assisting with a return kill, and they're going to find a second. Really well done. Zero tenacity, bring the battle to the mid lane, and you've got the power in that they should be able to secure now.
Absolutely they will. By the time he finishes the TP, he'll be very clear as to where that power rune is. And, well, nicely done, though, by Poppy if it does end up being bottom, and it does. So just those little rotations. He's been able to leave Parker solo because of this great matchup that the Monkey King has against any melee hero. And of course, the support rotations means that they're not going to be able to get a 2v1 situation. So not only does Puppy stack, but he also denies away that illusion rune. It's actually a pretty decent rune to get against the Ember Spirit, right? Instant way to be able to break out of that searing change, dodge a lot of the damage.
So I got a couple of questions in regards to the item build this game. Firstly, do we want to see Parker go for the Battle Fury, which we saw him do pretty often with his victory over Wallachia?
Not necessarily the biggest fan. I do want to see him get a little bit more aggressive. As talking of aggressive, Stoikov, he's the one moving down towards the bottom side to try and catch out Parker, but he's just jumping around the tree line, looking to be able to get away.
No way.
No. He's going to get that shot for sure. Okay. And he's dead.
And he's probably going to be killed as well. So not worth it all. He's got a big stick. They're actually a little bit cautious of playing inside. Is he not dead? He's not dead. He's also staying. Okay. Not bad, not bad. So you were saying you don't particularly want to see Parker go for the greedy build? You'd like to see him get involved earlier on?
I think so, just because, again, you need to really look to take advantage of the fact that you've got this, Tusk early-ish game. Mixer, he's having a pretty good game again. Look at him. He's sitting at the very tippy top of the net worth. Looking to punish Dart, actually. He's been left a little bit solo up on this top side of the map. And I would just love to see Parker, again, be that aggressive source of being able to find the Lich on the backlines. Find a way to be able to catch him out. Instantly, use the... Excuse me. He could even afford to buy an Aghanim Shard, in my opinion, this game. We've seen how aggressive he can be.
Stoikov should be fine.
Oh, amp damage.
The rune, that's a big one for Chira Jr. Amp damage, and maybe going to try and move their attention over into the jungle. LeBron already got the D-Ward and is already out as well.
Already popping that amp damage rune as well. Might force Stoikov to back off. Have you seen how low this mid tower is, by the way? It's already at like
yes, I have.
200 health. Kind of nuts, and with this amp damage, it should be going down pretty easily.
I mean, we were saying that the Storm Spirit was having a really good time. Well, LeBron, Parker going to get involved in the game, and LeBron's going to go down with his attempt to try and protect the tower. So this should be a second objective that goes the way of Secret, which is really going to open up the map for them. We can see this Bat Rider start to hunt along with the Ember. Even the Monkey King can go back through the portal if he wants to try and invade into the Zero Tenacity's far northern jungle.
And we've seen, again, I want to highlight Mixer playing the TB3 previously. You mentioned that some of the people that you've spoken to feel like it's a bait, but I feel like if you just go the cookie cutter build every single time and it's obvious, yes, it's a bait. But if you're able to get out of this laning stage in a really good spot, once again, top of the net worth, and have some flexibility with your item choices, that's where you could really still see the strength of this hero. We saw him play against Medusa and go the Diffusal Blade on the Terror Blade, worked amazingly. This time around, he's queuing up an Orchid already. So if you've got a Primal Beast, if you've got a Storm Spirit that are going to be zipping in your only front line that you have from Zero Tenacity, imagine just being able to instantly turn that around and get the kill on whoever invades in onto you.
So you're feeling like you prefer this Orchid more over the pipe? As a
this game, yes, as a first item. Okay. I'm happy with Pipe's second item, just because the Orchid's going to make sure that Zero Tenacity basically can't do anything. Chira. Shield rune.
He's the one actually in danger at the moment with the charge in Nephrit. But that was the extra +1 they needed with a little bit of control with the Primal Beast. Helps out in a big way.
Still seeing a lot of farm being claimed on this top side of the map, though, by Mixer. That's my main area of concern as they go for an immediate smoke after that fact. Nephrit even just using it to be able to claim the Ancients without them hitting him back. That's pretty softened up. The thing is, he doesn't really have mana to be able to play around with Pulverize all that much. Seems like they want to claim a
Is this an easy kill, though?
It is not an easy kill, especially with how close to his tower he's playing. He's got a Raindrops, pretty much a full magic wand, Healing Lotus. Not Nice use of his illusion as well, just to scout that one out, putting it on the front lines.
Lot of sacks, Poppy. 7 made by himself. You still see overall, though, it's relatively even for the stacking game. Poppy pretty low in experience, so it does look like he's going to try and take the stack with mix-up. Would like to see the Bat Rider. I mean, even Kizko's got no net worth on the toss, so you know, this is, I'd say, a support who really only needs Blink, but it does feel great when you have something like a Scepter or maybe another item as well. By the looks of at least his gold, he's not going to get up at this stage, but I really want to see Poppy being able to find the net worth. Bottom lane, Nefrit is pretty tanky though, close to the tier 1 towers. The TP's going to come through LeBron. Can he help out with a Frost Shield turnaround? Nefrit trying to get the damage up before Key's death, and now Parker inside the Wukongs will die. They're going to look for Chira Jr. next. He's got to run that over towards the high ground. It looks like Ember, by the looks of it, is going to be okay, but nice response out of Zero Tenacity. They bring every single member down and to at least avenge the life of the Primal Beast.
Great use of the Chain Frost as well there. He actually did the most damage on the entire Zero Tenacity squad just with that. Not too many units around, even under the quote-unquote safety. Is Dard? You are way too deep, man. All right. We end up getting another freebie as well. Killing spree stolen away. How many hats is that?
Well, the hat's a lot of gold, a lot of experience. Not what you'd be hoping for from Zero Tenacity when they make that incredible movement down bottom. And we're going to get a replay. We'll see this one back again. I mean, we are seeing how maybe they weren't expecting our tanky Nefrit was going to actually be in. With a Frost Shield used early on, it really helps when LeBron is the first person to TP in.
You just saw how important he was, though, in that fight, right? Like, using the Frost Shield, slowing it down, getting the Chain Frost in, following it up. It's a lot of ways to be able to... Well, you can't be revealing yourself like that, because you could go down just that easily. I love the games where, like, a POS 5 can be set up to be the most important person in the game, and I really feel like that is the case for Zero Tenacity this time around. Looking to try and find Storm.
Let's see if they're going to be able to... I mean, it was what happened last time.
What could reveal?
The attempt onto Nefrit. He's got a couple of heroes nearby. Stoikov attempts with the zip in. Still Nefrit with a turnaround. If they got the burst before the Sundial, Pulverize holds him down, but Mixer gets it off at the last second. Now Zero Tenacity forced to retreat away.
He's just taking a break into that mid lane. I was wondering if he was going to look to join across the lane. The big Simeon stride. Seems like they're going to be not happy, but happy to get away unscathed themselves.
Net lead that's been worked on, then a dead Storm Spirit, and also a dead Parker potentially. Look at the nuke potential, they were not expecting it. And now Kizko as well, he's run into his own death. Are they going to be able to keep up? Nefrit onslaught up in 5 seconds. Slow tried to be there with the uproar, but that's changed. Shira Jr. covers the retreat. Mix is still posturing aggressively inside the river. We're going to try and take the regen away. Really, can you be here from Secret?
Not anymore.
Looks like they will go back to their side of the map.
But again, LeBron has been really quick with his reaction speeds to all of that, right? He was the one to make sure that they didn't get that free regen rune at the bottom side of the map. He was the one to instantly use the Frost Shield onto the main target underneath the tower there. Yeah, they still get the kill onto Stoikov, but it's not the fault of anyone else on the team. They just have an overwhelming amount of damage at this stage. The one thing that I might say is that I'm not sure if I was the biggest fan of him putting that 4th point into the Frost Blast. I feel like might not be necessary at this stage of the game. Now that the laning stage is broken down, you're not really trading as much. You've become a backline hero at this point, and I'm not sure how much you're casting Frost Blast as a result of that.
So what are some big takeaways there through the first 15 minutes of this game? Is there anything that we are potentially concerned about that can transpire over the next couple of minutes?
Hold on. Good positioning again by LeBron. Just to be able to back it off. That was a smoke as well that instantly got popped with Puppy popping it, looking to join together with Mixer. I mean, the fact that they've been able to take away all Tier 1 towers is obviously a huge bonus for Team Secret. They can make these frequent plays and play fast-paced.
Long zip in.
Parker
Stoikov, he's falling pretty low in regards to the mana and also not expecting Secret to be playing besides Parker. Instant pulverize cancelled. Parker holding the boundless. Well done. Doing a great job to minimize the spell effect. And now Shiro Jr. He's gone towards the backline. Meanwhile, LeBron is LeBron is in no man's land. Where are the rest of the team trying to play with LeBron? He's doing a solo play. It's just everyone, they're crumbling one by one. Zero Tenacity looking for the individual brilliance, but they are not playing with their full 5-man. And Secret, they are doing the opposite. They are all together, synchronizing their spells perfectly.
Yeah, that tip from Mixer to LeBron, the Serbian to the fellow Serb, is all about what they were trying to do on the bottom-hand side of that team fight. I'm not sure if the camera caught it, but LeBron, with his freshly picked up Ice Spire, tried to go for a Chain Frost because Mixer had already used the Sunder to be able to save Parker's Monkey King, who got jumped on originally. So it just got really unlucky with the Chain Frost jumping to the only other target in the region, which was a Catapult, and then it just bounced completely away from the team fight. Otherwise, Mixer was dead.
Speaking of Mixer, is he going to be dead this time? And he will. So with the burst, plentiful for the boys on Dire, and nothing that Secret we're going to be able to do to disrupt. So Secret win a big fight, then Zero Tenacity, they strike back and get a kill. But the question is, what can you do on the map? Because bottom shoved them, top's in a decent position, and we are still yet to see them open up an objective.
Don't necessarily have the strongest pushes either. I mean, that's one of the weaknesses that Lich does have, is that, you know, you are kind of devoid of any kind of escape potential and non-existent when it comes to pushing into towers. So I want to see what's are there any towers that are even kind of low? Yeah, I guess bot tier 1's kind of low. Maybe just look to try and play around that. Once you hit your first big item timing for the gyro, it's probably going to be that that Manta style that he's going for, just to be able to get rid of the refraction, get rid of the searing chains.
Has Puppy got treads?
Puppy does have treads. He is dealing damage to structures with Arsonist.
I see. Is this a thing? Oh, okay.
Not that I've seen, but you know what?
Okay.
I don't question Puppy.
What else has he got? What's he queued up?
Blink Dagger, but he's got drums as well before that.
I see. Okay. The old offlane, well, I don't know if we were going treads offlane. Shiro?
Got him.
Needs to be perfect. The chain control snowball, they're going to be able to get him?
Good chain frost.
I don't know what happened. He didn't drag him to the snowball. Now with the AoE silence, they're going to turn their attention, both Puppy and Kizco are the targets. Kizco's able to slip out. Meanwhile, they've turned it onto Stoikov. I don't know what... I thought he was going to be able to clip him with the snowball, stop the stun something, but... Okay.
I'm not sure what happened there either. Like, was it a weird sort of situation where he was able to get into the snowball, but somehow still silenced by the Muerta? Not sure. Game's in beta.
Regardless, yes. Regardless, in the end, it's a 1 for 2, and you do still get Stoikov. So, yes, the Ember is a little bit higher net worth, but it's something for Secret, which could have been potentially far worse.
Absolutely. It's not panic stations just yet. Also kind of like the fact that, sorry, I'm focusing a lot on LeBron right now, but he's going into the Parvis as his next item, but not the Solar Crest. Really not as worried about the attack damage aspect. I feel like, you know, extends beyond that initial jump. They've got enough. It's just about having that additional barrier for his team. And then he's going into the Glimmer Cape afterwards to ensure his own survivability. So I like this little bit of a flex in terms of the item progression coming through from him.
Okay. We will continue to have to see how he is positioning inside some of the team fights and what Zero Tenacity are going to be able to do. Lovely regen. Storm's going to be able to find it a little bit late from Stoikov to zip in. Poppy, they're going to get lucky with the Chain Frost. Careful about the illusion. Somehow goes up with the high ground. Meanwhile, they're going to be able to turn it. LeBron, fortunately stuck inside the revolve. We're just speaking about his positioning and had to put his body on the line to try and secure the room for the Storm Spirit, but unfortunately sometimes that will cost you your life, and this is one of those occasions.
Mm-hmm. Still, regardless of that, though, it's only a 2k advantage for Team Secret. And remember, Zero Tenacity have not taken any towers, so that's probably the... It's just a drive-by, it's fine. The important thing that they're waiting for is just this, right? is just the BKB timings that they've got on Zero Tenacity, right? You're about 200 gold away as Puppey actually looking for a bit of a jump there onto Nefrit as he's looking to try and farm. He's essentially got his BKB already. Storm Spirit, full recipe away.
So Chirom is yoink the Wisdom Rune. Without a temp, I thought they were going to let him run for it, but I guess they also had to be cautious if he slides. So look.
Are they going to be able to kill this Torm? I don't think so.
I don't know.
No, they will not.
Oh, okay. Also, I mean, it's bad when someone dies, but also it feels really bad when you bring numbers over and you can't do it, and you're just going to go back to base now afterwards.
Mm-hmm. No win gaming.
Unfortunately not. We haven't spoken that much about Dota. I mean, third in net worth. He's behind the Monkey King, behind the Terrorblade. How do we feel about the Gyrocopter overall? Like, and is there something particular he needs to itemize this game? Because some of the other callers are a little bit behind in net worth.
I mean, I think this is just going to be pretty standard gyro game, right? Hold on, there's a smoke attempt into a push on forward as Nefrit uses the smallest onslaught of all time. Yeah, I think you just need to buy time for this gyro, and that's really what these BKBs are going to enable, right? He's not going to be the one leading the charge. It's going to be the other four, now that he is working towards a little bit more of that burst damage just through Crystallis first and foremost. I actually pinged him out as he put a little bit of his body into the lane, and I think he realizes that he can't be sticking here.
Nice read.
Just gets away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So let's see. Does Secret still stick around though?
Hold on.
Does have LeBron playing behind him. But the Frost Shield's going to be ready for the Lich. Should be enough to keep Dart alive. Now with the turnaround AoE, Secret, did they not respect the reinforcements playing behind the Gyrocopter? Dart is okay. Nefrit's going to do a good job at least kiting Parker. So with the BKB, pretty much nullified there from the Monkey King, and still the 2-for-1 response from Zero Tenacity. You were mentioning how important the positioning is for LeBron, and
he's
a great spot for the Lich to be.
It's so crazy to say about someone that's 4-7 and 7, so 7 deaths, but he's playing pretty much a perfect game, right? Every single time that he's died, it's been to save a core or to drag a team fight out like that so that they get something in exchange. The net worth lead is shrinking. They still haven't taken that first tower, but they're still, you know, within striking distance here. And this is still just with level 1 Frost Shield, remember. He didn't even go the Frost Shield talent either.
Yeah, wow.
The radius and damage. So I don't know how I feel about that personally. Clearly, he feels like he needs to be dishing out damage and being a legitimate threat outside of pure defensive capabilities. But I don't know. They got a lot of physical damage that I would be happy to say no thank you to. And that you don't really see an immediate nullifier builder on their side either. Maybe eventually Parker can get into it, but... And he's actually just queued it up as I say that.
That's a big rune inside the river. Amped up Chiro, ready to go. See where Secret want to try and position their forces, or if they once again want to force the issue into Zero Tenacity's territory. We have seen what has happened previously when they've tried to stuff their heads deep inside the Dire base. They might play this one a little bit more patiently, waiting for their next set of items.
Actually looking to try and commit onto Puppey a little
kill
bit.
onto Puppey. Raiden have a couple of heroes nearby though. Kizco stops some of the pulverized duration. Now Parker's going to be in with the Wukongs as well, feeling it necessary with the lack of damage. Nefrit will be TP out. Looks like he's okay. A little bit too far away with Puppey there with the lasso, but I mean, it's 5 heroes from Secret. You still use a little bit as well with the Wukongs.
I wonder, do they commit for this tier 2 tower, or do they just go Roshan off the back of this? I mean, no Pulverize, no Pierce the Veil. Yeah, I guess Pulverize is going to be back up pretty damn soon anyway. I guess trying to use the most of this amp damage to be able to take it out. I like the fact that the only core at that time that was revealing in the lane was Puppey. So the main priority for them was, hold on, Nefrit. No BKB this time.
They need the TP rotations coming through. It's a little bit long from LeBron, but finally it's going to be there. A different fight where we see it's not the Gyrocopter initiated on. Is it going to matter in the end? It's Shiro Jr. dancing in and out. Meanwhile, Puppey, I mean, that is a lasso for nothing, I guess, helping him disengage. But like you said, they're on to Parker. There's Thunder from Mixer doing what he can, but it puts him in a low health pool, and Parker doesn't get much health back either.
Looking pretty dangerous now. This is what I'm talking about. Zero Tenacity, they've weathered the storm. This is that 25-minute draft that Team Secret like to go for at every opportunity, but hasn't worked out for them. They haven't been able to find those key picks as, well, are they themselves going to be the one that yoinks away the Roshan, preventing the Tusk lineup from being able to claim it for themselves? It seems like that's the case. Maybe just waiting on a little bit of vision.
I don't know if they can do it.
They need more vision to at least comfortably do it. And the fact that there's still that tier 1 tower up top is certainly a cause for concern. But I was really expecting them to, wait for that next couple of items, I guess. Like, Batrider is 200 gold away from Blink Dagger. Ember Spirit just got the BKB delivered prior to that team fight, so that's okay. They've got, 2 BKBs now on their lineup. TB, who's, playing the backlines, going for his own BKB. I do like the fact that Secret are going for this, but are they... I mean, they have decent vision, right? Kisco placed down this...
But can they, though? Do you really feel like they can go for Roche? Can't you fight on Zero Tenacity?
You can, absolutely, but I feel like they're more concerned right now with just getting their own item timings, right? Like, I don't think giving up Roshan is the absolute worst, but it's still a risky proposition, and waiting this long means that all these BKBs that were popped previously are going to come back off cooldown.
Now, Dart is a little bit away from the team to keep in mind. So you don't have your gyrocopter at the moment. They're still going to force the issue. Scouting out Mixer, going towards the Terrorblade. If they're going to wait to cancel the Pulverize, they do. Tusk is in. It's a beautiful snowball. That'll keep Mixer alive. Can they still get the Sunder off last second? He finds it. Meanwhile, down to the south, Parker standing strong with the BKB, but it doesn't matter. Dart is in. The gyro's damage, it's too much for them to handle. The items are there, and the damage shortly comes afterwards, almost getting the lasso kill on the Stoikov, but in the end, it's Dart along with Zero Tenacity that reigns supreme, and it's a full wipe.
It is indeed more great positioning coming through from their entire lineup. You can even see there, even the POS 5 dealing almost the most damage in that entire team fight. And that's a scary prospect to go into. Team Secret just in a little bit of two minds, it seems, with whether to truly commit to the Roshan. I think they've got the stuff to be able to take it, but they were really anxious, wanting to wait for those BKBs to come off cooldown. And at the end of the day, it just gave Zero Tenacity time to be able to make their own way to the pit. And, well, we were talking about such a small net worth lead that Team Secret were maintaining for quite some time. Now it is a 9k net worth lead and an 80% win probability for the Zero Tenacity boys. 1 tower claimed now.
I wonder what LeBron's laughing about. He needs 1 minute, but he was chuckling a lot while he
Still is.
I guess. Now what's going on there, LeBron? You enjoying beating your ex-teammate and ex-Serb as well in Mixer? What's this?
I think he's still a Serb. Not an ex-Serb.
True. Ex-teammate and
fellow
Serb brothers.
Serbs. There you go. I mean, he must. We're seeing tips back and forth across the entire game.
Yeah, banter is there. He's trying to see who's right.
Puppy was left.
Puppy's left. LeBron potentially right. He's on Agshard, Solar Crest. See what the item's going to be next.
Glimmer Cape.
We'll see what the Glimmer Cape will be the choice. And I mean, so what do we need from Secret? Because it really has felt like for a while they are losing grasp of this game, and it's happening pretty quickly. We've seen multiple fights now, and they really haven't looked close.
I feel like that was a bathroom break for Dard. Honestly, that might be what LeBron was laughing about. Because Dard's staying with LeBron right now, and I just saw Dard getting himself comfy in his chair.
Gotta go sometimes.
Maybe that's why he was laughing, right? He was just like, man, I'm just gonna ruin my shorts if I don't go right now.
Come on, need to give. If the carry's got to go, let him go. You know, Dart is top net worth and
supporting in-game as well as IRL.
I was a little bit concerned on like how much the Gyro was going to get out of this game. You have really cool adaptation with the Manta, with the reflection chains. I mean, there's a decent amount that he can do this game, and you know, his net worth wasn't really reflecting where I thought the Gyro needed to be, but now he is really up at the top. And this could be an item that could change things, though. Blink on Puppy, so it's taken him 29 minutes to get this item, but the save is a little bit limited.
A little too long, in
Yes.
my opinion. I think the treads are fine, the drums are fine, but I think he needed to be, and this is going to sound crazy to say about Puppy, but a little more greedy than he has this game. You know, he made a bunch of stacks, but, you know, it's all well and good to get the passive gold from those. That's one of the advantages of this Batrider, right? You can take the enemy team's stacks a little bit more effectively. You can cut waves, put a little bit less pressure onto your own lanes. So I like the fact that he's got it now, but I feel like you've missed a little bit of your opportunity to be able to really take over this game.
No way. Is Parker trolling? He's got Battle Fury queued up.
Hope not.
Alright, well, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if he can.
Honestly, I'd prefer a Midas at this point versus the Battle Fury.
I am very intrigued. No, definitely not
He
that
hasn't
bad,
voided.
especially. Yeah, not yet. I mean, it could.
Back to the Nullifier. Good.
Okay, good. Sure, I forgot about. I forgot about this item. Like, they need this versus the Lich.
Yep.
Like, you actually need these nullifiers. So we'll see how long it's going to take.
It's going to stop the Glimmer Cape. It's going to stop the Frost Shield, which, by the way, now is maxed out. It's going to stop the Solar Crest. Very, very high level effectiveness.
Dealing with the Terrorblade illusion's easier than I was expecting as well. I thought maybe that we could see Secret look to just split the map with the Monkey King and TB, even Batrider. Maybe I like where Puppy's positioning to the far right of the map. You've got the Ember Spirit cutting. Like, literally everyone can cut on Secret. I feel like this Aegis probably shouldn't be able to go high ground. No banner. They are going to walk it up though. Radiant have Glyph. We'll see if Dire look to use their own Glyph to protect this next Great Wave.
And just making
Takes
sure
you
to try and
longer.
body block as much as possible. I mean, you've got a 3,000 net worth Primal Beast just able to sit on the front lines, and finally, they're going to use the Glyph once the creep wave does look to join in.
Nullify completed.
Yeah, won't be able to get rid of the siege creep though.
Wukong's early on. All or nothing attempt onto the Primal, and with a Nullifier, that Frost Shield ain't going to do much. We've seen previously they've been able to protect that one hero has been jumped. This time, it is a different story.
It was a very late Frost Shield as well. LeBron was kind of caught in two minds. It was a good positioning of the Wukongs, making it just a little bit dangerous for him to walk too far forward.
They're still sticking around. Still
Why not?
4v5. They feel like they can continue to play this aggressively in Secret's jungle.
Stoikov had a shield rune with still half of its power on it, so not necessarily the best target to be able to go on. Arcane rune will be very happy to be able to claim that one on Shira Jr. though. Is he still having an amazing game? Pretty good, right? 6-4 and 9, level 18, just a couple behind the top house leader in Dud. I can actually see him.
As well from Secret with the lasso ready. Poppy looking for the jump, but no one is up top at the moment. Your Tenacity doing a good job to clump together.
Chira.
LeBron.
Oh, no. That wasn't the right choice. They didn't have the ability to be able to catch him out. I think they just needed to wait for LeBron to get the Sinister Gaze immediately out of that Sleight of Fist while he was still under the Glimmer Cape. And Puppy's doing an okay job of hiding as well.
Actually, not okay enough.
Just a little overeager at the time was Stoikov there. Still has, well, 5 seconds left on the Aegis, so will he go for a big zip, make the most out of this? Yes, he does, trying to keep the Aegis regen going, but won't be able to find anyone.
Okay. Lead back up to 8,000. I do see all side lanes going to be pushed. I imagine Parker's going to come top this next wave. They are continuing to walk it down. Zero Tenacity. We've got tier 1 tower, potential tier 2 that you will look to take as well. Launch the Wisdom up in another minute 20 as well if they want to stick in the area.
Hold on, Parker.
Did they see Parker? Nice scan. Stoikov, I don't know if it was him that scanned, but with it going red, instantly zipping on over, so that's a BKB now down the drain.
Pablo standing kind of close to Kizco, or maybe the other way around. Of course, that observer wall is giving him a little bit of information to be able to make the play, and they find them where to. Don't need a BKB if you're able to get that sort of jump, but they still end up taking the tier 2 tower. Now, if I told you that Stoikov just picked up your favorite item, what would you say that item is?
The gem.
It is. It is the gem of true sight. Really just trying to not enable them to get into this next big item for themselves. Not that they really need this huge item coming through for Team Secret, right? It just feels like they need to find the correct hero pick-off, and honestly, even just finding the Lich at the start of the fight so that they can blow him up without having to worry about anything else. Parker. No BKB
They still know this is on cooldown. Kisco tries his best with the Glimmer, but that ain't gonna be enough. Nice. I mean, Zero Tenacity, maybe this was unexpected from them, the fact that you were smoking aggressively after just losing the Muerta in the area.
Unfortunately for them, they can't really do anything with it, though. With his last action before death, he did actually nuke down that creep wave, right? So not going to be able to use that to push up onto the high ground. Same time, mid lane, they were making sure on Shira Jr. to keep pushing that one out too. So lane still in a pretty good spot for Team Secret. And despite, like, ever since that big team fight went that caused a 9k net worth lead for Zero Tenacity, net worth's actually shrinking slightly, and that was against an Aegis as well. So I think Secret have done a far better job of just splitting up the map, getting a little bit more farm into their supports in particular. Puppy's nearly finished up a BKB for himself on the back of everything.
Yeah, well. Yeah, because I feel like they finally realized that almost every hero but the Tusk can actually split the map. Like, everyone is good at split pushing and quite mobile to be able to escape as well, so...
Can't split push, though, when they're hitting up onto the high ground like they are. Dard now is a big boy. Just 500 gold away from the full Daedalus as well, and they've taken a full lane. So I think this is the call being made. No Monkey King. Let's not even bother trying to fight. Just try and shove out these other lanes as much as possible in the meantime. They see Puppy.
And they see dead Puppy afterwards. Soikov gets some more stacks, 22 for him. Daedalus as well completed for the Dragon. So Dard's damage output continuing to ramp up. We've seen how much of an issue he has been. Very difficult to deal with the Dragon. The 3,500 health. Along with the raw damage output. Not an easy defense. Let's see if they want to continue going though, Zero Tenacity. If they feel like this Batrider pick is enough to warrant a potential poke with a high ground, maybe they're happy with backing up.
What items do they really have that they're waiting for? I guess you've got Nefrit, who's only 100 gold away from a full Sanjin Yasha, so that's pretty big for him. I think, what have you just finished up on Muerta? Full Hurricane Pike. Okay, so legitimate damage threat in a lot of these team fights. What the BKB's looking like on the side of Team Secret. It's so confusing because Mixer has Zero Tenacity tag in his name as well. Yeah. Still 9 seconds on the TV.
I missed the stand-in tag. Made things easier as a caster. I've been very close to saying one win multiple times.
Yeah.
A minute up until Roshan. Does look like it's going to be a top spawn. So we'll be there for about a minute. It's going to favor Zero Tenacity. We're going to see them still sticking around. This is a bit of an issue with the... I mean, the bottom tower is taking a lot of damage.
Not a huge threat though, right? Stoikov has the TP to be able to join the rest of the boys. You really... I mean, that mid tower's kind of taken a little bit of a beating as well. You wouldn't want to lose your own outer towers when you feel like you should have full control of the map, right? 10k net worth lead, gem on your side, Gyrocopter is absolutely huge. The plus side is they know it's going to be spawning on the top side of the map. It's just, unfortunately, a little bit longer than they were hoping for.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kind of surprised that Dud still doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter. He queued up the Rapier before he queued up the Axe, so I think LeBron is literally just pinging inside the pit and saying it cannot be that much longer, and there we go. Just trust in the captain.
Trust in the Aegis high ground push now, potential with Rapier. Dard wants it as it queued up with the Scepter. They're going to start to TP back. Oh, do they want this? So they're going to get the Tormentor, any zip in from Stoikov. Not go for that, so Shard went to Tira Jr. Not a bad one.
Actually had it queued up prior to all of that as well, so It's a little bit of free gold. He wanted to go it anyway. Like the fact that they're not giving anything up for free, right? They took the last outer tower. Net worth lead, again, shrunk from 10k to 7k off the back of what they were able to claim across the map, right? Many different lanes of creeps, a tier 2 tower, I believe 2 bounty runes? No, just the one.
Speedy rune of haste.
How close to Scepter are we on Tusk? I don't know if he's still far away.
On Tusk, eh? About 100 gold.
Okay, well, maybe you can sell something, because you're going to have to do something pretty goddamn soon, because Zero Tenacity, you're going to walk up the high ground with Dard. No Rapier, but a second life to work with.
He'll have it for this fight.
Okay, there we go. Scepter up, Puppy's going to start. Lasso back of the Wukong's command. They're not committing a lot for the first life, which might catch him off guard off the back of the respawn inside the Monkey ultimate.
Kick.
Kisko, does he want to go for the kick away? He will. Now, importantly, pushes him out of the Wukong's command. Is this going to mean there's a lack of damage? Dard standing strong, but it's going to mean that the rest of Zero Tenacity has to go further inside Secret's base, but Dard isn't dead just yet. He's trying to be able to continue the battle up against the Monkey King, but the dead shot sends Parker away. Nullifier is out. Parker's going to win the man fight, though. He stands strong. Team Secret, what a defense. That Scepter comes in just before the fight breaks out. They get the lasso, drag back in the base. A very creative way for them to stick in this game one.
And Shira Jr. just playing his job to perfection as well. He did a lot of damage in that team fight, 4,000. Yeah, look at that gyrocopter damage. But he did basically 0 to the gyro himself. His job was to keep the rest of the team away, and he made sure that there wasn't that buff up coming from the Glimmer Cape, the Solar Crest, the Frost Shield. Nothing was going to be helping the gyrocopter when he was in that deep. So that's a team that knows their individual roles in a lot of these team fights. Like you said, was bumped out of the Wukongs, but with how isolated he was, still ended up going down. Not even a nice little Raider Lotus passover by Pablo was able to keep him alive.
And now their high ground is about to be under siege. Do you have to keep in mind Shiro Jr. was forced to buy back for that defense. Even Dard's going to buy back as well with the zip on the back climb. The lasso's going to be there onto Stoikov. Stoikov's going to be okay now with the turnaround. Oh man, the AoE damage is just too overwhelming. Dard, the crits are raining with the flat cannon. And Secret, there's no buyback on Parker.
He just bought a bunch of things, that's why. I think he had the completed Skadi coming out to him on the courier at that point in time, but that is not what you were needing at that point. You just needed to save that buyback just in case Dart had been saving for a rainy day, which he absolutely had.
The lanes, I don't know if they're going to be able to cut them. Mixer will try and buy back to send the illusions out, but they got super creeps up top, so they're going to be in the base shortly. They will not be worried about backdoor protection.
Still got to be worried about that kick though, but now it's been revealed, so you don't have that surprise factor. You've got the ability to back up your team.
I think you could... It's Makers and potentially just T4s about to be under assault as well. They might just go T4s. Maybe worried that Parker does have buyback. I guess they don't know.
Kisko was just jungling. I'm not sure what for. They still need a tier 4 item, no?
Then Stoikov hex out. Kisko trying to do his best, but the onslaught goes past the tusk, so he doesn't get the snowball. BKB is there at least mitigating some of the damage, but it doesn't matter. With the level 25 from Nefrit, that Pulverize holds him in place for far too long, and you have a Rapier now on Dard. This game's going to be over before Parker is back alive. Secret, just these last fights, they just crumbled. We got nothing out of them. Zero Tenacity, they'll take game one.
I'm just having a look again over at the net worth graph for the entire fight. It was just that one big team fight, right? I was saying they weren't pushing. They still had a lot of net worth available on the map for Zero Tenacity that, you know, was yet to be claimed. So the fact that they were keeping it at this 2k net worth lead only for Team Secret while getting a lot of this farm into their heroes, it is a big win coming for the Zero Tenacity boys, and a surprising loss, I'm sure, for Team Secret, who would be reeling after they had a very good start to that game.
Yeah, that they did indeed. So, who are we praising for Zero Tenacity? I know LeBron through some of the early and mid game fights with huge with the Frost Shield, but who else we feel deserves the praise from Zero Tenacity?
I'd say he's still probably #1 in my eyes, but Dard, you just have to look at the damage output. You have to look at the KDA across the board. I think he fulfilled his role to perfection. Even just Nefrit going in first, kind of forcing out a few of those BKBs a little bit earlier. Trample damage is nothing to just shake a stick at, right? Like, you've got to look at his kills versus his assists. He was part of a lot of fights, but because he was forcing them to use the BKBs, he didn't necessarily claim a lot of those kills themselves, and that's really where Dart and Stoikov came in, able to, use the latter parts of that to really deal the most impact once they've already popped a bunch of stuff onto Nefrit.
Well, back to the drawing board is for Secret here. Something that now with the game disadvantage in the lower bracket as well. We were saying, like, really anyone at this stage with the teams that are remaining have the ability to be able to get the victories. Zero Tenacity, Dragon Esports, later on up against Mouse. These are some really, really strong teams, and we're seeing their games and how they've been able to play. The playstyle is looking good for them. So Zero Tenacity, they're going to be able to get our first victory of the day, a game advantage, one more win away of moving forward and knocking Secret out of the qualifiers here for the Fissure Playground 1 Dota Western European and MENA quals. We're going to have to find out if they can continue with the momentum. We'll see you guys after a quick break. Welcome back to the official broadcast for the Fissure Playground 1 Dota qualifiers here presented by Fissure Denog. We've got our game 2 coming just around the corner. Secret struggling here, struggling. We saw some signs of life for them, but we saw even better performance from the boys on Zero Tenacity in that game 1. What do we need to see a little bit differently? Once again, it looks like with the coin toss, we've got Zero Tenacity. They're going to be playing with first pick. We've got Team Secret on Radiant.
Is that the same as the setup for last game? Forget if
Yes.
Zero Tenacity chose first pick or second. Yeah, I think so. And I wonder if they're going to go away from this Terrorblade at all on Team Secret, because they've tried it a few times, always does well in lane. Mixer, no issues there. Still didn't have a pipe by the later stages of that game, and I think they really suffered as a result of that. The Frost Shield into the Chain Frost punished them about 3-4 different times, and that's just one hero. That's not even counting Storm, the damage coming out from Pablo as well. And I feel like that's the thing that they needed versus, the Manta style or, something along those lines. So Orchid should give him enough of that farming potential. But I think at that point, when you're really trying to all in, use this strength of the Monkey King in the early game that should have and did win the lane against the Primal Beast, you just got to keep the pressure up, and that's the issue. They got a small lead, and they never expanded upon it. And, kudos need to be given to Zero Tenacity. They exploited it. LeBron's positioning was perfect pretty much every single part of that game. He tried for the big flashy play onto Mixer that one time, ended up dying because of an unlucky Chain Frost, but you know what? It happens. That's why, people weren't really picking these heroes like the Lich, like the Witch Doctor, because there is that random variance that can sometimes happen.
Yeah, yes, so we'll see what differences now we have heading into the draft if LeBron gets the Lich again. We've seen Poppy also play the Lich yesterday, so maybe this is a hero that will actually rise in popularity or a priority, I should say, between these two teams, because I have to imagine we're probably going to see the Chen banned out again. So we're looking for some other heroes. I think Gyrocopter is the other one we need to look at, because we've seen Secret first phase it. We've seen now Zero Tenacity first phase it. The Ogre is something else I think we need to look at. And then the Lich as well, and the Invoker. So kind of these similar heroes. I don't think really many others will slip through. I don't think we're going to get like the DK or the Alchemist slip through. So I think those we can kind of not really worry about that much.
I also want to highlight, I don't think it was Puppy's best game either. The man's a god in Dota, arguably one of the greatest of all time, but the treads into the drums, it's odd, but it's fine. He had the Arsonist instead of the Stoked facet and only did about 650 building damage, so not really getting any value there. And a Blink Dagger that took until, 27 minutes, I think, for him to be able to pick it up. And even at that point, you had enough farm on these heroes that it wasn't the death sentence that it would have been if it just came one item a little bit earlier. Or he just tried to be a little bit greedier. So, was the Batrider the right choice if that was how you were going to play it? We were suggesting the Enchantress in the draft, which, it's a Puppy staple. It enables that push a little bit further. I think it could have potentially worked against them, but it's all questions of what if and if only that ended up happening. Luckily for them, it is a best of 3, so they got to win out, though. Games 2 and 3 if they are to stay in this tournament, or if it'll be another one where they get ended up knocked out in that top 6.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Again, their first 2 series, their only 2 series, have always gone the distance here. So maybe they can do the same thing where they're able to send this to a 3rd game. I wish I could say that, both those series, Secret lost game 1. Unfortunately, first team Greece, they won game 1. So it's not like this is a trend for them where maybe we can cope a little bit. There again were some silver linings, but Zero Tenacity, this is a very impressive showing for them. And I feel like got to give them some confidence too, because I think their opponent in Winterbear than what we saw yesterday is definitely not at the caliber of Team Secret. So I wasn't sure how they were able to come in today and compete, because I don't know how you feel about Avulus. I think they are probably will be top 2. I think. Do you agree?
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's surprising that, maybe not that surprising, when they have their full roster are a really big threat. I was expecting top 3 from them, but Avulus is probably my favorites to win the whole thing.
Yep. And the reason why I asked is because Secret looked really good versus Avulus yesterday. So I was saying, okay, if you look really good versus Avulus, the team who you're expecting probably to make it through, and then I'm thinking at least he's going to be in the grand final and will be competing for that slot. The fact that Secret already with this roster were able to force it to a game 3 and be really close to taking that series, I'm like, okay, like this actually might be no joke of a team who could have a long run here, but we need to see what they're able to do versus Zero Tenacity, because this is still a team who, we've got a lot of experience, honestly, from everyone. They have been in and around the tier 2 scene for a little bit of time now. You've got everyone coming from multiple different regions, so it is exciting to see with what they're able to do.
I think that's the most exciting thing, right? When you're able to take a bunch of different ideas and kind of mesh them together into one and see if you're able to get the best out of a situation. As long as they don't draft themselves into, a hole, I think, they have a pretty good shot to get to, what is this, top 6? So they'll be top 4 if they ended up getting the win today.
Yeah, but like we've been saying, top 4, top 6, whatever, top 3, top 2, only one team. Only one team makes it over to play at the LAN event. $1 million prize pool in front of fans as well, which is going to be very exciting for some of these players who potentially haven't played in front of fans or haven't played in front of fans for a very long time. And what a beautiful location to be able to do it in as well in Belgrade.
Yeah, for sure. And 16 teams as well. So, we see a lot of these LANs that have 8, 12 teams. 16 teams is a lot. It makes it feel like that big premium event. So I'm excited to see all these different players, personalities, and strategies all come together in just a month or so. It's just a little bit over a month, I think, before those games really do start.
Yeah, really. It's not far away now. So we've got a couple of regions going on, right? We've got Southeast Asia, we've got Western Europe and MENA, then we've got the Americas going on, and then we also need to do Eastern Europe and China over the next couple of days when these are all done. So we'll get those 5 teams that make it through the qualifiers, and then, like you said, all the other teams that directly get invited to. So it's going to be a very prestigious event to be able to start the year off in incredible fashion. But again, we need to see which team is going to make it. We've got a couple of days still here in Western Europe, and for everyone that is kind of just tuning in, for updates in regards to the schedule, you can check underneath the stream as well, which is definitely the easiest way to do it. They've got the schedule there, but we can also remind you that they've got 2 series today, and the series after this is going to be the boys on Mouse taking on Dragon Esports, which is another lower bracket elimination series. So we've got 2 teams getting eliminated today.
We do indeed. If it wasn't Parker, I probably wouldn't highlight this. Okay, maybe if it was GPK, but how much do you think the Battle Fury quick buy from Parker is like a snapshot into the mental game that he's got so far? Is he already starting to get frustrated? Because that's not a good sign if so.
I don't know if this is coping, but I really hope the fact that he is... I don't know. I hope something is he's had a little bit of time to think and sees that he's playing with Secret and playing with Puppy, and there's potential opportunity for him to... I know it's a short loan, right? Like there wasn't not much really got revealed. I'm not even sure like how long, if it's just for the qualifiers, but hopefully this could be... There was really a lot of talk around his name and saying like this guy's not honestly that good of a teammate. So I feel like you have this opportunity, and hopefully he's going to be able to use it to, trying to turn around and change the opinion of other people. And I hope it was just like, because we've seen Amar do it. Like Amar loves to do it. He just makes it difficult for us commentators, where he just queues up like absolute random nonsense. So maybe that was what was going on with the Battle Fury. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Maybe, yeah. Benefit of the doubt, always a good thing. Maybe he's just one of those players that it kind of needs to be his way or the highway. And in this high-level Dota, you can't really micromanage everyone to do these little things. So maybe he expects something to happen in Parker's brain that just isn't going on. But I'm done with hypotheticals. I'd rather just see the Dota play out itself. Also needs to be touched on that he's playing on like 170 ping, so that's not easy in itself. So we'll see if he's able to put in another performance, which he has in a few different series so far, these qualifiers, as well as in tournaments gone by. So draft, like you said, underway. No Chen, no Invoker, so really just taking away the 1-2 punch that Secret have been able to get a lot of their wins through so far. What was the hero that they got rid of last time? I think it was the Bounty Hunter, or that might have been second phase.
I think second phase, the Alchemist, and I think the Timber. So we saw the Gyrocopter change, and then the Alchemist slips through it, so they're going to take it as the first pick.
Okay, I don't mind it. Just clearly something that they want to deny away that Timber Saw, something that's not going to be too punishable in lane. Of course, all of that armor means that Alk, almost entirely physical, isn't going to be all that impactful against you. And of course, for the later game, doesn't feel that great either. I'm not sure how much Zero Tenacity have experimented with the Alk Flex, being able to put it into the POS 3. I know Mao's occasionally do it, like with Theolacor playing it as a position 4, but out of the teams in this qualifier, I'd say they're probably the only one that use that regularity. So I'm expecting this to just be locked in, Darts hero, enough said. Is it early enough for Team Secret to pick Doom, though? That's the main question that I have, because a lot of what Zero Tenacity have done so far has been buffing up Dart, right? Like, that's kind of what I was expecting to see Team Secret to do with Parker leading into these qualifiers, but Zero Tenacity, at least in that game 1, did it, but better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that they did indeed. So,
Dire team back.
see what they first was Bounty. I don't know, man. How do you feel about this hero? Because Harry's a big Bounty enjoyer. I am not a Bounty enjoyer. I think this hero is kind of garbo. So,
is that because you get yoinked in your games whenever you're playing against it? Like, is there a little bit of PTSD in there?
No, it's because I always see it lose in competitive, and then I think it's just a meme, and I don't know.
Well, I was talking with Fogged about it, and in that big bristleback meta, this was a few months ago, he was like, why aren't people picking Bounty Hunter a little bit more against this? You've got really high armor, you've got really high movement speed, you can yoink his gold away to slow down a lot of his timings, and I feel like that's exactly what they're wanting Kizco to do this game, if it is indeed going to be Dard playing the Alchemist. I just mentioned how physical damage oriented he is, with both Acid Spray and Concoction dealing physical damage, your right clicks dealing physical damage, and really only magical once that Radiance becomes a factor. So if you're able to just yoink away a lot of the gold and prevent that artificial advantage that an Alchemist has in the early stages, I think that's really the strategy behind this pick.
Wonder if we get I was going to say Nyx ban into the Dawnbreaker, because we saw the Dawn and the Bounty yesterday. Yes, with the Invoker, which isn't available for Zero Tenacity, but they really dominated Avulus in the second game, where they just had so much global presence, and I feel like you could go Bounty Dawn and then get a replacement for the Invoker that is able to play with these heroes across the map. So I thought we could get Nyx into Dawn, but maybe the Doom ban is instead protecting one of the cores they want to go for later in the second phase.
Only revealing the Batrider, huh? I mean, I'm just puzzled by the Doom ban. I think it would have been a very fine pick for themselves to be able to get. You're up against an Alchemist. Just doom it, right? The Chemical Rage isn't anywhere near as effective, right? But so that led me to believe, okay, are they picking a Bristleback? Are they picking a Dawnbreaker for themselves right now? Just something that they really want to be able to get that healing out of for themselves, but instead they go the Batrider. Probably going to be Puppy playing it once again, unless they want to try experimenting with like a core Bounty Hunter, like position 3 Bounty, I think could still work. You've always got the potential to just run it mid if it's against the right kind of melee hero. We've seen it absolutely stomp a bunch of different heroes, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Not as much physical damage to be able to counter this time around, but I think it's still fine.
It sounds like a pretty decent lane as well, the Elk and the Lich, no?
Yep, no, it's totally fine lane. You're never going to be able to really escape quite so easily against all of those slows into the stuns. Even just slows with the Acid Spray feels kind of nice. So, yeah, I'm on board with it, and I guess they just wanted to completely reveal one lane. And what are they going to pick now? Something... I wouldn't pick a support. Maybe you would pick a support at this stage. Like, I wanted them to maintain some level of flex. Okay. I guess with a Batrider and a Bounty Hunter, that doesn't necessarily lend itself to all-in push, right? You've already gotten rid of the Chen, there's no Beastmaster, there's no Dragon Knight, so you're not going to have that giga push. Anytime I just see Nyx Assassin, I think Lycan, or I think, these other style of pushing heroes. The thing is, though, it's gotten a lot better ever since Mind Flare just instantly deletes these creeps, so it's not as big of an issue.
I think the thing with the Nyx, though, like I was saying before, is that I thought Secret were going to ban Nyx and then pick the Dawnbreaker where the bat was. So I think the Nyx is pretty much a deny pick. You cannot go for the Dawnbreaker now, and there is value already versus the Batrider with the Spike Carapace, and the Nyx sense versus the Invis from the Bounty 2 is something that could be what we see, or at least a factor throughout the game.
Mm-hmm. That's something that so many people forget about as well, isn't it? Like, whenever I see a Sand King that you're up against, you can say, well, actually, if he goes Invis, you really don't care that much. You can just walk into the Sandstorm, Carapace, and spot him. You don't even need to, play around Dust or Sentries or anything like that. We're going to see a Visage as well, so mix a specialty coming through, and this is what I was talking about, right? They needed to up the tempo when you see this Nyx Assassin and the Lich. They really can't do anything against the all-in push, and If it does get late enough, you're able to get into the Aghanim Scepter. Nice way to be able to just instantly find the Lich as well and be able to blow him up from that invis. So I don't mind it. More of that burst damage. This is what I wanted to see out of Team Secret. I just hope that they feel like they've shaken the nerves out of their system, because they've got the lineup now to be able to find that quick pickoff and transition it into a tower.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
And importantly, a lot of magic bursts and is able to catch the next assassin before the spy carapace. So not as concerned about the frost shield. Someone who really needs blink, and that's about it. Pretty low cooldown, so can continue to play the map against the bounty. Oh, sorry, with the bounty.
Is this the mid Phoenix game? Is this the one? You know, going up with Sunray, percent damage, going up against that. More damage over time against the Visage is never a bad thing. You don't really care about your egg that much against it either. They don't really have egg hitters. It's very, like, magic oriented, so once they've got BKBs, you're kind of boned, but could work. Yeah, they're just going to Dawn. Why not?
So...
Vendetta into Solar Guardian, right? Combo that can blow up pretty much anyone.
think in regards to it defensively this game, I feel like late game we may not see it. He could potentially go Scepter. That's the thing. I was thinking maybe like Lasso, with like Blink Force Staff couldn't get you out of the Solar Guardian range, but maybe it's not far enough if you have the Scepter on the Dawnbreaker to continue chasing. And we could even see potential tosses out of the Solar Guardian as well. We're going to have to see what the item build will be in regards to Nephrit, but I like the Dawnbreaker for this year is incredibly strong.
Mm-hmm. Me too. And even just like
10 seconds remaining.
bounty, you're going up against a bounty hunter, right? So they're going to have a lot of information just on its own, from being able to roam around the map, just be this roaming observer ward essentially. You have that as well every 10 minutes. Anytime that it turns into the daytime, going to be really impactful just to have the entire map revealed. Make sure that you're positioning your heroes, and it just gives you, like, those couple of seconds of map hack that you do need to be able to, scout out a team that is going to be playing quite aggressively against you, which Team Secret absolutely should be doing.
10 seconds
Yes,
remaining.
they should. So let's see. We're looking for a mid laner here for Stoikov. What are they currently lacking on Zero Tenacity that they need to fix?
I mean, the thing is, they've got decent stuns, right? But it's not. They're not all guaranteed unless the alt gets the blink dagger. So I just want more stuff that's going to keep a fight kind of held into this small place. Assist the chain frost from working. Make sure that the Starbreaker is hitting multiple people. Same sort of thing with the Celestial Hammer. Get a couple of more seconds out of the Radiance, out of people sitting in the Acid Spray, all that sort of stuff. So something like Ember with the Chain Gang would have been good. Something like the Puck with Dream Coil would have been good. I'm not. I guess Puck against the Tiny is decent now. That's the keep in mind as well. Like, against the Tiny, how effective is your hero going to be? I'm still assuming it's a mid Tiny, although it could very well be POS 1 too.
That's true, actually. Yeah, we have seen the Tiny be flexed at the moment, so a little bit to keep in mind for Zero Tenacity. Are there other heroes then that you are thinking of that would provide a similar role to the Ember and the Puck in regards to AoE control?
It's not an easy POS 1 pick, I'll say that much. Like, last pick for Zero Tenacity for their mid laner. I would like a mid Mars this game. I think it would work. It just comes down to, can Stoikov play it? You need that AoE control. You need something that's able to withstand against the Tiny. The Bulwark's nice against the Visage Familiars. You can get kind of aggressive early on. It could work, but
10 seconds
I just don't know if they've got the familiarity for it.
That is the thing, a bit more of a unconventional hero for the mid lane, something that probably people aren't really practicing. Maybe he's got something else that he's going to be looking at. We're going to get the Storm Spirit though, so
Sure.
okay, Comfort, we saw it
Fine.
last game.
Mm-hmm. So, do they feel confident having the Tiny into
That's
it?
pretty quick.
Effective. Okay. Sure. I mean, they've already got the Bounty Hunter, so they're kind of... This is going to be the battle of the Vendetta plus Solar Guardian versus Bounty Hunter roaming around with track into Orchid / Urn on the Parker Spectre. And are they going to be able to convert kills on kills? The ones, of course, that are going to be getting more benefit out of that are Team Secret, if they are indeed able to, secure those kills. Because track, you can see how quickly a team is able to skyrocket their net worth. Just in their second game yesterday, going up against Arvulus, they were losing the laning stage pretty hard, but Bounty Hunter just getting a little bit too out of control. I think they got about 20 kills back to back to back in about 20 minutes, and really just set themselves up for a very decisive victory. So we'll see if they're able to do it this time around. I'm not so sure. Like, I think this will come down to a pretty even matchup across the board. I'm keen to see how the Bounty Hunter is going to fare into this Alchemist lane as well. We talk about how effective that armor is going to be against the Alchemist, and this is Exhibit A. I want to see it in practice, in a game where all chips are down, everything's on the line, especially for Team Secret, because if they lose this one, they are out.
In regards to the draft, though, it sounds like you're mentioning both teams have a relatively similar style where it's very... The global presence is there, the pickup potential is there. Where do we need to put the priority then from either side? If it's very similar, do we feel like do we need to put importance on the lanes, the levels? What do we need to look at for either side to get to that position where they can use their lineup to find these kills globally?
I'd say in the early game, the main thing is probably just going to be making sure that the Alchemist doesn't get bodied too hard, not too much bullying, making sure the camps are unblocked as much as possible. With the Invis heroes, especially the Bounty Hunter, if the Alchemist lane doesn't go great, you've still got the backup of being able to rotate towards the mid lane and making sure the Storm Spirit doesn't get too many of these power runes, right? Because the last thing that you want is him getting off the chain a little bit too much and making a few of these rotations, making life a whole lot harder, and enabling that Spectre to be able to make plays. So it really just does come down to how the lanes go, but I feel like all Dota does these days. Lane has never been more important.
Okay. Well, if we take a deeper dive in regards to the lanes, if we break them down one by one, let's start with the top lane. How do we feel like this is... Okay.
They're very close to each other, so I just was... Oh, hold on. They've actually found Parker. What is he doing in the river?
Oh, man. Maybe feeling a little bit safer, but not to be with the 5-man from Zero to Nasty. The spam is decent, though. You've got the Soul Assumption up from Mixer. They're going to help secure the kill. And LeBron as well. Just charging them down, but the turnaround, Zero Tenacity, recognize that Secret stepped far too close onto their side of the map, and they're going to be able to pounce with the wraparound, beautiful positioning from them.
I still don't know what he was doing in the middle of that river. The Observer Ward completely revealed him. I think their smoke popped when they moved up onto the high ground as well, so they should have known that there were people in that general vicinity, and I gotta say, Lich, Alchemist, Dawnbreaker, that is a scary as hell position 1 lineup to have to go up into. It's not the ideal start for Team Secret, but they do recover a little bit from it, right? You were able to get the kill on Mixer, who, of course, has the death toll facet, so you get a little bit of that extra gold.
He gets the extra gold, but the Alchemist does as well, and he's very rich, so... A lot of stats for him in the lane. Bracer already getting delivered as well for Nefrit, so a lot of stats for him too.
Kisko's already up in the face of Dard right now, making sure to make his life a little bit more challenging. He also just wants to bait a whole lot more. Like, Visage, notoriously poor laner. He wants LeBron to be using all of his mangoes, everything possible, just to hit into him, because he bought even 2 sets of tangos to be able to start this game off. So if he's the one getting bullied instead of Mixer, you're enabling the Soul Assumption, of course, and it just means that Kisko might be able to walk it off, although he's copping a little bit of the harassment himself. Body blocks up top, actually.
And that's
there it is.
Kill Secret. Spam of the Shuriken, along with the Soul Assumption. It's something that we could continue to see for the offlane on Secret. And well, how's the mid lane going to look here for Shura Jr. against the Storm? Bottom though, Parker. That's another death here for the Spectre. Parker already showcasing that it's going to be a pretty difficult lane. Top lane action will continue. Dard charging up the concoction with the Soul Assumption back in a couple seconds. The nuke is there. Dard, that's a walk of shame. Now Kisko, is he going to have the damage by himself to chase down LeBron? It looks like that won't be the case, but the damage has been dealt. This Alchemist is not a good start for the carry here for Zero Tenacity.
No, definitely not. And again, Kisko's just playing his role perfectly. He's even got the boots dropped in base, so Mixer's going to be able to pick them up for him, ferry it to him like a courier. And now, what are you supposed to do against this bounty hunter that has just gotten off to a very good start? His own courier delivers a huge amount of regen for himself, and you can just make more and more space away from your visage.
I'm still very concerned on this lane for Parker. I mean, you're against a incredible laner in the Dawnbreaker, and I feel like Nyx Assassin, yeah, definitely not one of the stronger laners, but with the stun, could at least provide you some kill threat over the next minute or so.
You could. A nice little rotation there by Pablo, the little crab, getting the bounty rune as well. I mean, the thing is, I don't want to see Puppy getting greedy in this lane. This is the lane against double melee that you need to be the one putting yourself up there on the front lines. He's gone the stoked facet this time around as well, so have that increased movement speed.
Oh, man. What's happening to the Alchemist?
And just like that, Mixer's top of the net worth. This isn't the sort of game where you're maxing out the Grave Chill either. He just wants to get as many points into that Soul Assumption as possible. Start getting the Death Troll charges up.
Oh, God's gonna be pretty happy if he finds a freebie onto Kisko. Oh, okay,
His
little
kill, though.
awkward. Should still be able to get the kill. Right,
Might not be
blood
done,
grenades
though.
used. Can he get the deny maybe? Or at least yoinks the bounty. Wow. Dude. It's a messy top lane by the looks of it.
It is, and you know, we say that's how hard of a lane it is for Parker. You'd have to say it's even harder for the Alchemist. Speaking of Parker, though, this is the time where Puppy's moved away from the lane just to help out that bottom rune. Did end up securing the water rune, so making life a little bit more challenging for Stoikov, but it does mean that Parker's getting bullied a little bit down here by Nefrit. Dawnbreaker, of course, such a strong laner, so you can't be leaving your carry solo for too long.
So knowing that Nefrit is going to free farm, what are the items that you would like to see out of the Dawnbreaker with him having a good start to the game?
I mean, anything that's just going to enable you to get these quick kills off the back of the Vendetta, right? Like with Pablo, he's level 3.5, he's not having a bad time. And the thing with the Dawnbreaker being on her own is that you can afford to be this little bit greedier, you know, walking into the jungle, mind flaying a few creeps, and mind flaring, excuse me, a few creeps, and you know, securing a lot of that net worth for yourself. So I think for him, it's just the standard stuff, you know, Echo Saber, make sure that you're converting on those Solar Guardian kills as quickly as possible.
Got some shenanigans going on at the moment. Poppy's chasing down Pablo. Meanwhile, far northern side of the map, Kisco is getting hunted by LeBron. Both sides looking to, well, Secret looking to try and control the area with the Observer Ward by the outposts, and LeBron looking to try and protect it for the Alchemist. He's dropped his own ward as well.
The other thing that I've got in mind is that Parker, he's got a Radiance queued up as he's getting dived a little bit, again, under the tower. Is that the right option? Do you want to go something like the Urn you're probably going to get these early kills, right? Mixer's off to another great start in the laning stage with his Grandmaster Visage. You've got a Bounty Hunter that's having a good time as well. You know that he's going to be making these rotations, so, you know, do you not want to get a little bit of that extra, not just mana regen, but, you know, just even using the Urn charges for yourself for that sustain and then go into the Radiance beyond that? Parker is dead.
Okay, Parker's gone. Pablo's everybody going to kill. Wave's going to be shoved into the tower pretty shortly once we're able to deal with the Catapult too. So Poppy, once again, when he leaves the lane, we see how difficult it is for Spectre to play. LeBron
This is
is now going
another...
to get the read of where the Batrider is. So Secret, importantly, getting the levels on Kisko. You want to get that track as early as you possibly can.
Still getting that Death Toll gold, though.
Does Dodge really want to show in the lane?
He is dead. And that's another
Yeah, I mean-
assumption kill. That'll be level 6 now as well for Mixer. So you could start pushing in this tower, you could start invading, you could start taking away some of this farm that you're looking to try and pick up on Zero Tenacity. This is what I was expecting to see coming out from this Bounty Hunter, right? Just endless pressure coming through and showing that Alchemist is not necessarily always first pick material.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is 4 deaths on the Elk? How many has he got?
This is 4 deaths, 044.
Oh god.
Level 4 as well.
Do you like them keeping Poppy top with the drums and the familiars? Do you want to see them get this tower?
Yeah, maybe get the tower and then make a rotation. Or, I mean, what level Stoikov? He's level 7. He's got a healthy amount of mana as well, so should be able to zip away from any aggression that's coming through. But it's, of course, going to be on the back of Chira Jr.
Hunting Stoikov.
They are.
Storm Spirit stomp for the bounty into the familiars. It needs to be perfect, and it is really well done. The control from Secret is quite lacking, but the minimal stun that the bounty provided was enough for the familiars to get in range. And now, instead of trying to siege top, they've already dealt with the Alchemist. They want to slow down another hero from Zero Tenacity.
And you can just see LeBron's marker on the minimap moving over. Yeah, you've got a rough idea of where he is at this point in time, but he just wants to get there to pop the Frost Shield onto the tower if he can to slow down this push a little bit, but the damage has been mostly done. Oh, Invisarune at top as well for Chira Jr., so I guess at least they've got the Lich to be able to make, the Nyx to make plays around, so even if he pops it...
Oh, God, don't go for another wave. Okay, mid lane, actually. Vortex back to the Solar Guardian. It's a decent avalanche, maybe to cover. Unfortunately, with the Invis, it's not enough. We do see, though, another kill. I mean, Dart, 5 deaths on the Alchemist. That is just... I don't know if I've seen an Alchemist have this many deaths. Let a carry, let alone have this many deaths at this stage of the game.
If there's any hero that has the potential to come back from it, as what's Parker doing? Yeah, he DC. He did not hit that flag bearer creep right in front of him, and when he's had as rough a lane as he is, you can still see the net worth chart, and he's sitting down at the bottom there. I'm blaming the ping again. 170 ping. It happens. Playing across continent Dota is not the easiest way to do it. You and I know that very well. I've played on the Singapore servers, but at least he's kind of getting a little bit of this space, right? We saw that he's hit up onto the level 6. He was joining in with the team. Didn't necessarily get the kill, but he got the assist and then's able to immediately get back to lane. I want to see them keep that up.
It was so funny seeing him just not even go for the last hit. I'm like, what's going on? It happens, sometimes, yeah. It can be really frustrating when you miss those CS, even the free ones too. It's just like, sometimes you have those lanes, dude.
You say that's frustrating for a carry. How about me that's putting my body on the line as a pos 5 and then you see a completely free last hit missed? I'm like, bro, come on.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's alright. Wait, okay, wait, okay. Don't know what's going on. It's alright, we'll be back in pretty shortly. So, alright, let's keep track of what's going on. Alchemist, crap game. Not really much we need to say more about that. Spectre, not the best game for Parker. Who's doing well? Mix-up, body. Dawnbreaker, body. Storm's got a lot of net worth as well. Very impressed with his net worth. And I think both the
top lane.
Nah, he's got a... Bye. Get out. Go jungle. Someone has to tell him.
Because you don't have Solar Guardian for the next 70 seconds. Like, if Bounty Hunter was roaming around, you don't have any sentries covering you either. They're actually going to have...
Long zip in. Volkov is actually... Parker walked back into the zip range, so... Parker's game, even worse now.
They see Dard, though, farming up under this double camp up top. He's level 6, though, so at least you're going to be able to pop the Chemical Rage. Hopefully he sends that tier 1 token back to base, not being a greedy boy holding on to 2. Another big zip, though, onto
another kill potentially. I like this. I like what I'm seeing. It's Stoikov and Pablo. That's a vendetta now. And they might not expect it. I mean, Pablo has this by the 10-minute power rune timing. Stoikov, unfortunately, a little bit low on the mana, but this could give them an opportunity to force a fight. Parker's actually going to look to zip into the mid lane.
That's the track gold
his
as
ultimate
well.
of the game. Tower's probably going to go down too, so okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm expecting this net worth deficit that Secret had to expire pretty damn soon, and wouldn't you know it, it already has. So off the back of the track gold, the death toll, Spectre getting involved, taking the tower, they really are in a position to be able to take over the map. And one of the other plus sides, of course, is that Parker, despite, a few extra deaths than he would have liked, he's only about 1,500 gold away from the full radiance. So not horrible for him.
I must say, I want to see them kick Dart out of top. I do not like that he's been able to acid spray this creep wave and farm camp behind the tower. I think this tower has to go, and put him in a spot where it's a little bit more difficult for him to farm around these two camps. They're going to look for bottom though. Parker. Pablo set up, dart through the portal. He's wanted to try and strike back. He is sick of how this early game has looked, and he's got his first kill.
As indeed. Got a little bit of an assist there from the creep. It was the Hill Troll Berserker that has the break, so the dispersion that Parker has wasn't necessarily effective at being able to reduce a little bit of that damage.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I would be frustrated if I was Parker as well. 1-4-2 this stage of the game. Like you mentioned, though, it is a bit of a downside. I mean, you said crap game for Dard, right? Look at where he is on the net worth charts. Yes, it's an Alchemist, but you've already nearly overtaken the person that was absolutely crushing their lane in Nephrit.
Yeah. Like, what is Nephrit's KDA as well? Hold that, Kizco. Bounty Hunter ran for a second underneath the sentry. Chira Jr.'s going to attempt to counter, though. It's a pretty good combo. TP out, Chira Jr. This is going to be cancelled. LeBron Sinister Gaze is back up. Parker's going to try and join in with the Rift, and they've also have Mixer rotating, but the Orchid reveal double for Chira, and now they're going to catch up to LeBron. Mixer, great positioning of the Visage. He is showcasing he wants to get involved in the early game. He's had a great start, and he's going to make sure his presence is turning over towards Pablo and Team Secret. Yeah, you lose the Bounty Hunter early, but that's not going to matter. Chira gets a regen as well, so really good 30 seconds for Secret there.
Yep, using it to farm as well. Would love to, of course, have had the track gold off of the back of all of that, and that's why he's almost exclusively going to be itemizing into these defensive tools for himself on the bounty, right? Straight into the pipe as his first item, as Shura Jr. is able to blink away. Pings out the high ground ward immediately. So you've already taken 2 towers, you've got a bunch of kills, Mixer, enormous, right? You've got the drums to be able to play around as well. Only has 3 charges left on it already. That's just how active this man has gotten at this stage of the game. More importantly, though, playing around the Orchid. So I'm just wanting Kizco to basically just be roaming around the map, taking away a lot of these sentries, and just putting more attention onto himself, honestly. That's the main goal for me. Give a little bit of time for Mixer to get into his next item, while also enabling yourself through the track and, of course, the haunt that's going to be coming from Parker. Pablo
might be in a pretty decent spot to pop the smoke.
He's in a perfect spot.
Do they still go around, though? High ground Observe Ward. On top of the Mighty Mind's going to scout out Stoikov. It's a little bit difficult for everyone else, though, doesn't have the ability to play under the cover of the Invis. Kizco is still going to stalk his prey, but no one else can get nearby.
Might not look like it in the game, but it was daytime, right? So I think Shira Jr. just walked a little bit too close to that tower and then went out of vision. So Stoikov knew something was up. They're going to go from both of these, though, maybe. Oh, no, Puppy. TPing back.
Got a DD inside the river as well. See if they're going to pick that up. What is it built from Parker, real quick?
Hold on.
Okay,
just wanted to see if there's anything going around. What's the build from Parker? He's still going for the Radiance. He's only got the Relic so far.
So very intrigued on the decision making for him to go this. Maybe feeling like he can outscale the Alchemist with the Radiance towards the later stages, but it's definitely not new. It's not the old Haunt where you get that value out of all the illusions playing with the passive. Kizco still wants to try and use the Mighty Mind's Ward to deal with Stoikov, who hasn't really left the area.
I think LeBron has a good idea of exactly where they are right now as well, and he pinged it out perfectly. Stoikov, he's farming up in this area, and he makes him think that they're going to come and join in and get that quick kill onto him. Makes me wonder, like, was Orchid the correct choice? I suppose you've already got it on Mixer, but really would have loved to see Spectre connect and get a few more of these kills, because he would have had it by now. And speaking of Spec, he is being 3-man converged onto.
Yeah, and that attempt, it's going to be successful. And Zero Tenacity, they're going to Delta split away. The Nyx to the east, the 2 other heroes to the west. I agree, man. I'm very, very intrigued on the build from Parker. Like, this is... We're seeing, like, the bounties giving you opportunities to be able to find these kills. They've just been needing a +1. Meanwhile, Pablo, we see the difference. Pablo is getting the assistance. Puppy apparently isn't dead. He was more survivable than I thought with the Glimmer Cape. Now Stoikov might be dead, but the amp damage Tira Jr. in with the burst potential. This is level 12 now for the Tiny, so with the action point in the grow, that damage will continue to ramp up, and they're ready to go. They've got the power room, 10 more seconds, so everyone converging inside the river, making sure Zero Tenacity and not going to be able to take the power rune away from Chiro.
Plus the Phylactery for sure. They're both actually walking into this overward range.
Chemical Rage not available if they got anyone else to help out, but the Solid Guardian will protect Dart momentarily. Chiro Jr., he got the reinforcements. Where did everyone go?
He got him though.
He was still able to get the finishing blow onto the Alchemist. Now Radiant are finally going to funnel in. Mixes a little bit late. The Flame Break bounce back, gets the first onto the Familiars, even connects onto Lich as well. Nice micro from Mixer. It was slow from them. Hell was concerned that maybe they weren't going to get there in time to get value out of that tiny jump, but finally they were able to get in the area and reward themselves with a couple of big kills.
Huge amount of gold, more importantly experience as well. Like the Bounty Hunter, track level 1 is good, track level 2 is nuts. You know, 80 gold every single time your allies are getting this versus 40. You're doubling it, 225 every single time for yourself, but more importantly the damage amp, right? You're already playing with a Tiny who's, you know, burst damage central, and you've got everyone else that's able to follow up on it too.
They have this high ground ward already. They're not expecting this. They were trying to set up trap up in the middle lane. Parker's got the Radiance now as well, so LeBron, another kill for them. Not sure if they got the track on LeBron at the end, but it's a double for Mixer. Unstoppable for the Grandmaster Visage.
Yeah, they got the death toll kill at least, and that's going to bring Mixer so close to being able to pick up an AC already. So he's got Boots, Orchid, Null Talisman, Tranquil D following it at about the 18-minute mark. That is nuts.
And what's going on with Stoikov this game? What's the KDA for him? I'm seeing the net worth is not climbing.
332.
I see.
Not to be confused with another number that is very familiar in Dota.
Pablo. Okay. Cool, bro. Mind Flare. Run away with a Vendetta.
Yeah, have we seen a single use of Vendetta into Solar Guardian? I don't think we have.
No.
Nefrit was actually just there previously.
Speaking of Stoikov, dude. Okay.
Isco's chasing him. He's just trying to stay
Division
inside the fog of war. Done nicely. It's going to work out for them. The other thing, of course, though, with Parker going this Radiance is you've now got a guaranteed way to get the Spike Carapace first, right? Like, Carapace into that Radiance burn, plus the right click, plus the follow-up coming through. That is a lot of stuns that they're going to have to deal with.
That it is, but we're not really seeing... When do you feel like Zero Tenacity are going to start to be proactive? Because Dart's had to blink for a little bit. Are we really waiting for BKB until they start to make some moves?
I wonder if the thing that they're waiting for is Stoikov just even hitting level 12, you know? Like, that is a pretty big power spike for the Storm Spirit in terms of your damage output, being able to zip in and confirm a lot of these kills. Doesn't look like he's going to be going into any more mana for now. He's going the BKB himself, but I think he just wants to be able to confidently zip in.
Nefrit, see, often this hero play alone. So I thought there was an opportunity for the boys on Secret to go for him. They're going to go for LeBron instead. I mean, Mixer just using the Familiars perfectly done. An aggressive jump in the middle, but not the best combo. Down to the south, Stoikov. They got a glimpse of Mixer. Pablo's going to try and do his best. Nefrit's going to be in as well, but the damage, that's a big streak for them to find Mixer. He's been vital to the success so far. Puppey, maybe even trying to cut. Not sure what the Batrider's thought process was there. Really far behind the T2 tower. And the boys on Zero Tenacity, they're going to get some much-needed kills.
I get wanting to make a play around the Assault Cuirass, right? Level 12 Assault Cuirass, level 2 Familiars, all good. But you didn't have the Spectre capability of joining in, right? I think that's the real difference maker that you were lacking at that point in time. And it was just a matter of waiting about 30 seconds. You know, you could farm a couple of jungle camps in that time. They're having a strong start, but as Secret tend to always do, but 20 minutes in is still a little bit too early to be diving with your entire team underneath a tier 2 tower.
And maybe it just gives a little bit back towards the boys on Dire. You've got Dagon now for Nyx, which increases your pickup potential across the map. You're going to get Ag Shard for Stoikov out of all the heroes. So I know we were getting Storm Shard actually bought, speaking of Storm, Stoikov. Poppy trying to glimmer in, maybe Flame Breaker looking for the lasso. Tira Jr. is actually going to be there for the control. And they are good for another, man. Stoikov's game. The cause Elk struggled early, and now apparently it's the Storm Spirit.
He's got to start buying. Instead. He's got to start buying as well. He's losing a lot of gold every single time he's dying. And, you know, got nothing to show for it either. Will the Ogre Axe be the difference for that particular kill? Probably not. But still, it hurts to just see him not really have any sort of item progression for the past 6 or so minutes.
These buildings were now full. Tier 2 tower, under assault, zero tenacity, not in a position where they can defend this side of the map. So the triangle, much easier for Secret to be able to take. Pablo will get a Wizenbroom yoink at least. It's like a big experience favor for them in regards to the wisdom, but you've got some big items. You've got the Boots of Bearing for the Visage, the Blink on Poppy, Manta as well for Parker. So both sides can have their own artificial way to gain net worth. Secret bound in the Visage, die up with the Alchemist, but it's going to be Secret with the advantage. And they will look to try and turn this into a big objective in Roshan. It is the first one of the game, but more than likely is going to secure the fact that this will stay bottom through the next Roche spawns. And they can do it pretty decently as well with the Spectre Mantle.
Smoke as well with Pablo and LeBron, but I'm not sure if it's going to result in too much of anything for them. And yep, there you go. Telltale sign, and Parker finally able to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, be able to farm away from the rest of his team, wanting to maximize the effectiveness of this Spectre. Looks like he's going into the Aghanims, actually, as his next item, which I don't mind. You know, gives him a bunch of stats, allows the Radiants to save a lot.
Nefrit gets a little bit of separation with the Celestial Hammer. Mass TP's down to bottom as well. Dart's actually looking to try and get the jump in, but the Concoction will get in range, and they have left Poppy. They'll feed him to the wolves. Yes, it's a kill, but you're probably pretty happy with the fact that you force a lot of rotations for bottom. You don't want to lose more, though. And Pablo's trying to make this a reality. Charging up the high ground. Sentry laid down at the last second. Nice timing. Orchid stops the stun lock. An aggressive jump in from Dard, but Dard, he's going to have the damage with Nefrit. Down goes Mixer over to the right side. Tira Jr. as well is isolated with the Chain Frost. Bounce back. Zero tenacity. They've got the disadvantage without the Aegis, but they have taken an incredible fight to make this game back in a decent position.
And most importantly for them, it's Stoikov. Speaking of him, they've got the Shadow Step available.
And they're going to have the Lasso as well.
Some track gold once more. At least he was able to buy out the BKB before his death, though. That's the important thing. So now you've got a little bit of that safety net. Of course, wasn't going to save you in that scenario. You had Puppy there. But he's got that ability to reliably jump in onto the front lines. Good amount of vision, actually, by Zero Tenacity. Bunch of Observer Wards being planted here, there, and everywhere. Not always in obvious spots. Just making sure that they're able to spot out whenever Kisko's trying to make these moves across the map. Not wanting to give up any more lives for free.
Poppy?
Part of
That's a free life?
Out of 24 kills.
How do we feel about the current status of the game? Because I still can't get a good grasp on this net worth lead just because with the bounty and the Visage, like how much it's actually a factor. So do you think this game is much more even than what we're seeing?
The issue for mine is Mixer getting blown up at the start of every single fight. You know, that's the big difference maker for mine. And so I like his itemization as Kisko.
Tira Jr. Nice BKB. Stoikov, the reveal of it's going to protect him against the tiny jump in. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive, though? Tira Jr. taking the full brunt to the force. The shield rune has been taken off, and now his health is going to follow as well. Stoikov is okay. Pop is going to try with the jump in. It's onto the Lich out of Orcurus. They might be okay with dealing with the bronze. Should be able to take out a 5. A massive concoction! Dart finds it onto 3. Parker's stuck inside the river. He doesn't have the health to be able to fight against Nefrit. That's the Aegis gone. And he's trying to get it range here for the Familiars. Dart, Chemical Rage, so half duration. I don't know if you're going to be able to deal with the elf. This guy seems pretty survivable. And another fight which will go the way of Dire.
Oh.
Back in. They really want to go
turn
for
around
this.
this?
Maybe the bait, Parker. They've got the Orchid, but Storm Spirit lacking the control to be able to counter Stoikov. There will be no punish there. The Pablo wants in.
Carapace.
And then he's going to get the Carapace into the burst. Stoikov zip in, gets some revenge. It's been a tough game for the Storm Spirit. Might be forced to pop the haste, but Mixer won't continue to chase. And this game, 3,000 net worth lead now, 0 tenacity. They are eating into the advantage that Secret have built up.
Captain LeBron making sure to give Pablo his props as well, giving him the tip, realizing that they have that combination with the Carapace and feeling confident enough immediately after the respawn to go for the chase too. They love the way that Pablo's been playing this game. Now that Parker doesn't really have as much of a game to be able to play around, right? We really haven't seen that combination together, but all it really took was Stoikov getting a couple of items for himself, and you just see this combination shine between the Nyx Assassin and the Storm Spirit for those quick pickoffs. Puppy again.
Looking for another pickoff. I mean, these are some big kills. It just gets Stoikov some more galvanized stacks and just gets him a little bit more back into this game. There's a tier 1 mid as well, apparently. So you're also hopefully being able to open up the map for Zero Tenacity. So it's not like this is just a kill that means nothing. It is definitely something for Zero Tenacity.
Certainly not beyond Team Secret. I mean, the net worth lead has absolutely shrunk, but you've got a Tiny who's still very scary. Took a long time to kill him previously. He's got a 9-second BKB, and he's got so much scaling still left to come. Nefrit.
Jira Jr.? Who's run into who? When has the BKB, might be forced to use. There's a potential of the Spectre trying to join in with a Shadow Step. Nefrit, is anyone coming to help him? Oh, not enough damage there with the dagger. Now they're going to try and zip him. They've isolated the Spectre. The Parker's pretty survivable. And without the damage from the Dawnbreaker, and Dard wasn't there to the last second, they weren't actually able to get Spectre. Now they're going to go for Pablo next over to the right side. So Secret, they strike back. They get the Dawn at the tail end, and they also get the Nyx Assassin as well.
That's the advantage of playing with a Bounty Hunter, right? Even if he's not able to completely close the distance, that toss still has a huge amount of range and was able to get that killing blow onto Nefrit as a result of it. So talk about those power spikes, right? Before that team fight, Jira Jr., he was level 17. Now he's got 3 points in the grow. He's about to be level 20 as well. So even more of that utility damage coming through, and feels like he wants to be the one smacking into these towers.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And just like that, we are back up to a 6,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. Probability favoring them as well, 65% at this stage of the game.
The Frog is a Spectre enjoyer. That's no secret, no pun intended, but I think it's certainly reached the point where you're going to be able to feel so much more confident joining these team fights, right? Parker, he just hit level 20, so he's got that additional health to be able to play around with. He's got the Aghanim Scepter, which I think we saw the first haunt of the game in that previous fight, just giving so much vision throughout, which even just makes Mixer's life easier, right? He went the Soul Assumption, hitting 3 targets talent. So
oh, but the jump in close towards the tower. Look at the damage that Chira can do. Almost 2/3 of the Alchemist health pool as well.
Power of the Tiny Man. It's way too good. I hate this Alchemist cosmetic, by the way. Does he just look like a permanent illusion to you? Because he does to me.
I need to see it again. I think I know what you mean.
It's like
I need to
bluish
see it again.
when he's got chemical ring popped. Are illusions
Refresh
blue
one.
or are they purple?
A mix of both. Chiro? Might actually run into Stoikov with a high ground advantage. They got a glimpse of Pablo instead. We need Zero Tenacity just bleeding a couple of kills across the maps. Secret really starting to flex this potential of the global pickoff. And I think we need to see Zero Tenacity respect that and plays 5.
It's so hard to have to play against this, right? Because the way that you play against the Nyx is Stoikov.
It's different. There you go. BKB.
Oh, regenerate.
Get the regen. Get out. Okay, what's going on the right side? Is Parker gonna get Dire, or is Is he going to bait Nefrit? Forced stuff down to the low ground, now forced to run back up the stairs. Nefrit's TP out, lasso has already been used.
He can still shadow step back into this after TPing back to base if they absolutely feel the need to. He's going a refresher on this Spectre as well, so wants to be able to be that constant menace without needing to put his body on the line. He'll gladly pick up that free solo kill onto LeBron.
Mid lane charging up the concoction, actually looking to try and take the fight down with the jump in. Let's see if they're going to have the damage. It looks like they will with the Solar Guardian connecting. Now they're going to be able to get the bounty as well. Kisco thought he was safe under the cover of the Invis, but they'll deal with the rat and now look for more.
Oh, hold on, nearly caught out. He doesn't have the BKB, remember?
Zipped far in front of the rest of the team.
As the regens still will be ticking for a few seconds, so he'll be just fine. Yeah, the way you play against the Nyx Assassin is just to group up and go, right? And I'm a little surprised that Secret actually haven't been doing that. So it's kind of like, you know, the 4D chess where the right play is to do this, so you don't do that, so they don't expect it, you know?
I see.
They've been splitting up a little bit too much, I think, on Secret, and that showed in the punish
Speaking of
previously
Secret,
under Jira Jr.
They have pushed pretty far out with a 4v5, wanting to try and get set up before Zero Tenacity are, but this would be a perfect opportunity to take the fight with the Tiny Sword dead for 10 seconds. But they're going to be able to find the members. They're all comped up. Another jump in, and they just blow up Mixer. Oh my lord, the crits from the Luminosity. And Zero Tenacity, now they can reap the rewards as well with Roche back alive.
A rare benefit for them as well, considering, again, it's on the Radiant side. This shouldn't be easy for them to be able to claim, but that secondary life for, I would assume it's going to be given over to Stoikov, right? Like, he's already freed up the item slot for it. Of course, Storm Spirit, an amazing carrier for it too, but it just enables him to be that more fearless, deep diver with the rest of his team, able to follow up.
Effort's putting in.
Hold on, Parker.
Where's the?
So cheeky. The Observer Ward's just there on the high ground. They didn't get rid of it. All right.
Now Nefrit, what's going on?
They're committing. No BKB, yes.
What is actually happening? That they left
Splitting
everyone
up.
down bottom. Chira Jr.'s even here as well. This Zero Ten. They're even going to get another potential. They say Stoikov. What? My friends, what's going on? I mean, okay, it might be up. Can he BKB it off?
No TP.
No TP, unfortunately, but I guess full mana. Yeah, okay. He's fine. Is he fine? How did they have the vision for the truck? It's not fine.
And yoink for the gem. At least you've still got that on their side. Quick thinking by Pablo. These teams, they're splitting all the time, Aries, and I want to see them grouped together. You know, you had the Aegis, it's group time. Not necessarily something that the Nyx loves, but you've seen how quickly people could just get exploded on both sides. Now Chira Jr., he's got
Tiny
Hyperstone.
too.
Yep, with the level 20 tree grab base damage talent. Instead of the toss requires no target. Has the Aghanim shard as well, so... Oh, hold on. Double stun, potentially.
They're actually going to force the fight, but they don't have Solar Guardian, so he has to TP into the middle. Nefrit, it's not going to matter though. Parker is gone. No buyback available. Decent familiar stump, but is it actually enough to get Mixer out? Concoction ready to charge up for a couple seconds. They've got the Basher. They're going to be able to find it. They do. Dart is there. Cool TP out, bro. You cannot do the Nightfall. Mixer. He'll delay the inevitable now, but Zero Tenacity. Is he got a buyback? He does not.
Is this another secret game where they just don't have buyback and you're running down a lane and at least taking a tier 2 tower? This is the time that you, well, can you afford to split up and go? Because I feel like this is the sort of time where Secret would just say, okay, well, let's make a move with a Tiny and the Bounty Hunter, get a quick pick off and stop this this all-in ball, but it doesn't seem like Zero Tenacity want to give them that opportunity. Just the only one playing on their own right now is Nefrit, and he knows he's safe because they just took the Tormentor, so can continue to shove the lanes out. And of course, just Solar Guardian in if needed.
You see that the tower taking is a little bit lacking without Nefrit, and Dart didn't pop a Chemical Rage until just now, so T2, and you'll probably honestly leave their side of the map, okay. He's going to hit tier 3.
It's not toss requires no target, remember, so they might be mindful of that, saying Shura Jr. can't just easily toss us quickly back into the base. I'm going to back off just as Mixer comes up, so respect's being given, but if you can get a glyph out, why not? Might just be looking to move up towards the top side of the map, claim a tier 1 tower for free, set themselves up for a future invade a little bit more easily.
An instance where Secret,
I mean,
off the back of the
guard,
respawns.
They see that he's in the triangle. The track had just expired on him.
Trying to get the Spectre illusion inside the river. That as well. The health bullet. What's going on, dude? The damage from Tiny Tira Jr. just blew up the Alchemist. I mean, that's just a stupid amount of damage at this stage of the game.
Let me see here.
He's got no buyback.
No, he took 3,000 damage in 3 seconds. Very fun. You're going to need to buy back on LeBron just to... Well, that tier 3 tower is not really being protected. You can just go hit it once. It has 13 health. There we go. But stop a second lane from being pushed in. Stop tier 4 towers from being pushed in. Not sure you needed to expend the buyback, though.
Is anyone able to cut? Potentially no one's currently set up for that, though.
The second you reveal on a creep wave, you're just getting haunted on.
Very true. Very true.
And he's even gone the, now that he's level
Puppy
25
looking
on
for the lasso. Inching closer forward, going for Nefrit, but Nefrit is able to find the BK Beach. A little bit slow there on the chain control.
Still a full lane, though. Going Secret's way. I think we might have only seen the one use of the refresher so far from Parker.
Does Puppy scouting Stoikov? Stoikov doesn't have the greatest manner as well as tries to zip to the north, but they're already set up here. It's not a long zip away! Down for 100. No, it's a buyback death timer.
I mean, I'm about to say, could this be the high ground? This is the high ground push. Quickly, yeah, going in
also
onto
under an
LeBron.
observer ward.
Remember, he's got that refresher if he absolutely needed to, but Parker just says, you know what, we know that that's a dieback. Let's just keep pushing on forward. Keeping vision of Pablo. Has a decent amount of burst himself, but why put your Spectre onto the front lines when you can just join easily at any point from the back line? Let Shura Jr., the absolute beast, just hammer into these with his giant Christmas tree. Very festive.
Vessel Blade
Free
completed the
Christmas
Dawnbreaker. We've got a Hex on the Bounty's Courier as well, so some fresh items, but this needs to be a crazy 4v5 defense from Zero Tenacity, otherwise they're going to be going up against Megas. Puppy's able to get the lasso over to the west side. Meanwhile, in the middle though, Dawnbreaker, Nefrit, almost getting blown up once again from Chura. They're going to try and turn their attention over to the Spectre, though Spectre in some danger. Parker standing strong, can he get the Rift away? Won't be able to do so for the last second. He just baited the Alchemist to stay for too long. Else got no buyback. LeBron, that's a dieback. Frost Shield will not stop them now from looking for the objectives.
He just refreshes and haunts all the way back from the base, wanting to dive the fountain, and he does. Might end up giving him the death anyway, but the game's probably going to be over by the time that all happens. And there we go. Team Secret using their bounty hunter strat once again to... I don't want to say perfection, because it wasn't. You know, it wasn't anywhere close to the fact, but that start from Mixer was enviable and really goes to show that you can't get away with this early Alchemist without being punished in a pretty significant way.
Yeah. There was a lot of crazy stuff happening in that game. Unfortunately, we saw like the Elks lane, and then we saw Stoikov for a period of time have a difficult, at least opportunity to enter the game. I feel like really Nefrit was the shining star from them to really put them in a position where this game was actually competitive. We did see the Alchemist still impressed with what he was able to do, even with what 5 deaths we saw in 8 minutes of this game. But this was a very back and forth game where it was seeming like it was going to be a pretty easy Secret victory. Then it was somewhat even, and then we saw Secret, once again just look to completely take over.
It's a shame for Nefrit because he was having a fantastic game at the very start, right? And, kudos to Dart as well for being able to come back into it. Of course, being an Alchemist, it is kind of easy just to, go into the jungle and farm a little bit. I think the big thing where they came unstuck was just splitting a little bit too much, right? Even if you're holding onto a gem, by the time you're able to deward it, Secret have probably just haunted it onto you and killed you. You know, Kizco was constantly roaming, only 4 deaths on a support bounty hunter that was providing all that information. Enormous. Chira Jr., again, amazing game. Parker, what a recovery after a pretty horrible laning stage for him as well. He was dead and came back with a lot of the space that his team were able to provide to them. So I think the only thing that really needed to change from Zero Tenacity was just playing a little bit more in, like, let's call it a loose clump, where you're not getting full 5-man Avatos comboed, but still there to be able to protect anyone that does get gone onto. Wasn't the case, though, and once again, Team Secret go to a 3rd game in their series. Any closing words, Aries?
Just hopefully we get at least a closer game 3. That's what I'm excited for. This is going to be the elimination series, so one team will go home both with their backs against the wall. We'll see if Secret are going to be able to continue with their run, or if it's going to be Zero Tenacity that move forward in the low bracket. We're going to have to find out after a break. we are lucky with a Game 3 between Secret and the boys on Zero Tenacity here for the qualifiers to make it over to FISSURE Playground 1, a tournament that's going to be played in Belgrade in front of fans and in front of a big crowd and with some incredible teams as well. But you've got to make it through the lower bracket. You need a crazy run. These teams, their run doesn't stop here, right? You have this series, you got more series to go afterwards, but at least you need to get the victory. Secret, we'll see if they're going to be able to continue with this. It was a good game too. We did see some signs of life for Zero Tenacity, but it just wasn't enough for them to get the 2-0.
Yeah, but are they a little too predictable on Secret? So I want to see what the ban situation is going to be going into this next game. You know, get rid of the Invoker, get rid of the Chen, get rid of the Bounty Hunter. Then what have you got? You know, we know that they're able to play around the Terrorblade, of course. They're able to play around. We saw Mixer have a great Visage game, and the Tiny, of course, from Tira Jr., but is it enough without that Bounty Hunter? Because it really felt that was what tied everything together. Even, you know, we saw in the late game the Haunt across the map just because the track was still on the Storm Spirit after that gigantic zip. So, you know, that's the sort of thing that, you know, can throw a wrench in the plans, right? If you take out the key linchpin that's going to enable everything. So we will have to wait and see. But Puppey, he's never done things the easy way, has he? You know, he's been around since the very beginning, since Dota 1 days. He, you know, his last great showing at Dota, TI, was the last chance qualifiers, right? Where Secret got all the way to second place. So really, really impressive stuff that he's still around, still live and kicking, but he wants another LAN. He's hungry for it.
That he does. We see that once again. You know, Secret had priority and they chose Radiant. So we're going to see nothing is different. Secret Radiant and Zero Tenacity on first picks. What do you make of this? Like, why are they putting so much priority on Radiant? I know you said, I think I asked you a similar question in game 1, feeling like maybe Puppey just has the confidence to be able to potentially outdraft LeBron with second pick. There's got to be something else as well, right? Like, why are we seeing them want Radiant instead of Dire?
I mean, the big thing about Radiant having an advantage is the safe lane, and maybe they just want Parker on 170 ping to have as easy a time as possible, right? Small camp pulls a little bit easier, you know, a little bit closer towards the camps below you, just to be able to get a little bit of that quick farm when Puppey does inevitably go on a few of his Puppey excursions, just goes on a little bit of a side quest, trying to find, you know, a bit of farm for himself, get a bounty rune, go to the mid lane, try and connect, steal some stacks, and everything that he does so well. So, well, we can clearly see that it's going to be the exact same thing this time around. I am still really intrigued as to how they're going to go about this this draft phase, though. What the bans are that are going to be coming out from Zero Tenacity, I think, could be what decide the outcome of this game.
Yeah, I was honestly just about to ask you, like, where do we feel like the draft is going to look now? We've, you know, spoken about the Chen, just the Bounty Hunter need to be included in the bans. Would you like to see Zero Tenacity just not play a bit of a wonky game, which the Bounty kind of forces you to?
Yes, but I wonder if they're going to first pick Bounty Hunter if they don't like Alchemist first pick, you know? Because I really feel like that was a big factor in why the game went so well for Secret at the very beginning. I mean, it was, what, 4 or 5 deaths on Dard before the 8.5 minute mark? Like, this is crazy stuff to have to come back from. So he did, but not quite so much, and the game had kind of been taken over by that point. So it really depends. You know, are you going to just use that third ban on it, you know, Invoker, Bounty, Chen, or are you going to pick up, let's say, the Chen for yourself if LeBron feels confident enough, the for Stoikov, can you pick the Invoker for him? Like, it's these sorts of things, because it really feels like you need to use that first pick as opposed to being an advantage for you as more of a block pick away from the enemy team. And they did that in game 1, right? Remember the Gyrocopter? They picked that one up for Dard, who basically, they didn't solo carry the game, but he had a very impressive game, and they took it out of Parker's hands.
Yep, that he did indeed. So the Gyro may have been banned in the second game. I don't remember. I know we didn't see as much priority as what we saw in the first game. So that's something to keep in the back of our minds as well. The Dawnbreaker, again, is something that we are going to be looking at as we get further into this draft. And there's going to be a lot of other heroes that we are needing to remember. Is the Alchemist something that's Zero Tenacity? Are you feeling confident with that hero? Or do you even want to go back for it, considering what we saw? I'm still impressed with what Dard honestly was able to do with the 5 deaths that he had in the laning phase, but maybe you ban it and look to play something else.
Yeah, for sure. And I wonder if now they're going to give the mid pick for Stoikov at the end of the second phase, you know? And I like this quite a lot, actually. The Terrorblade into it, you are a little bit more able to get active and be a bit more pushy, I guess, versus if you were wanting to go the Bounty Hunter. And certainly, like, a Metamorphosis right-click is still going to kill you as Bounty Hunter, right? You're not immune to that sort of thing. Still going to try it. You know, it's clearly something that Secret feel is going to work well for them. So now I wonder if it's the case of, all right, well, let's ban out what can truly take advantage of this vision that it's providing. Looks like they're not as concerned about it, huh? They're more worried about what's going to deal with our Terrorblade. But the heroes that I think of are, like we saw, the Spectre with the Horn. We saw the Tiny Toss. We saw the Soul Assumption, just being able to use the track to still be effective. I remember back at 2017 World Cyber Games, Team Australia ran a Bounty Hunter Tinker strategy, and it worked very, very well. They got top 6 as a result of it. Shout outs to Boons and Roger Dodger for doing that one. But, you know, it's these sorts of heroes that I was expecting Zero Tenacity to be removing from the pool there.
I think at least with the Monkey King is like a hero who can, like with what you're saying, just someone who can play with the track. And we've seen that Parkit doesn't mind going for the Simian Strat, and we saw the Diffuser Blade right in game 1. So potentially just a carry who can be very active, which is what the style that the bounty provides, right? Just having a lineup that wants to continue running at you and continuing to find kills. So do we feel like Zero Tenacity then need to also go for heroes that will be fighting back in the early games like the bounty 5-man?
I think so. I mean, a hero that's actually slipped through is the Ogre Magi for Zero Tenacity, which they might choose to pick up for themselves. Again, a little bit beefier, so if you do get tracked and gone on, you might survive that little bit longer. Tons of magic damage as well as pretty decent right-click, so you're not caring about the armor that much against the bounty. So the Ignite's going to be very effective against it for sure. And of course, just an ability to be able to buff up the Terrorblade in a pretty big way. Whether it be position 3 or 5, Bloodlust is just as good.
Again, we're going to get the Batrider. So do we get the Lich, or are we going to get a bit of a different response from Zero Tenacity? We haven't seen it really, honestly, like the Lasso be something that has been a threat so far in this series. I think maybe there's been other things that we've seen from the Batrider. Of course, this hero provides a lot, but often when you think of Batrider, it is nice to have some save, but so far in this series, we're yet to really get those big Lasso pickoffs inside the team fight.
So I wonder what the avenue is they want to do then, right? Do they want somewhat save? Okay, Nyx still with the counter against the the Batrider. Sure, it's fine. The Nyx sense, like you were saying. I just don't feel like they got anywhere near as active around this Nyx as possible. You know, we were calling for where's the Solar Guardian Vendetta combination with the Dagon? Where's the Storm Spirit combination? It was just that Team Spirit were playing faster than them. That was the big issue. You know, they were playing from behind. The safe lane went far too well, so they were focused on securing a bit more of Dard's farm. So really, whatever hero comes next is something that I want to be able to, you know, play around this Nyx Assassin. Like, I don't think you could Spectre yourselves, but it needs to be something in that vein that can just join it from anywhere on the map. If it's the Dawn, fine, but we didn't really see it be all that effective in, you know, game number 1, or game 2 rather.
I wonder if that was because Stoikov didn't have a good game on the Storm Spirit, so he wasn't able to play with the Nyx, and maybe they felt like the heroes that he was running into, the Nyx and the Dawnbreaker, wasn't going to be enough, and they needed that mid laner. So maybe with a better game on Stoikov, maybe we could be saying a different thing.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying I really want to see Stoikov's hero at this last pick of the second phase, right? It'll still keep the Terrorblade flex potential there between 1 and 3. You're still not 100% guaranteed as to where it's going to go. They might waste a ban in the next phase. They're still sticking with a Lich. I don't know, it's just a bit too squishy for mine. Like, I really don't see the problem with going down the avenue of a Spectre again. Like, yeah, TB is going to be there for the reflection, but you're going to have Manta, right? So you're just going to be able to remove that for yourself once you do join in onto the team fights, and you can still play around this Bounty Hunter and find pretty regular pickoffs onto this Lich.
Yeah. So this is exactly the same, right? Except the Terrorblade first pick was an Alchemist. So what did we get? It was the Tiny plus what? Tiny
plus Visage.
Visage, it was Visage, okay. So are we wanting the same thing? Are we wanting, if anything's different? I mean, mainly the tiny. Is this something that we're potentially looking at again for Chiro Junior?
Okay. I don't mind the tiny still. Anything that's just able to immediately converge onto a bounty hunter or a lasso. It's not exactly the longest amount of stun duration, the lasso there, and a tiny Avatos combo is more than enough to be able to make up the time. So I'm totally on board with it. It's a hero that's we saw him go down a couple of times in that previous game. They're not going to go for it. And I'm actually a little puzzled with the Ember Spirit into the Nyx Assassin as well, just because you're always burning with his innate ability now. So it's a guaranteed spike carapace. You don't need to wait for that Flame Guard to be available. It's just always on.
10 seconds remaining.
So what are some mid heroes that now come to mind when you're going to be looking at ways to deal with the Ember?
I mean, Huskar's in the pool. Monkey King is banned out. Shaker's in the pool, but I'm not a big mid-Shaker fan. You could Sniper if you feel like you can just stay that far back and then just leave your last hero for your big teamfight control hero. They might just Storm again, honestly, but maybe there's a little bit of PTSD. I guess there's not that risk of being, 100 to 0 quite as easily as what we saw from last game, right? With the Avatos plus Spec Haunt-In combination. You're not really going up against that. So regardless, to me, it has to be Stoikov's hero. It has to be something that he feels like he can win the lane on, and it has to be something that he can connect onto a Nyx rotation somewhere on the map and be able to get kills with it. Like,
let's see if we're gonna get
Nature's
that.
Prophet? It's not bad. Leash against an Ember Spirit, if you're able to trap him inside there later on, wouldn't be the worst. Okay. Mid-morph, maybe? Still an option.
Yeah, I was just going to say there is a potential that it's going to be mid-morph. So we will say we have seen in the past with this absolutely bodies Ember, and regardless, even if it's in the lane, you are really like replicating into both the Ember and the Magnus, empowering yourself or with the chains against the Ember. It's very difficult to play into. This is not honestly the greatest Ember game. Like,
Nope.
Sure, I mean, Chiro Jr. is very comfortable in the hero, and you're going to be empowered. But he has a lot that he has to be worried about.
Yeah, I'm still wondering why they didn't opt to go for the tiny, right? Especially in the early-ish stages where, mid-tiny is just going to be able to blow up Terrorblade pretty damn easily. You've got good follow-up damage for it too. So maybe they just feel like they needed a bit more poke as opposed to all-in damage, because TB's just going to be able to sunder it off and, feel A-okay with the situation. That's really the only thing I can think of. You're going to be looking to pump in a bunch of Sleight Fists. This isn't really the chain gang sort of game. This is the double hit.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Clearly, he's feeling a certain type of way on Chiro Jr., and he's a good Ember Spirit player as well. So who's to say that he's the wrong decision for him to go for this one? What do they ban out last now?
I'm just trying to... I'm wondering where the mag's going to go, because Harry was saying yesterday that Mixer isn't a mag player. So I don't know if this is going to be Parker playing the Magnus, but again, I mean, the matchup versus the Morph is a little bit awkward. I don't know if that really changes if you're a 3 or a 1 Magnus, but yeah, Harry was saying yesterday that Mixer doesn't play the mag, so I wonder if this isn't Parker's hero.
Certainly a possibility. I mean, that's what Zero Tenacity seemed to think with the Enigma being banned out, right? You're not going to ban an Enigma if you think they've already got their offlaner, and both supports presumably already been picked. So, yeah, I would have to assume that it's going to be a Parker Magnus. So what is still left? Well, they're still clearly in two minds about it all. And they actually sniped the Tiny for themselves. Okay, I don't mind this either. You've got your own ability to provide that snap burst damage over across the Nyx, across the Morphling, and across the Tiny. 3 different heroes that can fulfill that. And I mean, honestly, either the Tiny or the Morphling can go mid, and Ember's not really having a great time.
5 seconds remaining.
Are we looking for the Mixer Visage last pick as well, or I'm not sure how that matchup goes into the Morphling, and I don't know if they need other things.
I think they need... What do they need? They need quick burst damage as well as percent, but there's nothing really that provides that. You're probably not going to Underlord into this. Doesn't really synergize well with the bounty all that much. You really want to be enabling your team to get frequent kills. The downside of this is that I feel like if you're running the Ember Spirit mid, the lane's not going to go well enough for you for him to be able to take advantage of this track to its fullest potential. So whatever secret pick now needs to be that hero. It's okay, Pango, but and I suppose you hit an early-ish, and it's actually Chira Jr. playing it. Parker, Ember Spirit coming through. I don't know if I'd be wanting to play a Spirit hero on 170 ping, but clearly that's going to be the case. And Harry, you are wrong, my man. It's going to be Mixer playing the Magnus.
Wait. Why is Parker playing Ember? Can you check if he's been playing Ember in his pubs? What's going what is going on? Actually, this is not what I was expecting at all out of Parker. What is even the reasoning behind this? So you... Okay, I'm honestly very intrigued on how this draft is going to go. I think this is a completely free Morphling game.
Mm-hmm.
I think Morphling is just... I really think he's set up for success. I believe in this hero just to be able to completely dominate. You have great heroes to replicate into with the Ember along with the Magnus. I don't think there's a lot that he has to be worried about. Like the burst, like you're saying from Secret, is quite lacking. I feel like the kill potential onto him. Look, I'm saying on this, I can't wait to be proven wrong, but I really do feel like this is quite a Morphling game.
It is indeed. So I'm still looking it up. In the last week, he hasn't played a single Morphling game, and I'm just looking up if he's ever played a professional Ember Spirit game. Okay. Sorry if I said Morphling before, because you were talking about it. But
Yeah.
Hold on. Looking at
maybe he has, but like, I don't know. I really don't know. It doesn't. Let's see. If you can find something and if you got to win, then sure. But like, why? Like you said, he's playing on ping. Why are you putting the Ember mid? I mean, it's one of Chira's better heroes. So let's see what they. Because it was Pango last pick. So what is that they were missing? Like the Pango, I guess, giving you a bunch of AoE control potentially, maybe wanting a better matchup, but it's not like the Ember is really going to struggle as well.
A reliable way to find and control the supports, I guess. Like Ember can get onto them, but he doesn't necessarily stop them from doing it. You know, he doesn't have a stun, and I don't think you want to pop RP for the supports, so maybe that's what they felt like was lacking. The last time he played it in competitive Dota was 10 months ago. He has played 6 total competitive games on the Ember Spirit. So, not a lot.
Not a lot. If I'm going to say anything, though, Ember is a very active position 1, and you have at least the empower to potentially help and assist you scale into the late game. And a Pango can be a very fast mid laner to play with the Bounty Hunter too.
Yeah.
So maybe this is just... you're going to have a lineup that definitely can run at 0 tenacity. Like, I think this is the potential that you get out of the Parker Ember, but I have some questions around it, and I'm still very concerned against the Morphling.
Yeah, so the thing about the Pangolier is completely bang on the money, right? Like, that's the sort of thing that I was thinking, like, what sort of mid/off-lane hero is going to hit this big damage spike where you can take advantage of track? Because you're probably going to be hitting with Pango, Diffusal Blade, at a similar sort of time that Kizco has track available. And I think that's really what they were hoping for, maybe feeling like Ember Spirit might be getting a Mage Slayer at that point, but that's not really a big damage source, you know?
Yeah. Parker's, with that, I know you said he hasn't played too many competitive games on the Ember, but he's platinum tier. So that is something to be said considering he's a carry player. So obviously he's... unless he only plays Ember when he plays mid, but he's playing a lot of mid games then.
Actually, let me just check when he did play it in competitive, what position he played it in as well, because that'd be interesting. He is 5-1 in competitive, so there's that.
This is elimination. This is game 3. This is the call that he's gone for. And it's still your run. It's going to be a long run through the lower bracket if you want to try and make it over to Belgrade. But you're going for something that is very, very unconventional. With that being said, I'm happy to be proven wrong. Again, I can kind of see the path to victory for Secret, but I just feel like it's way more unconventional, and I feel like it's a bit of a difficult lineup to execute. But Puppy has never shied away from these lineups.
Definitely not. You know, unconventional and Puppy go hand in hand. So I think 5 of his 6 games have been played in the safe lane, and he's kind of dumpstered all of them. A bunch of them have been in different Div 2 DPC, because he only really became a name in the mid to latter stages of 2023, I think, when he had his big breakout.
Was it Bali, the first big land?
Yeah, and like slightly before that, he was already kind of known and had the potential, but that was certainly his big moment. Kisco.
Kisco, you... they're so aware. They are so aware. Oh, unfortunately, Dart's not going to get it. LeBron will yoink it, but... Kisco got the bounty, so cool. Nice one, bro. You're also going to give first blood over.
Mission accomplished.
So
in pubs, 151 games, 42% win rate. Mostly in the mid lane, about 75% mid lane.
Okay. Well, let's see. Let us see how this Ember and the carry is going to go. I think this is a incredibly free lane for Dard. But that is enough about that. Mid lane, of course, with the Pengo going up against Tiny. We saw how good the Tiny was able to look. Nixus hasn't it dying on the opposite side of the map. That's okay. Well, Ember doing God's work. Chains level 1 with Poppy, able to strike back. And we're already seeing a bit of a different start as well. Previously, he did kind of struggle on the Spectre that we saw from Parker inside the lane, at least.
Nefrit's certainly not going to have an easy time going up against Puppy, even just using the reflection, right? Batrider doesn't necessarily have the strongest right click just on its own, so reflection's not going to do all that much, and again, tons of magic damage that you're going to have to contest against.
Do we think... Are we expecting there to be a high priority on the mid lane as well in this game in particular? When you see the Tiny and the Ember, are you wanting the supports to try and help secure the early game, or do we need to be focusing on the side lanes a little bit more?
I'm totally fine to focus on the side lanes. I think really the main thing that you're looking at with Shira Jr. is he going to hit that first big item timing, you know? And I don't think it's going to come off the back of any sort of kills in lane or gank attempts. I think he's going to be in the early stages.
Okay. Oh, Kisco's had enough of top. He's trying to secure or potentially take away one of the water runes, giving Magnus solo experience.
See that? The mid-air toss of the shield crash, making sure that he wasn't going to get the shield bonus coming through there on Shira Jr. Nicely done by Stoikov. Just the little plays that he left the water rune. Okay.
Yeah, I was just about to say, what was the point of sitting there for 30 seconds and then leaving the water rune?
Just checking that it's still there, you know?
Yeah. Okay, anyway, interesting stuff. Dude, 13 and 7 between the 5 and 2 on the Magnet. So, yeah, I mean, Morph is, yes, I mean, the bounty was out, but this is going to be a completely free lane. They blocked the small cap up top, so at least... Oh, Pablo's going to get the chorus line. Nicely done. You block the small cap up top, so at least you're not going to be playing with the creep wave at front of the tower on Zero Tenacity, so Mag still is going to get some experience. Kisco also gets the Lotus as well.
Having a quick look at the ping difference between the two, seeing if that's the reason for it. He has 6 lower ping than LeBron, so location matters.
I see, okay. Pay to win. Well,
yeah.
Pay to have a better location.
Yeah, pretty much.
Where are the servers again?
Oh god, I don't know where this one is. It might be on Dubai, it might be in like Luxembourg, it might be Sweden.
Yeah.
Oh!
Waveform didn't? Okay, far out. That was very, very close.
That was the Lotus.
Holding some one
difference
charges.
there.
Okay. This overall, though, kind of slowed down. We saw that first spot in the kill down bottom, but overall, not much else is happening besides that 4 minutes. And it will be a water rune apiece, so nothing crazy.
More action up top,
Again, instead of going the skewer onto Dard, they're going to try for the Lich, but it does mean that the Morphling can freely fight back. I don't know if he has the damage by himself, though, unfortunately. So, much needed experience, especially for Kisco, considering he's been out of the lane for a little bit. So he's going to get him slightly closer towards the 6 once we get to that stage.
Is Parker going to be okay down bottom is the other thing. Trying to man fight, going up against Nefrit. Doesn't have Metamorphosis to be able to play around with. So again, this is the period of time where Puppy does Puppy things. The old side quest going off maybe just trying to get an idea of where exactly Pablo's looking to play, but could start to build up a few stacks for himself. He feels like the Ember Spirit can handle himself in the lane as well.
Can they get him from a LeBron? Not going to be able to do so. Pablo is making a move to mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to see what they were able to do. Potentially threatening the life of Chiro Jr. Maybe even wanting to get a TP out. We spoke about the pipe. Sorry, we spoke about the Terrorblade's itemization in the previous game we saw from him. Are we going to get once again a little bit more of a greedier, like core Terrorblade build, or would we like something else?
Kind of confused as to what his first item is actually going to be, right? Because it's not like an amazing Diffuser Blade game. It's not an amazing Orchid game early on. I doubt a Terrorblade's going to be able to just walk up to an Ember Spirit or a Pangolier to be able to make that happen. So, and it's not even a good pipe game either. There's not a lot of that, or at least a ton of that magic damage to be coming out in a lot of these team fights. So maybe he's the one that's going to be going into something like the drums, just to, you know, give a little bit of assistance, enable a lot of the heavy right clicks coming through from the rest of his cores. Decent stats on that as well. Okay.
Yep. We'll have to see. In regards to the power rune, though, Chiro Jr. is going to be able to yoink the haste. So you have the first one available for Mr. Pango. We'll see where he wants to go with the Rolling Thunder as well. What are you wanting out of this first ultimate usage? Are you seeing a side lane that is a little bit easier to gank, or would you still want to see him prioritize his own game and continue to farm?
Oh, sorry, I'm just watching Chiro Jr. He almost did a big play, body blocking enough so that the siege creep would survive, enabling him to rotate. I mean, up top, it's an okay spot to be able to be at.
Actually, what's going on, Puppy?
Keeping down there.
He's getting hit back here. Well, Chiro Jr. going to try and make his work with the power rune, but that is enough for a double. And LeBron, I mean, you get the kill at least. He's still going to try and chase down Nefrit. Nefrit still without the level 6. Chiro Jr.
Oh, the Wisdom Rune, though.
It's actually, he wants the Wisdom instead, but Stoikov is already here. So he went for the Wisdom Rune over the kill over the Terrorblade. So he's going to get none of... Oh, okay, he's going to get none of them.
Yeah, I don't think so. Might even be able to get a bottle refill with Pablo coming back to the lane as well. So Stoikov, nice little TP rotation there. Made sure to quickly...
Maybe he will still get the kill.
Okay, maybe.
He didn't get very close to 6. Or is he going to go for the creep? No, it's okay. It's full health. He's not going to get it, unfortunately. Close, nice attempt. I respect it, but that's a full creep. Health full. He's not going to be able to bring it down.
They also had what we just see there in the glyph available as well. Just if it was starting to hit into the creep wave there to try and turn it around, prevent any sort of XP gain from happening.
Mid lane, those supports from Secret converging on the area. Stoikov protected with Frost Shield. I don't think it kill it off Chiro, though maybe they can look for the toss under the tower if they've got the vision. The damage is never mind, it's not lacking apparently. But the burst, LeBron helping out with the Frost Blast. The power rune is going to go once again to Chiro Jr. by the looks of it. Puppy's doing a good job to be able to zone away Stoikov. They might actually look for Puppy instead, but the Firefly was still available.
This is the thing, right? Oh, Puppy, that's a little greedy. We'll be able to get back, down, up, and
Left,
dead.
right, up and dead into the grave. Puppy's gone.
Oh,
It's a big... Ooh, whoa. Parker's here. Maxed out Slipe. Top net worth Ember. Parker wanting to get involved early on. Chiro Jr. is going to look for the run next as well. They are not slowing down, and this is without the track Secret. Already showcasing how they want to play the early game.
Just the 1 point into the Empower, but it does give the Ember Spirit a whole lot of this extra bonus damage when you are looking to try and join in, rotate around. Still remember the very early days of the Ember coming into even Captain's mode with Arteezy, making sure he had a mag to be able to play around with, or just going straight to Battle Fury because the damage output is going to be so insane.
Attempt onto Puppy's life. RP Flamebreak actually pushes the Morphling out of range, but it's not going to matter. Dart is surrounded. Nice chain control. Chiro Jr. was able to bounce back against the walls. And now they may even look for Stoikov as well. Secret, 4 heroes swarming inside the territory of the boys on Diet. Zero Tenacity, not much they can do. They're going to have to watch their mid laner crumble under the pressure and Secret. This relentless aggression we are seeing from them early on, very impressive from them.
Very impressive indeed, and even just with the earn purchase that Parker went for, doesn't matter if it's, Spectre, Ember Spirit, he wants to get active. We was kind of surprised to see him show up into the middle of that team fight. Wouldn't have got the kill onto Dart inside of his jungle without the double hit coming through from the Ember there. So very, very valuable rotation coming through, and he's almost got a Spirit Vessel completed as well, just 700 gold away.
It's a good Vessel game. Very good Vessel game.
Was wanting that percent damage with the last pick overall, and I guess that's the way to get it.
So what do you do on Zero Tenacity to slow down the game? They have a 52% probability where it's a 4,000 net worth lead. I feel like that is really unrealistic.
Four core.
So what do you need out of Dire?
I mean, Nefrit to kind of do what he's doing, keep trying to shove these lanes in, use his illusions to their fullest potential. They're not going to be cutting waves at this point of the game. Like, Batrider's already going to be the one to punish you if you look to try and do that, but just playing around this siege creep as much as possible is the main go for mine. They know someone's probably going to have to defend it, so you can feel a little bit more free to just sit back and farm across some of these other lanes.
Mixer looking for the
Pablo.
blink reveal. Looks like Pablo's making the attempt, but they are standing up on the high ground, ready to turn it back around with the chain gang. Kira Jr. crashes into the middle, and now Mixer's got the reveal. The RP clipping onto 2 Secret. They will still lose Parker. And Dire's even going to try and deep in as well. Nefrit coming down from the south, looking to enter the team fight. And with the fact that it's a 2-for-2, you will take that any day of the week for Zero Tenacity. I mean, this was looking like a great start to the fight. Secret baiting Parker, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
Look at LeBron's damage. It's all that Chain Frost. They were basically just walking back into it a lot of the time, and the one that picked up the kill onto Parker. Actually, he got the double kill in that fight, but taking out the much more dangerous and important Ember Spirit for sure. This is the timing that I was wanting Secret to be playing around, right? You've got the Urn, you've got charges in it, you've got a Arcane Rune, also a nice one to pick up, but track available, Diffusal Blade. This is what you were waiting for, just to be able to make these consistent kills, have this big unexpected power spike. It's certainly scary to have to play against that. Might be looking to do a bit of a skirmish of his own, Chira Jr., but he's going to be scouted out.
Do we feel like Zero Tenacity can still defend this tier 1 tower? Parker. First stun. Any more followed afterwards? Pablo's going to try and scout out, but maybe a little bit hesitant as a Mix Assassin. Now Nefrit is isolated on the high ground. Poppy trying to look for the kill. Not going to be able to find it. Nefrit turns Sunder and he is out of danger, but we see Secret 5 heroes and they want to continue to invade, doing their best to take away the farm from Zero Tenacity. They have left Pango.
Not
okay, still posturing too aggressively.
Wonder if someone on the team picked that out. The fact that no one at that point in time even had a sentry ward inside of their inventory. So this ward on the high ground was safe. Of course, they were playing under their own observer ward, maybe leading to a little bit of overconfidence coming there from Chira Jr. in particular.
Can't kill the dead.
And that observer ward is about to expire, so it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for them to invade in the jungle. And meanwhile, you've got Dard, who is getting some farm across the map. 4th in net worth, about to overtake the Pangolier. Still a question for me is, can Zero Tenacity still play around mid? I feel like this is such a vital tower for you to defend, because if you lose this, then it makes it that much easier for the lineup of Secret to continue to infiltrate deep into Dire's jungle.
And a lot of the time, all you really want from bounty hunting, you're playing around such small margins to be able to catch people. So something like a tier 1 tower going down means that you don't have to, take a detour to be able to get to where you really want to. You can just run straight at them. Sure, there might be the risk of the sentry being there, but that's something that your opponents need to be doing.
So unfortunately, Kisko, that is not going to work for you, my friend. Instant ward getting dewarded and the kill as well. They do lose mid though, did they?
Bottom lane.
Bottom, Parker. Okay,
double hit.
Up Pablo.
Very nicely done. Also just having a, like, it's nothing major, but having brief looks as to, is he going to be okay? A little low on mana, but I think he should be fine. How people are positioning themselves in the team fight so that they're not getting hit by this double impact. Remember, it's like the enemy closest to Ember Spirit that gets attacked a second time, so you know, probably wouldn't have died if the Nexus Assassin was just a little bit further back. Maybe Nefrit's TB could have stepped forward a little bit so that it didn't happen. He's actually going for the pipe this time around on the TB.
Do you like it this game?
It's okay. I mean, you're not going up against the Maelstrom. The Bat Rider damage, I'd say, is fairly negligible. At this point, it really feels like Mixer is the main source of magic damage right now. And I mean, it's nice, don't get me wrong. And it does give a full Agi Morphling a layer of protection. But I just don't think it's a good
Puppy's a little bit messy. It's really messy, man. Mixer's going to be able to find the RP skewer back. They try for the Rolling Thunder combo. Tiro with the U-turn will connect and now has the wall to play with as well. Nefrit tries the Sunder. It'll keep Stoikov healthy. Now Dart is looking to enter the team fight, playing around with the Ember Replicant. He's going to be cautious though. Secret wants to fight Dart. Has the strength dwarf. Pips okay. Toss over the top. Now they're on Shira Jr. A Zero tenacity. We see the strength of this lineup when the Morphling is able to show up and use his ultimate.
And he's got plenty of that tenacity for sure. I mean, it was a much more even team fight coming from them. Once again, a great Chain Frost coming off the back of a really early purchase of that Ice Spire from LeBron. Really making it so difficult for Team Secret to commit into the middle of the team fight. And when you have a look at 4 of their heroes, they all need to get into the center of things, Pangolier included. You might be inside that Rolling Thunder, but you're still going to be this, you know, rolling ball that the Chain Frost is going to be bouncing back and forth between. Dart needs to be careful, though. He's farming under his Watcher, but you've got a bunch of Team Secrets starting to converge on you.
A little bit messy, though, from Team Secret. Now they're between the T1, T2 towers. Zero Tenacity have got the numbers nearby. Shira Jr. is in the middle. Just the overconfidence from Secret. You are taking a fight where Zero Tenacity were already set up. And this is a lineup that wants to be playing ahead, wants to be running with a net worth lead. And they are not getting it currently with the bounty. Maybe they'll look for Dart. A quick step over the right side. Secret still feel like there is an opportunity to be had with the 3 members.
And they've got the TV behind with that pipe available. So it's able to play a little bit more fearlessly. Of course, the real damage source is that Pangolier. That's why they feel so confident in being able to push forward into this, at least for the next little bit. Although they've got the Glyph available, so yeah, I think you almost have to back up in this situation. Actually, Pango doesn't have TP. I don't think they're fully aware of this, so they're going to back off, just do the safe play, maybe try and use some TB illusions in the future to get a bit of ghost push happening.
And a smoke up actually Secret. They want to get back out of the map and be aggressive.
Just the lingering.
Not be... Where do we go from them? It's middle to maybe connect with Chira Jr. You got the power rune, unfortunately. So regen. Not too active of a rune for them to play with.
I was about to say they're going to be looking to make plays around the lingering effects of the track. They had a little bit of an idea of where the TB is. They also have a great idea of where Tiny is.
And finally, a core kill looks to be had. Stuck up on the high ground. Are they lacking the damage? Finally, they're going to come through for the end. The Sunder from Nefrit once again will keep alive in the backline set. Pablo blows up Mixes, Magnus, and now Zero Tenacity once again. They've had time to respond to potentially turn it around onto some cores. Parker, Remnant, that's not far enough away. LeBron with the action from here, making sure he can hold these heroes into place. They're going to be able to get the Pangler as well. All the cores from Secret caught off in Zero Tenacity's territory, and they're not even done. Stoikov, they initiated onto the Tiny. He's looking to end the fight now. Puppy, he's going to be cut short. He will not escape. That's a 4 heroes going down from Secret, and Zero Tenacity have 0 casualties.
You said it right, though. They're really lacking in damage for those initial jumps, and they're trying their best to play around this diffusal timing, but it really hasn't paid off in a big way. Like, yes, you've got a few more stats coming through from the Specialist Array. He's got 1 part of the Aghanim Scepter finished up in his inventory so far, but it's just not enough. Needs to wait for the full Ags now, and it's really delayed one of the big timings that they were supposed to be playing around. You know, 5k net worth deficit with a bounty hunter is not where you want to be. But of course, it also gives you the potential to come back at any time. I have to be a little careful on Dart up here, actually. Isco's wanting to get that track bouncing. He should just look to Manta it off, though.
Really feels like some of the early fights, so like not that one in particular, but the couple before that, we saw like RP onto 2. Felt like the Rolling Thunder was good as well. I really thought the fights were, and the spellcasting was different from Secret, but I just don't know if the damage was something that was lacking, and if they weren't able to win those fights, as Pablo, I think, with the Sixth Sense, was able to snipe Kizko.
I mean,
Dart gives him the tip.
It's two things, right? One, the damage was slightly lacking, and two, hold on, just having a look at Parker. Probably able to get away.
Remnants? That's his last one. I don't think he's out.
It's a hasted Tiny, remember?
And they're going to be able to catch up to him. Nice chain soap, but the Avalanche still on the edge. They're going to toss the Lich in, so they have the extra control. Parker's Ember is gone again.
I think the big difference between the previous engagements and that one, just to finish that point, was it's not necessarily about what you can do, it's what the enemy team has, right? Like the Tiny was just a little bit more farmed. He's a freaking Tiny, right? He's got great strength gain, so it took a little bit longer to kill him. You had a TB behind that, even when he's not able to cast the Sunder, the range on Pipe is much bigger, so he was able to cast that one first, then get the Sunder off, enabled him to, you know, close the gap and be able to really impact the team fight in that way. Sorry, caught you with your Kiwiness, I said impact. That's
honestly, where do we go from here, though, for Secret? Like, you've now lost the Aegis. I was really confident that Morphling was, if he got to this position, was going to carry the game. I think you were maybe not as confident, but still believed in the Morphling. Secret must be feeling the pressure now, knowing that this is an incredible Morphling game. So what do they need to go and hold that? Because Shira Jr., well, Pablo's there. He's going to wait, cancel the TP, and then get the kill with the help of Dard. I mean, just to cause... They're falling further and further behind in the network. They can just not catch a break.
So, even using his voice line against him, you hate to see it. Sorry, was your question more about what is Secret going to be able to do to get back into it, or how does Zero Tenacity make the most of the advantage that they have?
What does Secret do? That's a bit, because I feel like, I really think 6,000 gold behind at this position with the Morphling top net worth, I feel like this is a really hard hill to climb back from.
Oh, absolutely it is. But to me, it's just about delaying the game as much as possible. And this is where I guess it's okay for Puppy to farm a few of these stacks right now. The bounties surely will help. As soon as he's got this Blink Dagger, I don't necessarily think it's going to be the best idea to go and take a fight immediately. I think he needs to cut a few more of these waves. He needs to get his cores into their next items. Pango luckily already has the Ags, but Ember's still, you know, a little bit away from his Maelstrom, so he'll actually be able to output a bit more damage as Kizko lives, surprisingly.
Okay, there's
Pablo. He's on top of him. The Nick sounds.
Oh, he's out of range. Kizko's laughing.
Sure, I would be. And, okay, so they finished up now. Aghanim's on the Magnus. He's also got the Aghanim Shard on top of that, so a lot more control. You're going for your own pipe on the Bounty Hunter, so a lot more control for your team as well there. You've got an Aghanim Scepter on Shira Jr., and I'm pretty sure, not quite, Ember Spirit having his just yet, so they want to try and take a fight around an area where it's easy for him to TP in and join. Luckily for them, they've already lost their Tier 2 tower, and the smoke is going to be a little bit too slow.
They might still continue to chase Zero Tenacity on the retreat. They're a little bit split from Dire. Some heroes playing top inside the lane.
This is their time, though.
Together inside Radiant's triangle. Nefrit, LeBron, hand in hand. They're going to be cautious of their positioning. They'll be looking for that potential multi-man RP from Mixer, but it looks like Secret hesitant to go reoccupy their own triangle.
Just trying to wait things out on the right-hand side here. Ooh, kind of moving up a little bit, but they are. And
LeBron inching forward with a Glimmer Cape. They're running to Puppy first. Is that really the target you want to dump everything on? Mixer. Initiation. They're going to be able to catch up LeBron. Assassinates the Lich. And now trying to turn for wall. But the double stun. Stoikov in with the combo. No RP. They're going to blow up Mixer before the stuns are out. And now they're going to look for more as well. 3 heroes coding inside the middle lane. It's now Dodd. He's falling low, but it's not going to matter. They just do not have enough from Team Secret. They needed more out of that team fight, and this game is getting further out of reach. Stoikov even looking for the full man wipe, and he's going to get it with the help of Dard.
He will indeed, and I honestly didn't even think that they needed to go in at that point in time on Zero Tenacity, right? You had control of the high ground, you knew exactly where Team Secret was, and you were taking the tier 2 tower top. You still got the tower just through Dard's illusions, and were still able to join in, get that full wipe, and like you said, control the Magnus without being able to hit the RP. That was the big difference maker, and I mean, what he needs is his BKB, but he only just freshly picked up this Aghanim Scepter, so that's the main issue for mine. Going to need to create so much more space, give them so much more time. I don't think that Zero Tenacity are going to give it to you. What do you reckon about Zero, by the way, from Dard? I can understand 1, but 0? He's just a full stats man.
Definitely interesting. Interesting decision for him, but the man is cooking. He's having an incredible game so far. Causer continuing to find these items. Manta for the Terrorblade, Daedalus on the Tiny, no Kanda.
Oh, Pablo, there's that Carapace.
Done. Over there, he's going to be in now. Morphling flies over to the right side, but the crits. This is something you mentioned in the draft with the Ember getting picked into the Nyx Assassin. Something that he always had to be worried about. And this is 40 seconds without him. Lasso.
He's going to live.
It's there for Puppey. Yeah, he's fine. Your Scepter, like, cool initiation. Everything used just on a measly Nyx Assassin who has already done his role. Mixer will try. You're into the stun. Well done. Really well done from Secret. They get the ages. It was about to expire, though, so honestly, I think had a second or two before it expired, so kind of got lucky there.
A little lucky for sure, but that is their last glyph that they've got. Be able to try and put the defense on. They don't want to commit this RP without the Ember Spirit. He's still such a big portion of your damage. Do they stick around? Do they just get the range racks? Oh no!
He's in. Quickson as his gaze and drops the Chain Frost, not messing around.
That's a decent one.
They're still gonna try. Brings back Stoikov. Stoikov, 3100 health. Yeah, it's not coming in quick enough. Frost Shield will protect him. Sunder as well for good measure. And Dard, he senses blood in the water. He senses an opportunity to eliminate Secret in the qualifiers. And I believe Zero Tenacity have done just that with the final fight.
I think even the Bounty Hunter tried twice to hit the Morphling, and with his Butterfly, he missed. He missed. He wasn't able to get that little bit of extra damage in, and it's just so frustrating to have that extra layer of what can we do against all of this. And unfortunately for Secret and all of their fans, this will be it. The TB Illusions, they're the ones doing the work, and the rest of the team are able to play on the front lines, eliminating one of the, not favorites, but fan favorites coming into these entire qualifiers.
Without a doubt, indeed, we see some good lucks getting dropped, some ex-teammate Mixer as well, letting the boys know, of course, his fellow Serb LeBron, wishing him luck to try and make it over to the home event for these lads. It's still a long road for Zero Tenacity, but a bit of an upset. Still, we were expecting this team. We both thought this was going to be a competitive series, but I think a lot of people, probably with the names on Secret and just the organization as a whole, were probably expecting them to get the victory. We saw it went 3 games, but Zero Tenacity, this is a team who are continuing to grow in power, and you give the man a free Morphling game, and Dard 10-8 felt like really vital to some of the early game fights where we almost saw Secret just get out of control with the early game ball up, but very important for the Morphling to show up early.
And to me, it was a draft issue for sure, though, right? Like Parker, don't get me wrong, he played a very good game for the game that he had, but the issue was they picked the Ember Spirit with that last pick overall into the Nyx Assassin that we were talking about. We saw him get picked off in that way, as well as into the Morphling, who was already a really good matchup. The Morphling was revealed at the time, and then you went Ember Spirit, so just making your own life a little bit more challenging. 8 deaths, but still the most damage on his team, and I think if you're going to go into the Bounty Hunter route, you needed a little bit more of that consistent, steady damage that's going to be coming forward thick and fast, and they just didn't have it. We saw a couple of kill attempts that didn't pay off because they were lacking that key ability, and I gotta say, I'm not sure if the Puppey Batrider experiment needs to end, but it didn't really feel all that impressive to me.
Yeah, unfortunately, the wasn't able to get over the finish line in the end with the new secret roster. Hopefully, we're going to see them stick around because we did see some good games. It was fun to be able to cover them. They definitely have a unique identity and a unique style, but there are still things that they need to work on. Of course, there's a lot of other tournaments, but unfortunately, they will not be making it through the qualifiers for the Fissure Playground 1 Dota event here. So for us, we are done for our first series. We're going to be moving over to the second, which is Dragon Esports taking on Mouse. We've got a quick break. Guys, stick around. We've got some highlights. We've got some action. And for our final series of the night, we'll see you guys soon.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE, and we're heading over to our second lower bracket matchup of the day here, and this bracket is now officially over halfway because we know already the top 3 teams, but we do not know the 4th yet, because as you're looking on the screen right now, this lower bracket took an enticing little turn with Zero Tenacity just beating Secret 2-1, and we've got Mouse versus Dragon Esports Club coming up next. So we need to find an opponent for the LeBron stack carry.
Yep, and it is going to be an interesting series for sure, right? Because I thought that Dragon Esports, after they got smacked by Avulus, they're not going to be able to put up much of a fight, but they destroyed the Greeks. So I think there is a lot of inconsistency with a lot of the teams in this qualifier, which does make it really fun.
Oh yeah, it absolutely does. Like small changes here and there. I was maybe expecting Team Greece to do slightly better, but I guess they were the wild card, and how well do they perform in this bracket? But maybe Dragon Esports Club might just be that one, because from Mouse's perspective, not much of a challenge versus Winter Bear, and a very different type of challenge when they faced off against Enigma Galaxy in that upper bracket. So I'm guessing these guys are feeling the hunger, and they got to perform today if they want to push their way forward in this qualifier. That's only going to let one team through to the main event.
Yeah, there wasn't much of a challenge in the series, in both of the Mouse series that they played. Unfortunately, in one of them, they were the ones that were not a good challenge for Nigma. But this one, I think, should be closer, right? If we're looking on paper, the way that they've been playing both of these teams, Mouse are definitely coming in as the favorites, but I think it's mostly because of the names. Dragon Esports Club are definitely a team that can win versus them. Will they win? I'm not sure, but on their best day, Dragon Esports, they can take this.
But it all starts with the draft, right? And looking at some of those choices the teams picked up for this first game as well. I do believe we have a potential first pick on the side of Dragon Esports Club. We'll get that coin cost on your screens momentarily, and then we jump into the draft itself. The first pick choice, obviously very common. The Radiant side was the other, as we can see. First pick on Radiant. Nothing. What was the one team that broke the pattern? Because I remember we had a team that was like, we want Dire. Was it Winter Bear?
Or was it Dragon Esports Club?
It could be Dragon Esports Club, yeah. So they might just be the ones that favor that side, and that's the one they're going to be playing. Dire and first pick. Bans are underway. Contested heroes, maybe from our previous few days. I wouldn't say there's too much for Mals. I believe they've been kind of hard locked with the ideas they want to play. Now they also have a sub standing in, so Nande is not playing, and Low Skill from Hungary is going to be taking over the carry position. His hero pool just slightly different to Lil Pleb, but I think playstyle wise, I don't think I'm going to see too much of a change.
Yeah, I don't know if Nande is just out of the team or if this is a today's change. I'd have to ask somebody, but it would be pretty cool to get Low Skill here to play. He's from Hungary. He is a neighbor, right? He has played a couple of local lands in Serbia already, so he's definitely well acquainted with Belgrade. So it would be quite cool if he would be on the big stage as well. But first, he needs to win this series.
That's the way to start things off, and that's also going to be Dragon Esports opener. They've been going for, in their lower bracket series, I believe that was versus Team Greece. They opened with Beastmaster into the Shadow Demon to protect themselves from potential Alchemist DK picks. Of course, this time we don't have to worry about either one of those being in the first phase bans. And Mouse is going to be the Enchantress.
Yeah, Mouse versus Winter Bear, they pretty much played the same draft twice in a row, but now they do get the hold on the Fly Enchantress. I'm not sure. I think it was banned out all the times when you're playing versus Fly, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe they just want to pick it because there's a Beastmaster, because Enchantress hasn't really been the most popular hero lately. True. But this was ballsy. I mean, you pick a Beastmaster into both the Chen and Enchantress being in the pool. That is interesting that they wanted to do it.
Yeah, like I understand the Lich ban, sure, that's probably one of the more common counters to the Beastmaster, but Enchantress has always been that, you know? You're capable of dealing damage to the Beastmaster, you're able to take the creeps away, the boars, the potential dummy build is something you cannot necessarily consider. if you go Overlord, that's where it gets easier, right? Because you can't enchant the Overlord creep on your side, right? I think those are immune. I might be wrong with this interaction, but do correct me if I'm.
You cannot if it is a if it is an ancient creep. If it is a normal one, I think you can take it away. But with the talent to enchant the ancient creeps,
The
then
ancients.
I think that.
Oh yeah. So you have that scaling going against the itemization. You're right. So we'll see if the Beastmaster considers that an option or not. But looking at these second phase bans as well, we've got the Bristle already taken out. Taking quite a bit of time considering the next one, because it's probably not going to be a Beastmaster targeted hero, probably not even a lane matchup hero. But in terms of how does Mouse want to play this?
Radiant team back.
Well, I will see. Considering that we still don't know what they're gonna pick right now, I guess you just get the Muerta. That's something that they've been going for, so that you have a little bit more damage and a little bit more control from your supports. But also, I just went through the talents of the Enchantress. She actually doesn't have the Enchant Ancients any longer. It's only the Chen who can.
Only the Chen is the one that can do it, yeah. So that does maybe take a bit away. They do ban the Nyx Assassin, even if the Dawnbreaker is out, but does that mean Bat Rider's potentially coming through? At least the Muerta's coming out right now that you brought up and discussed. I think that's a good pick for Mouse, but I think they might be keeping their eye open on potential single target nukes that this Nyx Assassin would have been good against. And of course, some of those cancel. Storm Spirit, something you're potentially looking at, not only just Bat Rider.
Yeah, I would like to see some magic bursts right now on Dragon Esports, possibly from one of their supports. So Lion or Hoodwink, something along those lines. Dark Willow, sure, that works as well. That's not too bad. Though people have been prioritizing Lion and the Hoodwink a little bit more than the Dark Willow. So I'm kind of surprised that they went that route. Maybe they're expecting a potential Ursa or something that is mobile in the lane. Maybe a Monkey King versus a Beastmaster, and then you think the Bramble Maze will be something that's gonna help you.
Yeah, MK is definitely a classic out there when you start to think about that burst. Plus the if you look at Dragon Esports Club, if they want to look for MK themselves, those are pretty squishy heroes to try and blow up easily. You have nice synergy with the Ogre Magi, getting that attack speed bonus, which is quite hurtful early on. At least for the Mortis perspective, that first multicast Ignite that connects on any of your heroes, you can at least dispel it with Pierce the Veil. Fairly short cooldown, doesn't really put you in harm's way, and Dragons would have to focus the Morta down instead of just slowly wearing down these supports.
I mean, it's good versus the Dark Willow as well, right? Because pretty much every one of Dark Willow's spells can be taken away.
Yeah.
Of course, you're not going to be able to purge off the Terrorize because you're stunned at that point, but Brambles or the Cursed Crown easily taken away. I would like a Monkey King now for Mouse, because I think there's potential to put it in both mid lane and the safe lane, and you pick Monkey King plus an off laner. That would actually be quite nice for him.
Potentially another offlane pipe carrier. I'm thinking Doom, if they want to focus the Beastmasters. Early timings, he gets Ags drums, a lot of lifesteal, a lot of damage being dealt. Could be handy to just Doom the Beastmaster out of the fight, and that could make your early game engagements a bit harder for Dragon Esports Club if they decide to consider that hero, which they've had some past success with.
You know, that could be one. That is a flex between a position 1 and a position 3, and generally illusion-based high armor heroes do relatively well versus the Beastmaster. So I wouldn't hate it.
Still taking their sweet time here with this double pick. I think they already know one of the heroes that they want. Might just be pondering between 2 or 3 different options.
Then pick it so that you do not lose your reserve time. They're gonna go for the Spectre and an Enigma. Okay, I now know that you are very, very happy about this. I'm very surprised though, right? Because Spectre in the lane, sure you have an Enchantress, but it's not gonna be the easiest one for you. Spectral Dagger doesn't help you versus the Brambles. This is I'm not 100% certain why, and they don't have that great of a catch so that you can go in with the Shadow Step. I'm surprised.
I think you might need to look at something like an Orchid on the Spectre, because if I were Dragon Esports Club, I think Invoker also looks pretty handy here as a hero for fighting early. Gives you that protection for your allies to just kind of snowball and go in at your opponents the whole time. Spectre loses control of the map. Enigma loses control of the map. which are two heroes that, honestly, I don't like these two heroes together. As much as I've played Enigma in the past and as much as I've seen, if the enemy has a very early timing, I wouldn't say early game lineup, but very early timing on grouping up and going as 3 or 4, Spectre Enigma just doesn't work together at all. You need to stretch the game. You need to mirror move around the map. You have to be faster than your opponent. And you're probably, maybe the good thing about Enigma in this is that you can build this pusher, right? With drums, with potential boots of bearing early on, and you can fight back without losing too much territory.
Okay, it might have been that Mouse were anticipating the Drow or a Morphling, and then they picked these two, right? Because Enigma, if you want to lane the Morphling versus that would be bad, and Spectre is good versus the Drow. But this is exactly what you said, that if the enemies get together, it's going to be a problem. So I think Mouse are going to be needing that mid laner, that one strong hero that can easily, let's say a Lina or something that is a glass cannon that the enemies would want to go for. So you try to make them overextend by going onto a hero that will later on down the line delete them.
True.
They get rid of the Tiny. I feel like Alina would probably be better for Mouse, but considering your Dragon Esports need a mid laner as well, it is quite possible that you might need to ban it out.
Yeah, and also considering they picked this Drow in the 18th, because from Dragon Esports Club's perspective, that Drow has been banned against them, I think, every single time in the final phase. So this time they wanted to secure the pick for Muha to get himself his Drow Ranger, solid pair up with the Ogre Magi, and now they lose the Invoker because of that. So you were going to lose one of these heroes no matter what. You only got one pick and you have 2 bans ahead, so you either pick the Invoker, they ban the Drow, or the other way around. And then they're very prepared to go against that Morphling, like you were bringing up.
So ban of the Monkey King might signal that they would want to go for a Storm Spirit. Or I don't know if you would get away with something like a Pango, maybe an Ember could be a way to go for Mouse, because it is one of best heroes for Supreme. So, and he has played it so much in this tournament. So yeah, I would, if I'm Dragon Esports, I'm probably getting rid of the Ember. It is the one that makes the most sense considering who you're playing against.
Plus, they leave the Ember open and Husker it out, you know? You can't really...
Yeah, but you pick a Huskar and then you get a sniper to the face and you
exactly.
start crying.
Exactly. That is the bad thing that can happen, right? They could also ban Husker and pick Ember on Dragon Esports Club. That could give them some early tempo on the hero on their lineup as well. But we'll see if they decide to consider that, if they want to take away the Storm Spirit. I probably wouldn't play Drow and Sniper, or maybe Drow TA, something like that could maybe work, but we're going to bring out some extra melee. We got the Earth Spirit coming in.
Okay, so I think Puck or Lina for Supreme here.
Puck, Lina,
One
Quap.
or the other. I'm kind of surprised that Dragon Esports didn't get a Puck themselves, because it would make more sense to have that with the Drow Ranger in the pool with you. But they probably wanted somebody to go in deep so that the Dark Willow can connect. But I still think that this can be there can be a nice response to this, especially laning stage wise.
I really like the Lina if they decide to go for it. I think it just gives them
Lina
everything
probably
that
looks
they
the
need.
best.
But the Puck and Quap are also options. But hey, it's going to be the Pangolier instead. I was thinking about this Pango here for a bit. It wasn't the first idea on my list. But this will give you also a way to fight them early, another roar target. That could make Toby's game slightly better in terms of landing black holes, those big team fight ultis, and also just finding the backline, right? They needed somebody who goes in and is able to stay there without dying right away. But I have seen games where Drow is so far ahead that Pango rolling in is like, I'm taking 25% HP per arrow, and I want to roll away instead of stay around in the fight. BKBs are something that if Drow goes for BKB at some point of the game, you just stand your ground and just shoot and kill almost anybody. But it has its ups, it has its downs. It's a decent matchup versus the Earth Spirit. I think I'm kind of happy with Mouse's draft in the end, despite me disliking the Spectre Enigma at first. I think this Pango was the piece that they needed.
Yeah, it looks good, right? Because out of the 3 heroes that Supreme plays, Pango, Buck, and Alina, the Pango is the one who needs the least and who hits the strongest timing the earliest, right, with the Diffusal Blade.
Yeah,
So you are going to be able to pair him with the Spectre. Maybe their idea was if we go for a Puck or Alina, it's going to take a little bit longer for us to come online, and then we won't be able to utilize our Enchantress, we won't be able to utilize our Muerta early on, we won't be able to go towards the Enigma and help her push the tower. This kind of deals with that, and I think the idea of Mouse is to play really, really fast-paced Dota as soon as the Pango is ready, and that's pretty much going to be his level 6 in a couple of runes.
Yeah, pretty much. And also having that Diffusal builder in Pango means that Spectre can look for that Radiance potentially instead of having to go for the Diffusal into the Disperser later on, because that's a pretty heavy investment as well. It's a pretty good game for it, sure, but Pango can fill in that hole, allowing your carry to build different items. So I do like what they have, but also Dragon Esports Club. Can they surprise with this draft? I feel like they have a very good laning stage exit with a lot of these heroes. They have a pretty strong timing looking at their level 2 ultis, especially on the cores. And if they can take away the map early away from Mouse, I think they're really in the driver's seat and get to play the lineup as it's supposed to.
I mean, any Drow lineup, I'm a big fan of. The thing is, with Drow lineups, is it's very hard to execute, not only from the Drow side, but the entirety of the team, the way that you play around it. And the Drow needs to have a good time. That is the main thing. This hero needs to consistently scale. So the ceiling of the lineup of Dragon Esports is definitely higher if this Dire lineup is played at 100%, and the Radiant lineup is played at 100%, the Dire lineup will win. But the mistakes are so easily punished that it is scary to play something like this. So I think I'm still leaning Mouse because of that.
All right, well, let's see if it's going to be enough for Mouse to look for that W here in this first game or not, but it could be a long one. So you better get yourselves ready for this matchup. It could be taking a while if they're able to stretch this game and start to play towards their stronger late game timings. With this
Late smokes.
Late smokes indeed. They're pretty close to each other here on the bottom side. It is Exus Vampire. Catches a glimpse of a fly. They'll run into each other's. The Olicor with the ward as well at the top bounty rune means that Muha cannot challenge it, and Supreme has his other ward showing Panda and Mary. So this could be 2 for 2 in terms of the bounties. We're not going to be really fighting on either side of the map.
Yeah, whenever you say fly or Muha, I get PTSD. Yesterday, I had a fly in my office that I was just hunting during casting. It was so annoying.
Which one was it?
Yeah, I don't know. Considering that they're both alive, I would say it's neither of them, but it has to be a relative. But yeah, their relative is gone.
Yeah, for all the people watching out there, like, Muha does mean fly. So this is fly versus fly, literally, in this matchup. So not a lot of times we actually get to say that aloud, considering the history between these two teams, or at least between these players. Doesn't happen too often.
Yep, I mean, Fly hasn't been in Europe in quite some time, and Muha has never made it to the big stages, so they haven't really met each other all that much. But they're going to be meeting each other now, I guess.
Fly also forcing out the Nacious attendance right away with his Facet. Gonna have to pump up some extra heal on low skill Spectre. I love that Exus Vampire and Infernal want to play aggressive in this lane. You can see that it is going to be the level 1 axes, and I would suspect Infernal also to spam out even more points in the axes. Ignore the zoo. Start making some stacks in the jungle. Get that quick drum. Well, I like to say drums, even though I mean drums of Slum. Not to be confused.
Yeah, Aghanim Scepter. It is hard, right? Because the Beastmaster builds both, and then you say drums, and a lot of people are not gonna know which ones you're referring to. I mean, I wouldn't mind either of them, but considering he's going for Arcane Boots, we can assume that it is going to be the drums of Slum that Infernal is gonna be gunning for. And it makes sense, right? Because there's no burst damage on Mouse, so going for something that's gonna be sustaining yourself makes a lot of sense. Fly?
Well, that's going to be first blood right there. Exus Vampire and Infernal will be able to secure the first kill, even if Fly is able to trade at least a courier. So 125 gold for the team, but also Willow pretty much getting money towards her boots.
Yeah, definitely not worth it. And usually with an Enchantress, you think that you're going to survive when you're taking a little bit of excess damage, but not the case this time around. And this is the thing. This is why people don't really pick Enchantress all that much, even versus a Beastmaster. he's not securing the lane for his buddy.
So the mid matchup, not really been keeping too much attention to this one because it is fairly even and is probably going to continue like this. 12 versus 11 in terms of CS. Both are great rotating supports. You got to look at those side lanes. Which team wants to try to pressure potentially near a tower or even under a tower to get the rotation response from your opponents. But that also means one quick thing to mention about those mid lane rotators, when you know that there's a good rotating mid, is actually placing sentries down in front of your own T1 tower. Just to check that they don't have vision, because the moment they see that rotation kicking in, it could backfire just because of a ward being there.
Yeah, that can be a problem. But also, this matchup in the mid really reminds me. Remember the Pango, Ember, Earth Spirit meta where we had these three just switching it up every single game and just being relatively equal in the laning stage, and then it would be the first 2-3 runes that actually decide who gets the better rotations and who gets ahead. So we're gonna get some nostalgia, though it wasn't really all that long ago, right? Maybe a year and a half ago is when these heroes were being played.
Yeah, something like that. And those matchups were pretty repetitive.
Yep. Oh, it is an Ember versus a Pango matchup. Now Ember is gonna have 6 CS more, and then we're gonna see about rotations. But
Qualifiers made his way mid, and also top lane, the Enigma dropping low, but is Mary the one to fall? He'll probably get a trade with the Eidolons, but that also means Panda going down in the mid lane. So 2 for 1 in 2 separate lanes going in favor for Mouse.
still nice that they killed the Enigma. That is a big kill, but losing 2 heroes obviously is not gonna be perfect for you. Still, the Drow Ranger, we talked about it. This hero needs to consistently scale, and the Enigma was making a difference between the two in terms of net worth. So this is quite big for the Drow Ranger. You need the laning stage to last long, and if the Enigma gets super far ahead, he's gonna be able to push you out of the lane.
Absolutely.
Sooner rather than later. So you're quite okay, at least in the top lane if you're Dragon Esports.
Yeah, now we're also closing into the first 5 minutes. I want to keep an eye open on Beastmaster's quick buy list. Is that Axe going to be coming up? Because if he gets pressured too much in the lane, potentially even gets killed, that could be a sizable loss for him. Doesn't want to end up in that position where he would lose his good drums timing. While we do have literally the other type of drums in the Enigma's back pocket right now, flying in the recipe.
I would think that is the best way for them to play this lineup, to have a very, very tanky guy who doesn't go in and out. I mean, Panda is going to be tanky, but he's going to be the one going in and out. You need somebody who is constantly inside of the fight so that Muha can maneuver around it and get the damage in. So it just is a great Drums of Slum game for the Beastmaster. Yep, he put it in his quick buy.
Low still being dove onto the tower here in bottom Infernal, and Nexus Vampire trying to set up some pressure here. Can they clean up this kill though? Maybe Low skill able to hit a couple times back with 50 HP remaining. Couple 1 charges. That Willow W doesn't quite find the range onto Low skill. Fly is also nearby, ready with an H's attendance, but not gonna AFK next to the Spectre and heal him up. Meanwhile, Axis flying past Infernal, set in trouble with another dagger flying in. Despite the enchant on him, he'll live for now, has the Lotus. And look at top as well. We got Supreme and Fiolacor making an aggressive move towards Mary and hoping actually to find Muha the Drow instead.
Oh, he's close, and they know he's somewhere in the vicinity, but with the ward being placed, they only see the
Mary sees it as well.
That was very nice positioning coming out from Dragon Esports, because usually when there's a move happening on the other side of the map, your communication starts suffering and you get caught by this. But nope, they're gonna stay focused.
And not just 1, but 2 observer wards, because Nexus Vampire was also able to find the obs in bottom, leaving the Spectre once again in trouble under the tower. Rooted up. And Mass TP's coming in to save him, but have Infernal and Nexus Vampire gone a bit too deep. They do not have enough XP for the Primal Roar. If they kill the Spectre, he might get the level 6, but as soon as that Pango shows up, his escape's gonna be cut short, and that's a kill for the Spectre.
Yep, that's quite nice. Once you get the power treads and you're level 6, you're gonna be a big problem for the Drow Ranger. We talked about it, Dragon Esports, they want a long laning stage. So these dives, maybe not the best thing, especially because Spectre is somebody who doesn't really care about the lanes. He can be anywhere on the map.
Trying to kill this Willow potentially, but Panda's around and Fly gets deleted. Panda with the AD rune just does way too much damage, and Supreme is instantly gonna call for a bit of a pause there as well. Quick breather after what just happened. Not sure if something went down with Fly.
Very, very close game at the moment. The Spectre is struggling, but here's the thing. Every single Spectre player will tell you this. I do not care about my lane. Just have a good game on the other 2 lanes, and I'm going to be super happy because we're going to be able to do so much. And this is perfect, right? Because Pango and the Enigma are having a great time, and the Spectre is slightly suffering, but you will be able to maneuver around the lanes and do quite well.
3 for 3 in terms of kills, and as you said, 2,600 net worth on this Spectre. Slightly behind his counterpart on the Drow, sitting at 3k.
I'd love to know what the 4 of you are like growing up.
Ares also on the other side of the Twin Gate, gets rid of the sentry, so they know about their positioning, potentially making a rotation, as Toby has actually parked himself in the bottom lane, and Theolikor, Fly helping out Supreme down in mid. 80 is about to run out on the Earth Spirit, so they won't be able to get a jump on either of these supports.
They placed a ward on Vision. I think Mouse are going to be losing another ward as well. It's going to be a disaster for them. They're going to be blind on the map for another 2 minutes when it's nighttime. So if Dragon Esports gets rid of that, it's going to be huge.
It's like every single obs they place down has been taken away, and that's a ton of money. And
Yep.
Supreme literally just warded under the existing sentry. Kind of forgot about the sentry being there. But if you can get a kill with it before the D-ward happens,
Are scanning.
he is considering. Mary's hiding in the tree. There's a lone idol on, and they finally locate where he is with Toby and Fly. They'll just give this Ogre's life away. So I think that ward has already done its job. It dies to the creeps. So Mary actually got 135 gold for dying.
They had the Ogre hiding behind the tree there. You know, the fat cop behind the pole meme.
Mid as well, the smoke, Excess Vampire Panda. I think they just
might
ran
get
out,
him.
and they are going to be showing up
See
in
him.
vision of Fiolicor's ward. Now gets the jump in. The
Pango's
kick
here.
also connects onto Supreme, but the Rolling Thunder going to be going off, and he's going to look for a retaliation. Willow low on HP, and he will look to drop one more connection from Supreme, and he's got this one. It's quickly stunned by the Fire Blast, but still rolling in. Doesn't care about it. Toby was looking for the black hole. Doesn't quite get it off. Now the Eidolon spawn.
Doesn't need
And
it.
Mary is just going to get right-clicked to death, even though the Magnetize is doing slow but sure work. Panda trying to get the capital kill on Toby,
more
but
stones.
Toby just black holes right away. And Panda gives his life away for no real score.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, if you had more stones, you would just spam them and then you would go in the last possible moment. But the thing is that he ran out of stones, so it was now or never I go in. And he decides that he will be going in now, which in the end, well, ends up biting him. So now Mouse are going to be ahead. And again, it is the Pango and the Enigma that are getting so much, which in turn, in time, will allow this Spectre to do well. Opening up the mid lane is so huge. Dragon Esports, they have to defend this. They have to slow it down.
Absolutely, and Panda, not even a point in Geomagnetic Grip, so there was no way he was going to pre-silence the Enigma with a potential Remnant. And that would have also meant another stone needed. Now we got traffic coming into mid. It's going to be a 4 versus 3. Toby's the bait. Panda rolling in, doesn't use a Remnant for it. There's the dead shot, hits the Earth Spirit off of Neri. Beautiful connection there. Terrorize onto
in.
3. An Excess Vampire. Gonna get hunted by Supreme and low skill. And now they can set their sights towards the Earth Spirit going away and take this T1 tower.
Yeah, there it is. A Spectre lineup with the Spectre not doing well, but everybody else is. And then suddenly you come in with a double kill. You open up the map. This is huge for Mouse. The next thing right now is control the map, get the pipe, and then you can go from objective to objective. At the moment, Mouse are in full control, and the one that needs to change this is the Beastmaster. He is the one who, once he gets his Aghanim Scepter, needs to be that pillar that holds Dragon Esports together long enough for the Drow to be able to do something.
I just love how they've been playing this, because if this was, let's say, a whole different team, like, let's say Enigma Galaxy is playing this Dragon Esports Club draft, they would be able to punish maybe even more than Mouse has been early on. And that would really put their late game scaling lineup in a difficult position. Supreme and Theolicor, they're just baiting spells, but not really in harm's way. Mary needs another 3 seconds for an Ignite, but with the Diffusal Blade ready, Supreme just nukes this Ogre, and Mary goes down. Supreme's gonna be fine as well with a big barrier on him. Excess Vampire, 1 HP, gets killed by the Dead Shot, and Theolicor's been landing these beautifully. One hero off of another, getting that damage out, and they clean another 3 kills, 3k ahead. 12 minutes in, Harry.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. This is why they went for the Pango rather than for the Puck or the Lina, because he can poke. And then if you find an opportunity, you can go in. You're tanky enough. You can create space. You can fight a lot earlier, which in turn is somewhat punishing this Beastmaster, because without his Aghanim Scepter, he's doing nothing for his team.
Yeah, they smoked under vision, but they're still going all the way top.
Dark Willow.
Invis the sentry placed down. Supreme's gonna get revealed, but it's a level 5 Ogre. Terrorize will be thrown in. Potentially another route to connect, and beautiful damage coming in from Muha, as well as Pango does get the swashbuckle off, but I don't think he's going to survive any longer. So with that smoke that they did down the mid lane, scouted out, Dragons were ready for this, and even the Ogre survived. He got his level 6 now.
Beautiful Dark Willow read. Understanding that the enemies were around the mid lane and they can rotate towards your Drow Ranger super fast. This is one thing that we also didn't talk about. Counter initiation with the Drow in your lineup is one of the best things that you can have, and one of the best heroes when it comes to counter initiation is the Dark Willow. She is not going to be able to deal with the Pango later on when he's inside of the Rolling Thunder, but for that you're going to have the Roar, and well, the Dark Willow is just going to be scaring everybody else.
Quick glimpse as well in terms of itemization. Toby has the pipe lined up with his drums already ready since the laning stage. Spectre Radiance as expected. So nothing out of the ordinary. But what about this Enchantress? You know, going for power treads, fly. There's the chance that this Enchantress also with his late game scaling becomes a huge damage battery.
With the current map that Dragon Esports are holding, or that MOUs are holding themselves, yeah, it is possible for the Enchantress to get ahead. It's still gonna take a lot of time, and I think that MOUs aren't really gunning for that. They want to punish this Drow as fast as possible, even though Spectre in the late game will win.
Yeah, they bring in numbers
to use your momentum.
Ags is ready on the Beastmaster, but he just needs to close in that gap and get close enough to Supreme. Wouldn't like to use the Roar on the Enchantress, but rather either the Enigma Black Hole cancel or just nuke down the Pangolier. So they brought the whole team to at least intervene with this T2 push from Mouse.
If you're Mouse now, what you're doing is you're buying time for the pipe to be done, and it is actually pretty close. So you're just forcing your enemies to show themselves and get together, and then getting yourself out. Because the catch for Dragon Esports, it's not the best. Yes, you have the Earth Spirit, but the rest of the lineup needs a lot of time to connect to help him. They're much better when they're waiting for you to come to them. This is why I like that Mouse are being a little bit more cautious now.
Slightly easier for this Drow to play the game too, and maybe start participating once that Hurricane Pike is going to be ready. It will take a while to get to that point. Now still wants to play this top half of the map, despite not really having proper vision, but with that Cliff Ward, they see Mary, they see Panda, and they cancel his roll. It's put on cooldown, so it did actually get the cast off, and he's got no escape, and he's just stun locked. Finally rolls away, and another Malefice tick, but it will not take his life.
Come back. Now this is a problem for Mouse. If you're Dragon, you should go forward now with the Earth Spirit, because he's going to be full.
They lost their ward on the cliff, and they had no more vision forward. They want to end up into a blind black hole. I think that was a really nice move from Mouse. Getting that quick initiation, supports instantly go for the D ward and take the vision away. Theolicor getting dove under the trees here in the T1 tower, but quick backup call there.
Excess Vampire.
Still away, but yeah, in the top lane, the push continues. Big skeleton army going right towards the tower. They force the glyph away. Magnetize is going to be used as well onto the Pangolier. He's going for the TP, but the Terrorize is there from Excess Vampire, and Supreme will fall. What a game by Excess Vampire.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, the Dark Willow is the one that's keeping it together for Dragon Esports. He's always at the right spot with his Terrorize, and now we see it's not so much about the burst that he is bringing to the team, though he is trying to get close, but it's more so about his Terrorize and the protection of the Drow.
There goes Fly. Instant roar from Infernal. The roll in from Panga. And more than enough damage. Get rid of that Enchantress. Nexus Vampire also takes the haste rune away and wants to fight the Morta in the middle. What a deletion right there. This guy's on fire.
That's not a fight. That is a massacre between between two position fours. But Excess Vampire, I mean, he has been on the scene for the longest of times. Definitely has more experience than Theo, who isn't a newbie himself. But Excess Vampire, man, this guy has been trying to get big for, I don't know, man, like 10 years now, maybe 8. I'm not 100%.
I think 8 or 7 would sound about right. I remember watching his games in 2017 and 2018. So yeah, he's definitely been around for quite a long time. Never really breaking the ceiling. Has always been around.
He's doing it this game though. This is him at his peak, and his peak has always been great. It's just that his lows have been quite low as well. There's the pipe.
Yeah, the pipe is ready, and also the smoke happening. But bottom lane, Spectre found with a roar from Infernal. It will not take them too long when Muha's there to throw in the right clicks, and that is your Hurricane Pike ready. This Drow's ready to fight. Now down in the mid lane. The roll towards Fly. I think the slow on the Enchantress, walking straight into the Willow Brambles. With the help of the Bedlam. I mean, you can heal as much as you want, but with this ongoing sustain and burst, a bit too much to deal with.
Yep. Dragon Esports, they are playing this lineup of theirs perfectly, but I have to say Mouse have been pushing the issue way too much. In my mind, it's when they got that early lead, opened up the towers, it's wait for the pipe and just poke so that you force out TPs and know where the enemies are at, so that these kills on the Spectre don't happen. But they went too far, too many times, and now Dragon Esports, they are in firm control.
I agree.
What's going to be going on.
I think they've been playing way too active for what their lineup probably is better suited for. I would be really happy to seeing them farming the map and getting Spectre big that way. Find a couple simple kills with Shadow Step, and not really needing to force the entire team's attention the whole time. While Dragon Esports Club, I guess they also wanted to, like, if we can get our item timings and fight with them instantly, they've been getting that courtesy. Those T2 fights, they have been fresh off of a new item being built on Dragon's side. So this basically been playing this game into their bag.
Yeah, but once you have the BKB on the Earth Spirit and on the Beastmaster, you're just going to walk into the Roche Pit. At the moment, before the Blink and the BKB on the Enigma, Mouse Esports in this kind of a situation are going to have a very tough time winning a fight there.
And now they seem to have found another target, but it's going to be a quick teleport to safety by Infernal. 4 heroes were looking for the Beastmaster. And is almost finishing the BKB too.
Not that much wards around the map. Right now, Mouse, they have to put them on the bottom side of the map around the Roche, because that's going to be the next objective for Dragon Esports. Mouse are not that great at taking the Roche until the Spectre has, let's say, a Manta. So you're not going to be doing it, but you need to be ready for battle. And look at that. A ward deep in the lane that's probably not going to get rewarded and might catch Dragon Esports off guard. And that is what you will need to do. Catch them off guard. When they're prepared on Dragon Esports, it's going to be rough.
Terrible. But they are the ones holding a 5k lead despite being 3,000 gold behind at the 11-minute mark. So that's a nice 8,000 gold swing for this Dire team. And being ahead in net worth, they're going to be hitting their timings pretty strong in the coming few minutes.
Toby's thinking about the Blink Dagger. I would have liked it if they continued to do well. I think in this situation, the BKB might be a better option for him.
Also, there's the roar, but low skills already on the other side. Bit unfortunate there for the Beastmaster. He's trying to TP out as well, but that TP is cancelled. Like 0.1 seconds is all he needed, but that's going to be Supreme with the teleport taken away with a Rolling Thunder Blink. That means they can also take the Tormentor.
Tried, but this was so unnecessary, Panda. So unnecessary. Your BKB going into the Roche Pit, that is your next objective on the map. Anything you get more than that, it is Mouse delivering themselves to you. And this was, yo guys, they have all of their tier 1s apart from the bottom one, which in this situation doesn't matter. I am gonna dive their outpost. It's almost never gonna work. And I have to say that got closer than what I expected it was going to be.
That is a big swing in gold as well, considering the kill did go for low skill. He also picked up the Wisdom rune for himself, getting a nice punch, getting that level 2 ultimate now ready. Shadow Step. And then, of course, the Shard right after from the kill. They went to the Tormentor. And now the Radiance online and starting to go for his next items. The Manta Radiance is what we're really looking at on the Spectre, for the survivability, damage, and sustain in fights.
That's when you're going to be dangerous to the Drow Ranger, because even though they're going to be protecting the Drow Ranger, nobody's really going to be super closer. So the Desolate will destroy the hero.
It will desolate.
Once you're
him,
running in, yep, you're gonna annihilate the Drow.
And also he's level 3 on Desolate, so I'll maybe suspect if you picked up that level 15 Desolate damage talent and get then that level 16, the last point, you're going to be a real damage dealer. Toby walking in and black holing instantly. The Earth Spurt's 9-second BKB goes down the drain. And out, Supreme hunting for another, takes down Excess Vampire. Mary, nothing left to see here.
Excess Vampire again was in a great position, but this time around Supreme, he read the situation because they had a ward, right? So he knew exactly where the Dark Willow was so that he continues his Rolling Thunder onto the Dark Willow as well and prevent any kind of stopping of the kill on the Earth Spirit. This does open up for Roche now that there's no black hole.
Suddenly that is another 3,000 gold swing, 3,000 experience as well for Mouse picked up from that fight. But they're still dragging behind in levels with the Beastmaster at 17, the Drow at 16. Not too far away now with that previous engagement.
Mouse, they did ward quite heavily here in the bottom lane, but I still think that they are gonna have a very hard time fighting here. So, in my mind, once they see 5 heroes here, it might even
no
be
black
best
hole
to,
either.
to just let the Roche go.
What
Yeah, just
really wants this Enchantress and knows the team is right behind him, so Ench is probably calling for backup. And somebody get me the hell out of here, or at least nobody else should be showing up here. Rolling Thunder still on cooldown. Fly slowed up, and I think that's going to seal his life. The Olikor coming in with the whip, tries to help him out, and now the Enchantress will be still living. Fly hasn't fallen, and he will get away. The Olikor lives with 200 HP, tries to teleport out, and the multi-shot almost took him away, but no kill. They got Toby at least in the middle of the jungle. This chase all the way from the T1 to the T2. One damage source is not enough from the Ench.
Yep, and it's insane. I thought he was just gonna go through the Ench super fast, considering that he had the Bloodlust on him. The Untouchable wasn't annoying him all that much. Still, the main objective, the reason why they came to this bottom lane was the Roche, and that is the one that they should be able to claim. I don't see this Roche surviving for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, you can solo it with the Beast, so add in an Ogre with the buffs and the Drow. 24 minutes, Aegis for the Drow Ranger on Muha.
Yeah, now Mouse might be regretting that ward behind the tier 1. And it was weird that they went for it, because that would work if Dragon Esports would be greedy and only send like 3 heroes to the bottom lane, but they're not crazy.
While low skill has been getting closer to that Manta style, which we're gonna be seeing on Spectre, utilizing that full Desolate damage. He will pop that as well on top of the Beastmaster, isolating Infernal. And that Desolate damage, it is serious on single target. Now they look at Muha. Supreme runs out of his ulti. Muha instantly throwing in the Gust. Pushes away the Pango. There's the roll in from Panda. Could get a pretty good magnetize, but it's a better black hole. Catching 2, but the fear is also out from Excess Vampire. Muha takes Supreme down, and now they're going to be chasing the rest of them into the middle of the jungle. Toby dropping low on HP has to go for the quick teleport away. Muha almost finished him off, and he's surviving at the fountain. He lives. The Excess Vampire building some space in the front line. Low skill almost took him down. Now Panda's going to be forced away by Fly. Impetus Spear still on cooldown. 70 HP. The Radiance burn is too much. And of course, the Olikor snipes one with the dead shot. Takes Excess Vampire out. And despite those good terrorizes and the setups, breaking black holes and all, they end up losing 3.
That was a perfect position for the Drow Rangers to be in to attack. And this is the thing, Infernal, he went in like he's the one with an Aegis. I saw they gave it to the Drow, and the way that he blinked in, I'm like, this guy, does he think that he has the Aegis? Because usually the first Aegis is given to the Beastmaster so that he can make plays like this, but you still need to adjust if that was not the case.
And he didn't even get to use that BKB during the fight, so that was he still has that 8-second BKB unused, which he probably, I'm not sure if it was still on cooldown or if he just didn't get the chance to press it.
He got black holed immediately, so I'm gonna guess that when he saw that, he just decided that his life was over. But this is good for Mouse. They understand exactly who the main hero is. It's not the Drow. We do not need to hunt down the Drow. We need to kill the Beastmaster super fast before the Drow deals the damage. So Dragon Esports, they're gonna need to change their approach to this one. Instead of the Beastmaster jumping in, it has to everybody jumping in to protect the Drow rather than going for plays. And I think that's the best possible way. Save it for the rolling, save the roar for the rolling thunder or for the black hole.
Yeah, and right now, I think you have to do that adjustment where the roar needs to be the black hole cancel, potentially, because this BKB on Toby is going to be up in probably 3 to 4 minutes as he's closing up on that second component. It's a mid T1. They will save their T2 because they cleaned it up so quickly. Dragon Esports already out on the map. Mouse portaled all the way down to bottom, hoping to catch somebody here on top, but Dragons don't know that they've swapped sides.
They're gonna know now because the Spectre is gonna be on a ward, so that'll be a good one for you to hunt. They are still
28-minute wisdom. They're gonna lose it.
Courier has been killed.
Courier? Why was it going that way? Was he scouting?
Tower is under
Sure if Low Skill was thinking about sending it through the twin gate. They're not getting the 28-minute rune. Hello, that's a free wisdom
they
rune.
are. They use the scan, but theirs is getting stolen as well. So in the end, it is just gonna be a fair trade.
I just thought that they have 4 heroes around. I guess the fact that Black Hole was coming off cooldown, it's a very long cooldown, so you just kind of have to read that, yeah, they probably have it now.
Swapping their sides. The problem is that Dragon Esports didn't have a tier 1 to take, so despite this, Aegis Mouse are the ones who are gaining the momentum, and they have good vision here. Dragon Esports are coming to fight where they're not gonna have the vision advantage.
I love how Panda does the slow roll in, and they're just gonna get themselves locked in on the Spectre. Roar comes out, Low Skill is low, and he dies, and Toby got silenced!
What a
He got silenced by Muha. Beautiful usage of the Gust. Muha with a double kill. Fly forced away. The Ench will drop as well. That will be another one in the bag for Dragon Esports Club. That's a 4th kill as well, with a roll connecting on Theolicor and taking the Morta with them. Only Supreme's Pango makes it out. What a disaster for Mouse.
So your opponents are coming to a place where you have better vision, and you just decide to walk into a tower when it's nighttime to give them info on where your Spectre is at, a hero who can join the fight. That was just a huge mistake from us. I even think that Gust was actually a gift to Mouse, because they would have used the Black Hole and still lost the fight convincingly.
You're actually right about that. There is some fortunate ending to this tragedy, but not a very good one to take, because so many people lost their lives. Now Dragon Esports Club with the creep wave pushed in. That's a free tier 2 tower, and they never had to use that Aegis.
Thank you for not allowing me to use my Black Hole. The refresher on the Beastmaster is the one that's being made right now, and he's only 350 gold away. This is huge, right? Because now you have the roar for both the Pango and the Enigma, or you can start off the fight with a kill if you see somebody isolated, and then still have it for the Enigma or the Pango. This is a huge item. Changes things quite a lot for Dragon Esports.
Pretty big tower of winter hats on top of Muha's head. Hope that tower doesn't fall over at the wrong moment. Caught Mary. There comes Low Skill committing. Infernal ready with a blink roar with the refresher. Doesn't have the mana to use both roars at the moment though. Looks like they're just going to give Mary away. Put the vision down. Infernal goes in for the blink and only has Fly run in front of him. Anyway, decides all of these illusions. And there's the Black Hole. It's on Muha. They'll get the Drow. And Infernal will drop as well. And this was much cleaner from Mouse. But I don't know why Dragons wanted to even take that fight. Why do you not just sack the Ogre and call it a fight and just get out of there? But they wanted to fight it anyway, and they were already short-handed. I mean, I have to be honest with you, Harry, but this is not the cleanest game from either team.
No, it's not. It feels like both of the teams are having an issue understanding with how they need to engage the fight. When the fight has already started, I mean, these are pro players. They know exactly how to communicate and use the spells that they have to in that situation. But when it comes to setting up the fight for yourself, neither of the teams have really shined.
No, not at all. Roar was used. Black Hole was also used in that fight. 20 seconds for Pango ulti. Nexus Vampire wants to maybe throw in a casual Terrorize here, but already using the Ramble Maze. The silence is on the Ogre Magi. With that Orchid pickup on the Spectre ready. Wanted to get a quick, simple kill, but it doesn't look too easy. Toby coming to help him out. Panda still with that BKB up and running. And the Blade Mail, but Nexus Vampire gonna go down. Panda's gonna be dropping as well, so gonna lose the Earth Spirit, and Mary's just watching on the sidelines as his allies fall. He does have a blink ready, so he just sees the Ogre. As he does, he just caught a glimpse of the Ogre walking up the stairs, and Infernal got the Roar. Pango's gonna need some backup, though looks like he's not gonna survive all of that damage. The Roar and Muha's right clicks is enough.
Overextension after overextension, Dragon Esports Club, they went for this fight. Sure, it can work when you have 5 of your heroes, but without 2 of your main damage dealers, especially, you know, the is he getting this Ogre? Doesn't look that way. But especially the 2 single target damage dealers, how do you think you're gonna be killing the Spectre with your heroes who kind of do AoE damage?
Such a classic, right? You got Manta with Deso and Radiance. You use your Haunt or your Shadow Step. Go in once Toby spotted by Infernal, and Panda's already given him the tip before the kill goes through, as he's confident about this one. That has to be a call made in the comms where it's like, I'm pretty sure this Enigma's around here. Yep, there he is, and then he dies.
The Bloodthorn is done for the Spectre. These supports are going to be in so much trouble. Everybody's going to be in so much trouble. If somebody's isolated, they die in a second.
Touch.
There is a Silver Edge on the Drow, so possible break on the Spectre. But the thing is, I think now Spectre, because that needs to be carrying a dust. You get a dust? Yeah, there it is. It's flying towards him. He understands who the main target is. If you only leave your illusions next to the Drow, the Dragon Esports lineup.
It's time Infernal. Forced out the BKB of the Beastmaster, popping that Manta jump in and almost nuked him down. That did give it away. That did give it away their vision. But now Supreme, he wants to fight. He wants some help. The Glacier is on the way of this Pangolier. And that might be a very deadly arrow flying in, but he dodges the kick at least. And now Muha is set all alone. Panda might try to help him out, but really, this is not gonna end well. But Dragons are bringing in reinforcements. Toby is right there, ready for the black hole. But they will not send in Excess Vampire or Mary. They cannot get close enough to help out Panda.
Take the Roche, you are taking away so much for Dragon Esports. The only problem is that low skill is kind of low in terms of resources, so there is a chance that he dies if the Beastmaster finds an opening. But it is pretty much should be a easy Roche for them. And the Spectre with an Aegis can go super deep in the backlines.
It looks like their idea is wait for Roche to walk up so they can go from Roshan to the tier 2 in top and then march high ground potentially right after. Infernal spotted as well! That's an easy one right there. He had no idea. He thought they were in the Roche pit for sure.
He does have a buyback, so they could potentially defend Roche on Dragon Esports now because Mouse took their time.
Yeah, I mean, now you could just T2 into high ground, force buyback, then Roshan, and you have a win condition.
That
is kill.
That is greed. Greed has put Mouse in a situation where they almost lost this game.
They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. Trust me.
No. They've gotten burned too many times. There's no reason for it. Just walk into the Roche and pretty much you are securing your game. You're gonna have the Haunt on the Spectre, only 500 gold away. If you get the Aegis as well, you get all of that vision on what's going on. The Dark Willow is no longer gonna be a problem. It's gonna be hard for you to get BKB in the ad. There's no way.
I'm honestly surprised that they have the composure to, at this point of the game, finally understand that, guys, we've been overextending maybe the last 20 minutes, just like our opponents have, and go for the Roshan first. So you gotta hand it down to them. Maybe they finally understood. Somebody is the voice of reason.
That game when you lose versus Mega Creeps, right? And then for the next 2 weeks, you're just playing super careful, even when you're super far ahead. Well, for professional players, they tend to adjust quite a lot during the game. So this for them is like they've lost to Mega Creeps. So they're gonna be very, very careful now.
Oh yeah. You can see that. It's definitely the way to do it. But what does Dragon Esports Club want to do exiting the base like this? They don't have the Beastmaster. They go in with 4. But maybe it's enough to kill the Aegis off for the first time. Spectre will return. Toby still has Black Hole, but he is not even near the fight. Gonna be 4 versus 5 as Dragons are finally grouped up, but Mary gets blown up by low skill. He goes for another. Muha is all by himself. The Drow Ranger not necessarily getting a live out, but does get the push away. Infernal the fall. Panda jumps in, and that was desperation from that Earth Spirit, hoping something good's gonna come out of that.
Muha somehow gets out of that one alive. I thought he was dead 100%. A lone Spectre Illusions was literally killing him, but lucky for him it did expire. But this Glacier, man, it is actually quite a good counter to the Pango. I never really thought about it. You put it and he can't really get to you.
And now they caught Muha as well with a rod. The dead shot even connected. He thought he'd be able to manta dodge this one, but there's the Terrorize from Ex's Vampire. However, this is only delaying the inevitable, as Mouse is going to be taking the first lane of Rax.
Yeah, the difference in strength right now is too big. You've gotten to a point where your Drow Ranger cannot stand her ground. If you're playing a Drow lineup where she cannot stand her ground, that is a huge problem, and you do not have other cores to rely on. Earth Spirit is not going to carry the late game. Beastmaster could, but
what is ground even?
Positional.
What is such a thing is what Dragons are wanting. They're on such a wobbly wooden cottage floor. It might break at any moment. And you could feel that the breaking is already there. 40 seconds without your Drow. You might even have to fight this earlier on to save a lane of Rax.
First
but
round.
if they don't win this one, that's going to be the loss of it. Toby, BKB Black Hole, that's the end of it. As this ES and the Ogre die, Panda comes in with the buyback. Glyph is used for the final time. That Rax lane is now open for the taking. Spectre has another Bloodthorn, just waiting to get it off on Ex's Vampire. He pops it. Supreme tries to snipe him. There's the roar coming out from Infernal. Gets just the Spectre. Panda rolling in as well. Panda, you do soon get that Muha draw back in action, as Low Skill will lose his 10 godlike spree. And the lane is saved for Dragon Esports Club, but it's a minor victory.
I mean, it's not over. You are making them sweat for it a little bit. You're probably not going to be able to win the game anyways.
But if it feels very hollow.
Yep, for sure. And for the next fight, you're going to have the double roar. So that double roar is, when I saw the refresher, I thought that could be the item that takes you over the edge, overtakes the game. Obviously, there is a big difference right now in gold, but we have seen that if they find the Spectre, break the Spectre, that they can kill him. I even thought that after that one, the Spectre is just going to buy a BKB to make sure those things don't happen. But Greed has been the name of the game in this.
Greed has absolutely been the name of the game.
Any Lincoln Spheres coming up? The Pango has the Octarine, no Lincolns on the horizon just yet, but the Enigma is trying to make one. On the other side, there is going to be one on the Beastmaster. So
yeah, there's Lincolns for Beast, Lincolns for Drow, Lotus for Willow, Lotus for Ogre.
Like, but why the Lincolns, especially now when Spectre has a Haunt, you're not really going to be stopping him from getting into the fight. What?
Somebody missed the memo, I guess.
I mean, Lincolns and Lotus Orbs are amazing versus Dragon Esports, but they're not that great versus Mouse. They're countering themselves.
Nope. You are right about that. I don't know.
What? Wait, what spell is annoying him? Is the Atos annoying him? Shouldn't.
It can't be that. It can't be that. I mean, Bloodthorn, but no. You don't build 4 items against a Bloodthorn or an Orchid.
No, you don't. There's a Lincoln's on the Enigma. Well, that's a good item to have.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, Toby's going to be protected for the rest of the game. Dragon Esports Club, one single press of a Haunt. And screw them over so hard.
Scanning.
And with that Basher in his inventory, that could be the difference between life and death. And there we go. The March on the High Ground flies the ones who run in first. Edge actually prevails with the Force Staff. Bart's in there, but there's the Haunt. They'll see everybody right now. Nice rolling from Supreme. Toby is ready to walk in as well. Just needs to get that Enigma in position. Muha is spotted, the big damage dealer. And there we go. They catch him. They black hole him just to make sure this Drow's not coming back into the game. And Dragon Esports Club, you are getting clobbered out of game number 1 as Mouse will take the victory.
Oh, they stopped the TP even on Panda. Come on, kill everybody. That's what you want. Throne?
There we go. Just in time. Just in time to get the kill for Theolicor off of Panda. And yeah, this was a game where the one that did the least mistakes won the game, because there were a whole lofty amount of mistakes made on both sides. But the adjustment made the difference, maybe.
That might not even be the case, right? Because you're playing a Drow lineup.
I know.
Mistakes on a Drow lineup
I'm just
are,
trying to sugarcoat it.
yeah. I think Mouse at some point probably felt like they couldn't lose. I mean, remember they were 5k gold behind 20 minutes in, and Dota Plus was still in their favor. And I think that's fair. Just because Drow lineups, these lineups almost never win. And I'm always surprised that a team that is coming in as the underdog picks a Drow. I don't think I've ever seen an underdog win with this hero. It's just way too hard to play. I mean, even some tier 1 teams don't dare pick up the hero. It's not that the hero is bad. It's just that everything has to be done right. Every single mistake is going to get punished heavily. And Dragon Esports, they had more than one of those mistakes.
Absolutely. I mean, the late game scaling was always going to be on the side of Mouse the longer this game stretches. So Dragon Esports Club, not only that they were able to win some of these early fights because of Mouse's mistakes, but they weren't really able to establish a game of their own, right? I mean, we hit a somewhat strong timing on the Drow Ranger. That fell flat because of individual mistakes. We saw the Beastmaster going out of position. We didn't really get much out of the Aegis either. I think he should have been the one to carry it. I think that was mistake number 1 that prevented them from even winning this game, because you and I both agreed that would have been the right decision. One small thing to make, give the right item to the right hero, he dies, suddenly your big damage battery is gone, Muha doesn't get to position himself in anymore, and the Earth Spirit, who doesn't necessarily have this super fast farming pace, he farms great, sure, but it doesn't farm at the pace of multiple other heroes on the server, and he will fall behind if they don't win fights. So too many things going wrong for Dragon Esports Club, sure.
Yeah. And they understood how to fight, but they never managed to do it on the aggressive, right? They were always Drows at the tower, and then everybody's behind them, or at some point in the map. But what you want to do with the Drow lineup is the Drow pushing the enemy tower, and then you being behind to protect him. But when you never get to that point, that means that your lineup never really started doing what it's supposed to do.
But that was game number 1, folks. We're going to be taking a big, short break, and we'll be back for game number 2 in just a few minutes. We'll catch you guys very soon. as we're midway with the series of Mouse versus Dragon Esports Club, it is down to a game 2 to see which team polishes their gameplay a little bit more here at the Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament, brought to you by Fissure, to see which one of these will get to continue their qualifier run. It would require Dragons to tie this one up and stretch it all the way to a game number 3, Harry, but I think we can both agree game 1, I wouldn't say it's a clown fiesta, but I will say definitely some mistakes were made.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it, but you pretty much said it there, Panda. Though overall, what you did say is this is gonna be a 2-0. I mean, you said that we were halfway there to the end of the series, so that must mean that you are fairly certain that Dragon Esports Club are gonna be losing game 2. I'm not.
Never said it. Never said. That's just your interpretation of what I'm saying. I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinions, but I haven't said anything like that. But as you look at the coin toss again, first pick and Dire. This is the team that picks Dire. They don't want to get Radiant for themselves, so Dragon Esports Club continuing with the trend.
Yeah, but this is a problem, right? When you have the first pick Dire, sure, you got both of the things that you wanted, but now Mouse have both of the things that they wanted, which is both first pick and Radiant. That is kind of the downside. I think learning how to play Dire a little bit better and feeling confident on it is great, but I mean, I don't even know why they feel confident, and maybe I can ask somebody from the team for a little bit more of a clarification.
Yeah, potentially, but the series is still underway, and we took about 12 seconds with our first, well, maybe more than 12 seconds. 12 seconds of the reserve time off of Mouse, considering the Magnus ban. The team that also spent quite a bit of time considering the Spectre Enigma in the second phase. I think it took them more than a minute to decide which 2 heroes they wanted to pick up for themselves. And Dragon Esports Club will just continue with the same old-fashioned bans. DK Alchemist, Bad Rider Phoenix. Bad Rider, which was uncontested in game 1.
10 seconds.
Yep, so there is no... I think he was contested. You mentioned, is this a bat? And I saw that he was first banned. I think I'm fairly certain that is the
okay, he was banned. Never mind.
Case.
Yeah. So he was there, the Lich was there, the Dawnbreaker, and the I mean, you're right. I'm wrong. I'll accept that.
No problem.
But that also means we have both Nyx the Dawn. The Lich is also out there, so potential for first picks here, especially if you have second pick. You could get Dawn. You could ban Nyx Assassin.
I mean, there's a lot of ways to open up this one. Overall, they've been picking that Muerta more often than not, but they're gonna go for the Dawn. They don't... What? You picked it, and now you're gonna get a Nyx to the face? Do you have an idea of how to deal with the Nyx?
I said it, but...
Yeah, but that's why you picked the Nyx first.
Exactly. I mean, you take the Nyx, you take something else, but you allow them to have the Dawnbreaker uncountered. Now Dawn just got countered right away. That's a pretty simple counter pick right there.
Especially you have Theo on your side, who plays a lot of Nyx in his pubs. It's his most played hero recently, so I'm surprised they went for this one. But, you know, considering they do have Theo, who plays a lot of Nyx, maybe they know how to play versus it. Maybe there's going to be some tasks, some clockworks that are going to be coming out that is going to help versus it.
The big threat of why the Nyx Assassin's been out there is because Dawn has been 3 or 4, so it's a battery backup for somebody in your team. If this is low-skill Dawnbreaker, he probably doesn't care about the Nyx Assassin too much in that sense, because he's already in the fight instead of waiting for his timing to use his ult to get in there. So I think that's an answer Mouse could be thinking about, considering they just banned Morphling and the Spectre, to maybe potentially open up a Dawnbreaker carry this game.
Both of the times that Low Skill has played the Dawnbreaker recently in pubs, both of the times he was in the offlane. So I'm not sure if he's willing to run it as a 1.
Yeah, an attempt to replicate Nande maybe, who was playing their previous carry games in the qualifier, but they get both the Nyx and the Lich. So now they have a hero counter, they have potential physical damage also countered, strong lane here with the Lich brought up, and plenty of combos to look at.
10 seconds remaining.
You just straight up go for the Muerta clock. You could do that. It's actually not half bad here for for them to get something like that. Clock would be good setup for the Dawnbreaker. It would force out the spike carapace on the next assassin earlier than that you would want, or you would put him in a position where he would die, right? So
Yeah.
I would like.
I'd like that. I'd like Clock, and maybe even an early Invoker pick here for Mouse. I'd really like that.
Sure. Invoker pick is somewhat of a deny pick as well, right? Because the other side does have a Nyx assassin, so the Invoker would do quite well for Dragon Esports as well. But you know what? Considering that there's gonna be 2 picks to answer an Invoker, maybe you decide against it and you think, okay, we're gonna pick it at 18, or if they pick it, we're gonna have a response of our own, you know, some Earth Spirit or something along those lines.
Yeah, maybe even the Pango again for Supreme
Yep.
potentially. But yeah, we're gonna continue with the Muerta train. And now Fly, if we're not going with the Clockwork, I think Clockwork Muerta could fit well, but if Fly plays the Dawnbreaker still into that Nyx Assassin, he's gonna have to find a way to benefit from that ulti, try to force that Carapace from some other mean before he can join in. If Carapace is never used, that means the Dawnbreaker is never gonna be around with his ult, so
Yeah.
Fly would rather be there in person than wait for his timing.
No, you're not playing a 5 Dawnbreaker. The thing is, when there's a Nyx Assassin, if you think we're just gonna swap the Dawnbreaker somewhere else, it means that one of your heroes is gonna be useless. Completely useless. So you do what? Okay, there is a potential for it, but I'm still leaning towards a carry now. Because I don't want to see a support Muerta, because then you're relying only on your ulti, and that is countered. So what do you actually bring to the table? Nothing.
Let him cook.
5 seconds.
Toby Enigma, by the looks of it. So Dragon Esports,
Yeah, probably.
see Enigma, which is not what Lich is really built to answer. I think he's alright here. Maybe the Beastmaster's out, so obviously something different for Infernal. Doom doesn't look super appealing. Morphling's also out. Alchemist is also out, so I don't think it's an amazing Doom specifically targeting a hero. Also, you need to see who you're picking it into. You can't just pick a Doom now and be like, well, do your thing, and then they just divert.
Yeah, you could go. Okay, they go Monkey King. That is a solid hero versus the Enigma, and it is a flex as well. So now you can get your offlaner as well, and still a Mouse are gonna be afraid to pick certain heroes in the mid lane. Let's say like an Ember Spirit, which is something that Supreme likes to play. Pango as well could get punished quite nicely. This is actually a very smart pick, and actually the Monkey King actually does relatively well versus the Enigma in the lane. Later on down the line, it is a little bit dangerous because of the Midnight Pulse.
It's a good answer to it, yeah. You can always break the trees with it. Potentially, if you have Blink Dagger early on the Enigma, you can always hunt for the Monkey King. Muerta gives good vision. Dawnbreaker gives the init. Kind of easy to find the Monkey King at some crucial moments in the game. 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Radiant team pick.
Usually some group up moments. Gonna bring out the Brewmaster. You like the Brew
Okay.
here?
I'm fine with it, right? There's no Dragonite, there's no Magnus, the Sven isn't really all that strong if you do want to go for some carry versus that. Plus, if you use the split and the Wukong's command, using the Black Hole is generally going to be a problem. So, considering that there's no Beastmaster, Doom you probably don't want to play here, just pick it into blindly. This makes a lot of sense. It's nice.
All right, that just leaves us with the Dawnbreaker Flex. Where is she going? Are we looking at 5? Are we looking at 1? I think this next pick
I'd
will
like
tell
the
us a bit
Invoker
more.
here.
Radiant team back.
It is Mr. Sand King, which was banned in the previous game. They'll get their hands on it. So now I think we're if this Monkey King doesn't go mid, I suspect we're just banning, potentially Earth Spirit, Puck, Wap, Invoker. I think those are the ones that are going to go out. Unless this is mid Sand King. Has Supreme been playing mid Sand King anymore? I don't think he has. I don't think I saw it in this hero list. No, it's not.
Yeah, but I would still. I don't know if Toby has been playing the Sand King. He hasn't been playing the Sand King recently either. So I'd maybe lean more towards Supreme. What do you reckon it might be?
Fly has 0
Fine
Enigma games in his pubs at least. Maybe
Not
Scrims.
in his professional career though.
Yeah. I still think Toby Enigma makes sense. Continue with the good role that he had, but items that he builds into pushing, I don't think that necessarily gives the greatest benefit for at least the Sand King. It helps the Dawnbreaker carry if they play the Dawn 1, and you could still pick your Supreme hero. If maybe with Enigma Sand King, you could potentially... I mean, you're right here, right? Because these are potentially not both cores. It has to be that way. Like, I think that has to be a support Enigma, maybe Theolicor, and then they flex the Muerta instead as a 1.
10 seconds
There is a chance of the offlane Enigma in the mid Sand King. It is a possibility, but I'm just not sure if you want to lock it in like that, and then a Monkey King can come over and just smack you down. This is why I wasn't the biggest fan of the Sand King pick, because the last pick was on Dragon Esports, so they're going to be able to choose where they're going to be putting this Monkey King, and they're going to have a general idea where the Sand King will be going. So, but who knows? Who knows? It could be an offlane Dawnbreaker, a mid lane Sand King, or you know, the offlane Sand King, position 1 or position 5 Dawnbreaker. There's just so many things here that are flexible on mouse, and considering they don't have the last pick, I think their decision has already been made in what they want to do with this.
Yeah, could also be Supreme with Dawnbreaker, playing that mid Dawn instead. I think she has a decent matchup. I've seen that being played in some pub games. At least what I've been watching on individual streams. The Stormbreaker 2 is doable, but you need a specialist for it. I don't think Supreme is necessarily the guy who spams this hero hundreds and hundreds of games. Be comfortable with it in mids. But they're banning Sniper, and with this puck also Sniper ban, does it mean like they want a core Viper with these heroes? I don't think I like that.
No. They're probably just gonna be sending the Sand King to the mid lane, or maybe some other melee hero, and then the Sniper is just too big of a nuisance. I'm not sure about the puck ban though.
Also, if they play Dawn carry, I think Willow is something you can always 23rd. Then maybe Fly plays the Muerta. All right, so there's your carry. So it is indeed gonna be a very melee heavy lineup here for Mouse. Razor also a prominent frontliner, dual lane winner, also a bit of a harasser. I don't know what to make up of this draft until I see what the roles are going to be. Do you have any better idea than I have?
We're gonna assume five Dawn and 1 Razor, just because it's just because it would be the lane that makes the most sense. So yeah, it is gonna be with the mid lane Sand King. I don't like what Mouse have, not gonna lie, right? Because you have burst damage versus a Razor. You have ways to get him away from the Monkey. Monkey doesn't really care about the Razor all that much, and the Brewmaster is relatively fast, so might be able to outrun your Link in the lane. There is a lot of things going in favor of Dragon Esports this time around. But one thing I don't like about their lineup, and we've mentioned it multiple times, Panda, you do not have pushing power early on for the next assassin. So every single split needs to be used for the damage to be done into the tower. If that's not the case, this Dragon Esports lineup might never pop off, and then that's going to be an issue. But if they get to a point where you have levels, when you have those core items, man, this lineup of theirs, especially versus Mouse, it looks scary.
Yeah, like Dragons, they're kind of suitable for hunting down heroes. The point to reinforce your idea is basically, do they have heroes pushing the wave while they want to take a fight so that they can connect into an objective? T1s doesn't really matter that much, but look, especially with those tier 2 towers, you have to take a fight with your creep wave coming in already. Monkey's hiding in trees. Nyx is not even in the creep wave, so someone's going to have to do that job. And if that doesn't happen, you're getting kills, but you're getting no objectives on the map, and it just kind of keeps you stuck and still in this game. So I think we're both right about that this lack of push can become a hindrance for Dragon Esports Club. While at the same time, Dawnbreaker being countered, Sand King mid from Supreme, which we haven't seen in a while. He hasn't probably also been playing it. Hasn't played it in his pubs at least. Maybe in his scrims he has. We'll find out how this one plays out. And timings. I think what you really need to look is the big, small laning stage items. I'm really highlighting bracers and just getting those first boots up and running. Your first level 6, what are you going to do with that? And one more thing, just to continue my monologue, I've seen so many mid Sand Kings lose the matchup because one, they don't have a value point in Burrow Strike. Two, they don't get the sentry out of the lane. They get dewarded. You do nothing. You cannot even stay in the lane versus a Queen of Pain.
He's gonna get the value point of the Burrow Strike. You're playing versus a
I hope he does, because I've seen teams like Winter Bear not do it, and they've lost lanes very hard because of it.
Runes are gonna be huge in this game for sure, right? Let's say a haste rune for a Sand King changes the one of the side lanes completely. For a Quap, every single rune is amazing and can make a difference around the map. So I'm expecting these supports to be rotating quite a lot. And really, when you look at it, all 4 of the supports are very, very good at rotations. But that just means the Dragon Esports have the advantage there as well, because the Quap, early on at least, does more damage than the Sand King.
Training up on Theolicor and Toby at the top lane. Rune. Maybe a first blood off of Theolicor with a scream of pain from Panda gonna be enough. And that's gonna be a second one as well.
Oh,
Toby's got nowhere to go.
And they're giving it to...
They're giving... I would like they're taking their sweet time giving that kill for Panda, but then Panda just ends up dying.
He dies to the Outlaws because they were giving him the kill. That is the saddest thing ever. First off, he doesn't get the first blood because his scream, he gets to the target before the attack from the Lich, and then Lich gets the kill, and then he's waiting for it and just loses the gold that he has gained from that first blood being
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some very interesting uses and some very bad things about the Enigma splitting image, and this game could be a highlight of it. Lich does a little bit of damage to the Enigma, and he throws in the Chain Frost, plus he has Frostbound, so all he needs to do is just Chain Frost a full HP Enigma. It will spawn an Eidolon. You will die with that Eidolon to that Lich ulti, and Mary could find solo kills on the Enigma. That's how sad you can be with this facet. I'm giving a little warning, because that could happen. I've been there.
But they do have the tools to keep this Enigma down in the laning phase and to farm a lot of Eidolons, right? The Lich Frost Blast actually does a lot of area damage. It's 40 initial damage and 80 area damage, and then 80 initial damage and 120 on level 2. So you are actually very, very good at killing these Eidolons. And if you can get ahead with that Boundless Strike and the Frost Blast being used, that is a huge deal. And also you're going to be getting a lot of mana if those Eidolons are playing.
But this is a scary lane duo. Lich and Monkey King, they can definitely do a lot of damage, but it is a double range lane you're playing into, where Enigma and Muerta could find some timings to zone him out. Has level 2, and Monkey King tries to bust him out of his ticks, and the Eidolon's luck, unfortunately, don't have enough movement speed to catch him up. The dead shot misses. Close call, but a good attempt. Yeah, Theo falls.
But he used the Boundless Strike to get the kill, so now he's not going to be able to use it on all of these creeps to get back up. So it's not ideal for Muha. He might actually die because of it.
It's a close call for sure. He's used up all of them to at least clean up that wave. But looking at mid, Supreme has actually done a good job so far, and having that sentry placed down by Fly means that Panda, who doesn't actually have a sentry brought into this lane, they won't be able to challenge Supreme Sand King. So it's a free farm SK.
Yeah, it could have been a perfect lane for the Quab, but he died. Wasn't there for the first 2 creeps. The Sand King now is doing a good job just shoving in the lane.
Bottom as well, low skill, being pressured by Excess Vampire and Infernal all the way to his death. Great timing as Fly was busy with the D ward. Excess Vampire and Infernal just get that instant recognition of, hey, he's not around, let's just jump this Razor, and they do.
Yeah, sometimes you just think, oh, these 2 melee heroes, they can't do anything to me, but the Cinder Brew plus the Ignite, you just stop moving, and then them being melee and not being all that maneuverable on the Nyx Assassin really doesn't make all that much of a difference, because they're going to be getting so many right clicks into you.
That being said, you've almost got more CS on the Nyx Assassin than the Monkey King or the Brew.
This is too much of a difference in the lane. Mouse have crushed the laning phase. This this is gonna be a huge deal if it continues throughout the lane.
They kill Mary, actually. Uha has to intervene. Already got a couple of stacks of Jingu up. He needs to kill the Muerta. Toby will find the response kill onto Mary. That will be used for the kill. And now Toby, he's feeling happy to fight this one. He'll take a couple hits from Muha, but he has a big magic wand. And these Eidolons, He's already hit level 3, so these guys, they pack up.
No boundless.
Nicely using it together with the Malefice, and Monkey King ends up losing even more than he even dealt to the Enigma.
Yep, Toby just waited for the Malefice to come back, and all of that time, the Eidolons were annoying the Monkey King, and it's pretty much impossible to dodge those hits with the Mischief.
But Quap's rotated, actually. Rotated in, tried to find a Morta, but just in the wrong position.
Yeah, and especially because there's a ward in the mid lane of Mouse that scouted this out, so it was never really going to work. A bit of waste of time, not that big of a deal.
That's all about it is. Dragon Esports Club up with the 5 kills, but Mouse doing a good job here in the first 5 minutes. Toby's been able to stack up a crazy amount of CS, and not too often do you see a carry Monkey King push this far behind in CS.
Yeah, but in terms of net worth, he's fine-ish, so it's not that big of a deal. He got 2 kills. Yep, that helps.
What doesn't really help is the fact that these opponents are getting a lot of experience, and Lich with the Frost Shield, he can only do so much, and Toby's got all the spells on cooldown, drops another set of Eidolons. He'll be taken down. These Eidolons are focused and fixated on Mary. Mary cannot help Muha, but Muha, he's like, I don't need any help. I was born to do this all by myself. And he's gonna hunt this Huerta. 2 more hits, though. Not even 2 hits, just a single slap to the face.
Yeah, 2 points in Jingle Master. He actually does pack quite a big punch on the Monkey King. And Huerta did buy the boots, but at that point he didn't have it. Then when you combo that up with the Primal Spring and the Orb of Venom,
Epicenter
really
attempt?
no chance.
I heard Supreme lining up the Epicenter there for a moment, and he could catch Panda in the low ground.
Yeah, he needed help. Even with the Epic Burrow, Oh, actually the Quap was kind of low. Maybe you get it.
Yeah, it would have been enough. But at the same time, Fly will finish off the next 6 seconds for a blink. What can Theolicor do? Also, no spells are remaining, and Quap's damage is too much. Frost Shield comes out. He'll take a double, and now comes Sand King Supreme. He'll need to keep his distance from him. He has nothing left, so they bring in Muha to take the fight. Supreme loading up the Epicenter, gets it off, and it's on the Monkey King. And despite that, Muha takes a chunk of damage. One more second for the Burrow Strike. The Boundless comes out first. He gets in. The raindrop. He's not dying. He's not dying, and Supreme will fall in the eyes of 4 heroes.
Level 1 Burrow versus a raindrop does 0 damage, right? And he didn't have his Stinger once again. He uses the Stinger there. He doesn't get 1 kill. He gets 2 because the Lich was low enough to go down. But Dragon Esports, man, that was so clutch in so many times in that fight.
Saving both the Quap and the Monkey King, and them getting net worth from those kills doesn't really hurt that they were behind in CS, because if you look at net worth, those 2 cores are now at the top 2. Very important. Also, Epicenter on cooldown, so that takes another minute of threat away from the Sand King. Muha rotates back into the top lane. Toby needs 1 creep to hit his level 6 and get the Black Hole. Maybe if they kill the Lich, he's got it. Hey, he's got it now. He's level 6. Black Hole is ready. And into the Monkey King. They don't even need to use it because Fly is going to be there to help him up. And Toby gets the double. The Eidolons.
Oh man, they're doing so much damage. It's not even funny, right? Even through the Frost Shield, you're killing the Lich. It's too much. And now you open up the map. And this is the thing, Dragon Esports, even though they were getting a couple of those kills, they were the ones on the defensive. So Maus are the ones with all of the info, where you are and how you're going to be moving.
Supreme, he goes into the river, but Excess Vampire coming in from the other direction. And with the Mind Flare and the Sonic Wave, they'll get their kill off of the SK once again.
Yeah, he was greedy wanting to get the rune. And I just praised them that they had info or where Dragon Esports were, and that's why they made the one on the top lane. Well, after that move, now you don't have that info any longer, and despite that, you want to steal the rune. That was greed once again. And Quap moving towards the bottom lane. They want to fight. They have the split.
Let's see what they can do. Haste rune is popped. Fly is on their side. Slow skill. You've only died 1 time in the lane. Now he's being pressured by both Panda, and there's the Primal Split being used. Excess Vampire coming in from the other direction. That leaves Razor all by himself. He will fall. Dawn, instant TP to the top lane to try and kill Muha, who was initiated on by Toby's Black Hole. Hammer thrown in. Didn't get the slow, didn't get the damage.
Oh, and the Eidolons blocked him in. He maybe could have went for the Starbreaker, but After the Celestial Hammer missed, it was close to the to being impossible to kill the Monkey King, and it was actually a perfect last hit from the Eidolon. The Monkey King would have gotten himself into the tree much earlier.
Yeah.
But somehow the Eidolon's got vision and got that one single hit into him.
That's the second, or maybe in this case, the third teamfight ultimate put on cooldown that doesn't credit them a kill. Epicenter at first, now the Black Hole, plus the Solar Guardian from Fly, and they haven't been able to get anybody with these ults. That hurts. That's kind of a sting to your confidence, but obviously that won't take too long until they recover and find a new opening to use them, while Dragons will walk into Fly. Dawnbreaker was on a bit of an expedition.
I am starting to hate this 5 Dawnbreaker more and more as the game goes on, because I don't see it doing anything.
Oh, still, can he survive the damage? The silence is onto the Monkey King,
alive.
and Panda just blinks in, secures the carry Razor. Mary
Tanking from the
is
side.
also here.
He's gonna get the...
Is under attack.
Gonna get the rune.
Hesitated there on Supreme. He could have went for it, I think.
And popped his invis in clean sight. Just wanted to get an extra bottle charge usage out of there. Now Theolicor's nearby. Sentry's taken away by Exus Vampire. Has level 6. The Vendetta is online. They're looking at top.
Yep. But you still didn't open any of the towers, so this should be relatively easy for Mouse to read. Yep, Toby. He didn't read it.
Oh, he maybe underestimated the power of this next assassin showing up so quickly, but it's gonna be Panda diving him under the tower for the kill. Supreme has made his way here. Nice little Sinister Gazer from Mary buys the distance for Exus Vampire to get away.
And this is a problem right now for Mouse, because they're a little bit lacking in the damage department. And again, it comes from this Dawnbreaker, because the hero does nothing. Even if you use your ulti in a big fight, it's just gonna be a spike.
We get it, Harry.
Dude, why? I still don't understand why.
I mean, they were pretty much begging for trouble with that, because I think that was a pretty easy draft fault, which shouldn't happen, to be honest. Well, let's see.
Okay.
Maybe we'll see something super clutch from Fly, and well, we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Yep. Yeah, but now Dragon Esports, they're opening up the map, right? Finally, they got the chance to pressure the bottom tower. They open up a little bit more. Nyx, obviously, he would like the mid lane tower to get opened up, because then you're not going to have enough sentries to cover for him. But now at least this big jungle area is going to be very, very dangerous, if not impossible to play for Mouse.
Not a whole lot of farm for either of the carries in this game.
Blink Supreme.
Both the Monkey and the Razor sitting quite low. Arcane as well for Supreme on top of that blink you just mentioned.
Yep.
So there could be some playmaking capability. Theolicor has taken the smokes out of his backpack. Let's see what they do with this.
Oh,
Every teamfight ulti so far has been a miss.
He's under vision. This is a dead Razor.
Hello, still found. Easy catch there. Aegon kill. Scan towards the top lane. Dire scan as well. Muha wants to protect himself with it, and he sees them coming.
Yep, the blink reveal on the Sand King is not going to be that great.
He still needs to hide, though. It's not over yet.
Just look like he's
okay, they got deep vision, so even if they don't get a kill with this, this can be a very handy ward.
He knows. I mean, he did scan them, so... Is that another one that he went for?
Yeah.
Both of the scans
Yeah.
used.
Right on top of him.
If you're his teammates, like, how many do you need? You scan them, get the hell out of there, and wait. But this is green, next level.
Supreme goes in, Epicenter used, and that's the 4th teamfight ulti that leads into nothing. Deadshot misses from Theolicor, and Supreme is going to be taken down by Panda. I already mentioned it, and I think I cast or cursed them once again, but not a single teamfight ulti has connected from Mouse this game.
Low skill? He's being
Meanwhile,
targeted. Nyx Assassin is here.
Absolutely. One team finds success while the other doesn't. The Black Hole is there, though.
They didn't get him.
Low skill. They got both Exus Vampire and Infernal, and
What?
we are finally getting usage of those ults.
How did he survive? All Razor isn't really all that strong, but that was perfect,
Why?
right? You use the Black Hole, you use the Solar Guardian after the Nyx went down, and they also used the Glyph, right? So all of the Brilliants were getting damage.
Yeah. Oh, poor Supreme just gets nuked away. The Sand King doesn't really have a game going whatsoever. Yeah, the Solar Guardian, the extra heal required on low skill when needed at the most, because these Brewmaster Brewlings don't exactly do a high amount of damage into 7 armor. So it was just a clutch cast there from Fly to keep him alive. But Supreme, he got just blown up straight down in mid.
Yeah, until you get the Radiance, the damage output of the Brewmaster is just not that high.
This Enigma has really high net worth, by the way. He's the most farmed hero on the team, too.
And he has a pipe. At the moment, really, on the side of Dragon Esports Club, you do not do that much physical damage. So, and he's gonna be able to stand his ground, right? Look at that. Fly's using his Celestial Hammer. You cannot get on top of this Enigma. You just cannot kill him.
Yeah, Toby is an expert on this Enigma hero as well, so it's a pleasure to see him when he plays this one really well. That lane should have, on paper, been a lot harder. Now they're going to go for the dive. Exus Vampire doesn't want to be caught. He will get dusted, but he is going fast, as his buff says. So moving at max speed and repaving.
Dire's middle tower.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yep, going fast.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. You did open up the tower. That is quite solid because you're gonna have more ways to use this Blink Dagger. The map was pretty much closed for Mouse to be able to utilize it in some way. That's why Supreme went for a couple of desperation plays that ended up really badly for him. So now it might be a little bit easier for him to get back into it. But also a huge item is ready, and that's a Radiance on the Brewmaster.
Yep.
The next split is gonna be much more dangerous.
Certainly. Well, Supreme is being pinged out. They've seen him under vision. Nice burrow strike, but he also walks back in. That Sonic Wave will kill him. Fly tries to save his life, but it's not enough. However, the Nyx Assassin right nearby. That's another hero lost, and Fly's trying to fight versus Exus Vampire. The silence with the calling breaks the sinister gaze. Doesn't allow one of their heroes to escape. But it's a 2-for-1 trade for a Nyx Assassin, getting the core Sand King for the 5th time in 16 minutes of play.
He's 0-5-0. He literally isn't contributing. Okay, now he has one assistance that they found low skill, and this time around, no Solar Guardian, nobody to save him.
It's a really rough Razor game, right? There's no defensive tools that he has. They don't have saves in the team either, and they're not ready to group up either.
It's a rough game in general for Mouse. So your prediction that it's gonna be a 2-0 Panda, it's not gonna work.
My prediction.
You said it even before we saw the draft, okay? And it doesn't matter what you say.
I didn't. It was your interpretation. I never said that. I never said such a thing. Stop putting blame on me.
No problem, no problem. It's still not over. It's still not over. Mouse can still get back into this game.
Absolutely not
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard, but they have this turnaround potential. If the fight starts off with the Nyx Assassin going in first, and then you blow him up somehow, and then you turn it around with an epicenter with the Solar Guardian, it is possible. You have a lot of these AoE spells. It's far from Dragon Esports getting away with this game this easily.
Yeah. I do have to highlight though, if we look at this Queen of Pain, Panda is 14-1 on this Queen of Pain. It's been a perfect game. 11,000 net worth too.
He has been kind of a scaredy cat because of it. Earlier, when they found the 2 supports, they could have gone for the 3rd one. There was nobody inside, but because he was half HP and having such a huge streak, he is being very, very cautious about what he does. That's gonna change once he does get the BKB, but you know, he might have even been able to increase his lead even further if he was a little bit more aggressive.
With a lack of black hole cancers, I can definitely see that Toby will still play a big role to come this game. They have a lot of AoE, and BKBs will definitely be their clues tools when they get to that point. Low skill already has his, so he has a fighting chance. But now Toby scouted out under vision, easy catch for Exus Vampire, and there's the rest of them to follow up. They don't take any second chances dropping that Wukong's on him.
Yeah, I didn't really need it, but just in case if there's going to be any kind of turn.
Now they don't have it though, because Mouse is willing to fight. They're going to go straight for the Queen of Pain, and Panda, big streak to be taken away, and that's Supreme. His first kill of the game, and a ton of money. Pain Frost does hurt the backline. Fly will lose his life. Supreme goes in for the Blink Burrow Strike, forces the Monkey King out with a dead shot by Theolacor, but Infernal and Exus Vampire, they're not done with the hunt. 1 second for the Burrow to be available. Supreme, can he get out? Goes straight to the low ground. He's safe for now. Exodus Vampire move closer, and Razor never got his BKB off. Toby's got no teleport either, so this Enigma cannot capitalize on an outpost TP to try to turn things around.
Yeah, he's way too far behind on the Razor. This is the thing, right? He got his BKB, and there's no Queen of Pain, and he thinks the enemies don't have the burst damage to get me down before I get it off. I'm golden, but no, you're way too far.
Split is out. Brewmaster's low here. Toby's standing still. The nice 3-man stun from the Nyx Assassin, but is it enough? 60 HP. Burrow ready. 2 more seconds for the blink, but it's broken. And Fiolacore with the snipe.
Every single time. He's just so good with this spell.
Tip this man. That's a good field tip right there because this man is on fire. He's been so good with this Muerta.
Yep, it pretty much comes down to it. If you are a position 4 Muerta player, it comes down to how well you use your dead shots. Obviously, the movements and warding and all of that makes for a good performance, but dead shot is your main ability, and he has been crushing it with it. I can understand why his team is picking it so much for him.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh man, Sand King has a Bloodstone. He was having such a bad game, right? 0-5-0, 0-5-1, sorry. And then he gets that big streak on the Queen of Pain.
Yep, and the
Now
kill
he's,
on the Nyx Assassin. So both those 2
Yep.
kills combined was worth 1,400 gold for Sand King. It's like a component for the Bloodstone.
Yep, early Christmas for Supreme.
Panda in the triangle, 4-man smoke.
They
making
might
their way.
find
They
it.
might jump the Quap
Illusion.
Luckily, it goes right past them, and now they're just confused. Which was the right one? That usually happens, is you jump on the illusion and use all your spells on it, but because I don't think they necessarily saw the Queen of Pain, or even the illusion walk past them because it was hiding in the trees, and then the smokes pop on the high ground. You see 2 Quaps standing right next to each other, and you're like, those are illusions. That's your first thought.
Nice wisdom rune steal from Access Vampire, so Dragon Esports are going to be quite happy in the experience department on top of the goldie that they're already sporting.
We're going to see a T1 fight. Radiant Scan connected on top of him. Dragon Esports Club ready to go, and Supreme's just going to wait in the trees. Monkey King's going to be right on top of him in a second. He might be the one getting jumped on. You see him. The epicenter goes off, but Supreme doesn't get it off and doesn't get the bonus right. The silence is there. Muha is down. Low skill insta-bog popped this BKB, knowing he needs to stay alive for this fight. Rulings are almost down completely. The Earth one's still alive in the middle of them. They got the Rotovatos on Mary. The
Black Hole
Oracle
already.
Rue's gonna show now. Deadshot flies in. Rue's gonna be shielded. We'll keep their distance. It's still 5 versus 4. Still the Sonic Wave. Nyx goes in with a blink. Stuns up Fly. Fly gonna be dropping low. There's a turn onto Exodus Vampire. Panda gets the Sonic Wave. 1, 2, 3 heroes getting hit by it, but the BKB is gonna be popped. They're gonna be able to run away. Infernal tries to go in and out, but they cannot focus on low skill despite his BKB being down. 13 seconds for the Monkey King to come back alive, so they need to capitalize on this if they want to go in. Mouse gonna be focusing on
Enigma
Infernal
still
again, but the
waiting.
Solar Crest gonna be healing him up. All right, so at least keeping him well alive, but he will run out of firepower. His allies have left him, and the Brew will fall, and the T1 lift at least for now, but the Monkey King's not interested, so they're gonna sack this one, and Mouse gets a bit of a win.
Yeah, Dragon Esports, they were trying to salvage that fight because they lost 2 heroes, and that's why they were dangling Infernal. But the second that you use the Sonic Wave and don't get any kills, that is go time for Mouse, because then you do not care about this Radiance Burn. No matter how much it hurts you, you are not going to get taken out. The Queen of Pain doesn't have the firepower, and the Monkey King was dead. So Mouse, they found the perfect opening. Dragon Esports, they probably should have tried to go in and out a little bit more until the Monkey King comes back. Then you could potentially turn that fight in your favor.
Well, gold has swung 6,000 gold from Dragon Esports towards Mouse. At least they're able to kill the Razor in the top lane. That is the Wukong's
Smoked
command
Enigma.
used for it, and Toby is smoked up right nearby. Excess Vampires here with a quick blink out.
Ooh. As soon as he saw this,
They're hunting Panda.
It's time to get out.
They see the Queen of Pain. And there's the instant stun. No barrel, no epicenter used yet, but the silence on the
BKB.
Queen of Pain. The silences from the calling is too much. 2 more seconds for the BKB. Supreme doesn't quite get the epicenter, doesn't want to use it there. Toby looking for the black hole. Panda's BKB used. Muha is right on top of Supreme at the Fiolacore. Stun on 2, gets the Muerta. Potentially, Supreme look for the stun. Muha dodges, and there's the Sonic Wave. Takes down one. Supreme can't get close enough to the Queen of Pain. The ticks were coming in, but not quite enough for the kill. Mary out. The Brewlings keeping the Enigma busy.
Not allowing him to use his black hole in a good way, but he's still super healthy, so he can go for it if he wants to.
Brew shows up. Supreme, no ulti. Looks like they're going to let this one slide.
Muha is still moving around with his monkey. I thought he was going to be going into the enemy triangle. I'm not really sure why that was the case. But Dragon Esports, they're starting to lack in the damage department, which is weird. All of their heroes do contribute. Queen of Pain, Monkey King, Nyx, Lich. I mean, even the Brewmaster does a lot of AoE damage, but they just don't have that concentrated single target damage to finish off any of the cores. It's becoming a problem.
Certainly is. And some of that damage as well from... Take example, the Monkey King might just be taken away by the Razor. That's low skill's job this game.
They are doing also a good job staying around the Celestial Hammer. So the Gleaming Hammer facet is actually making some nice things in these fights happen. It's healing the Mouse lineup quite a lot because they are playing around it. We don't even look at it in the fights as that big of a deal, but they are concentrating themselves around it, around the Enigma and her auras, and because of that, they just can't die.
Brew also just picked up the... Did you mention the Manta?
Yep. He did get it just now.
Interesting choice.
That's gonna be nice to just send it towards the Enigma. Once the pipe shield is gone, you send it towards the Enigma. Just one.
Oh, low skill wants to charge in on the Brewmaster. His link got instantly broken because this man is so damn fast, and he's got the Manta now to remove the raw bait shot, so he's not even trouble. And they got Fly killed in the triangle.
Might decide. You send the illusions forward, and the rest of your team is gonna be connecting. I mean, why not? The Monkey King has a TP towards the top lane. If you want to connect, you most definitely can.
Slowly taking over the area here, but
they have a good ward. Both of the teams have pretty much the same ward there in the top lane.
They're just portaling straight down to bottom.
They have to. Top lane is too dangerous. You knew that the enemies were coming from the other side. It's just that Dragon Esports were taking their time to encircle you.
Meanwhile, Dragons making sure that at least two of the lanes are pushing in at the same time. So if they're not the ones doing the building damage, the creeps will help them out in doing so. There's a catapult wave on the Radiant side pushing down bottom.
Yep, low skill probably feels now that he's not that easily killed. He has an SNY and the BKB, so good luck bringing him down from 100 to 0. It's definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, pretty tanky boy. Supreme can also just park next to the tower with the Sandstorm, thanks to the Sand Shroud, so he doesn't need to put himself in harm's way to kill these creeps. But Nyx's Vampire nearby. Goes straight in. There's the stun from the Link Nyx. Sonic Wave used for it, but Panda using the BKB, keeping Toby out of the fight. Won't be able to help out his teammates, but Nyx is going out. Muha, they're fighting into the Wukong's command. Low skill is taken down by Mary and the Brewlings. Theolic are going to be fighting out as well, dropping quite low on Muerta. Panda pushed away. Toby's just not getting to play this. They even popped the epicenter as they were expecting the Brewmaster to show up a slight bit earlier. Now
this is a hard kill.
This is a
You don't have that much damage. Just let him go.
Cannot do it. Toby, though, wanting the Nexus Vampire. They'll get him. With the help of the links and the stuns, they can do it on some squishier support targets. But yeah, Infernal just walks away from that one. And Supreme even bought back for this fight. I didn't even notice that he bought back there.
They started the fight by killing him. They started the fight by killing the Sand King. He bought back. Then Solar Guardian is coming through, gets cancelled out. That was kind of how the fight started. And the only reason that you did bring down the Monkey King is at the moment he doesn't really have all that many stats. But once his BKB is done, he's going to be able to stand his ground versus this Razor, no problem. So that's the kind of initiation that Dragon Esports want to go for. But I would, if I was this Monkey King, I'd change my build and get the Deso. It is quite obvious that you're lacking damage. With the Deso, you would be killing people inside of that Wukong's command a lot faster.
Toby really needs that BKB to be able to be in those fights. Excess spots Supreme. That's a dieback on this Monkey. Sorry, on the Sand King. Toby.
He dies.
He blips with the Bloodstone. Just enough to get him out of harm's way. I think that was unnecessarily risky for Supreme, but
Works out well. There's no Wukongs.
works out well in the end, sure.
Yep. But you don't have the pipe either, so it's close to the same cooldown. Wukong's command is a little bit longer, but neither of the teams are too eager to fight at this moment.
Yeah, so a whole cavalcade of items needed. Well, I'm looking at Nyx Assassin and Brewmaster lining up some pretty expensive items.
The arena. It's okay. It's
And the Brew.
yep. For the brew, I get it, right? But for Nyx Assassin, I'm not entirely sure. I guess you want the spike airbase a little bit more often. Wait 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Might not be good.
I mean, I guess Refresher Brew would make sense, but you'd need the Shard. And we talk a lot about these late Brewmaster Shard timings that should be picked up pretty early.
Muha has the Aghanim, it has the Aegis now. It changes the game so much because every single time they have been popping the BKB on the Razor and running into his Wukong's command. Now with him having the BKB and the Aegis, that is not a possibility. So if Dragon Esports open up the fight, just like the one they've opened up in the mid lane, it's going to be an overwhelming victory. Mouse are going to have to find a different way to engage. They have to find the backlines, the supports, the Queen of Pain. That's your targets.
The Razor and Courier dies as well. Would have had the money to potentially buy the Reaver.
He's better off not doing it. It is the second Aegis, right? So you have to assume that the enemies might come knocking, and you don't want to randomly die and not have a buyback.
Is it the second Aegis? There's no banner.
No, it's first, right?
Right. Yeah, I was wondering
Wait,
about
wait,
that,
wait, wait.
if they have the banner
Yeah,
push already online.
It is. Yeah, I'm seeing the number 2 on the screen, and it's actually the second roach that is gonna be spawning in 6.5 minutes. Monkey King.
Smokes are popping. They know he's there, but where? And now he finally shows he's already BKB'd up. Supreme has to be careful here. Sonic Wave drops him down to 50%, but they dodge the Wukongs at least. I mean, that's such a hard call, right? What is popping our smokes? Is it the Nyx Assassin? Is it the Monkey King? And before you realize, it's too late.
Well, they did react quite nicely, especially on Supreme. They're getting the blink, getting the Burrow Strike away. Not getting himself caught. The Boundless Strike had connected.
Yeah.
That could
But
be
for
a
Toby,
dead
like
Sand King.
instant Midnight Pulse, right?
Yep.
But you don't know where it's going to be. And what hero is it even? If the Nyx is not even there, and they're like, well, I just wasted a very long cooldown. That's still 25 seconds. But considering Enigma's cooldowns are all over at least a half a minute.
He still has to keep his position, though, on Toby, right? No matter who it is, you are uncertain if you can jump in. And jumping in.
This Vampire caught with the Broad.
Found him.
Allows low skill to go in and
That's
soak
the
up
first half.
some damage. Not a whole lot, but they're TPing away, dodging this one.
He's going fast. He's going fast.
He's going
He's
fast.
not gonna be caught.
I think
surprised he
they were missing out on some potential, meme potential to be exact. They're gonna put the gotta go fast.
Arriba, arriba, epa, epa. The, that would be a good one.
All right, let's see what comes out of this next fight. Razor's ulti is coming back off cooldown. Has the Reaver, so 3,000 HP Razor.
They're under a vision. Look at that. Like, Dragon Esports are literally under the ward and they just smoked. This could be a good fight preparation for Mouse. It comes down to if the Enigma can keep a great position.
And even if they do, this Nyx still has the blink. The blink carapace is deadly. To the instant impale stun. Long wraparound. Radiant scan shows where they are. Enigma at the back. Fly is at the back. Low skill's the one to take the attention. Dragon's
Still
waiting
smart
for
from
somebody like, yeah, someone's got to defend this wave, but if you're scanned, nobody's going to show.
They know you're there. It is quite easy now to read where your opponents are at because you are obviously going to be taking over that high ground before you attempt to take away the triangle.
Smokes have run out. And there we go. The jump is on the Senki. Beautiful stun on
one.
2. Supreme! How does he continue to live? this almost illegal. Theolicor TP's home. The Morta lives from that initiation. Sonic Wave is now gone, but it's with the 20 talent. So it's only a 20-second cooldown remaining on the Queen of Pain.
Finally, Panda has been spamming the R button so hard in this game that I don't know if it works any longer. And every single time he has his ulti, he just uses it. So finally, he does have his level 20 to be able to use it more often. Because a lot of the times I'm thinking, why the hell are you doing it? Why are you using the ulti? You're not gonna have it for quite some time. Well, not gonna be the case any longer. Satanic Razor. Okay, things have changed, Panda. They've changed so much. We've had some issues on Dragon Esports getting that one hero down. I mean, they're having trouble finishing off the Sand King. They're having trouble finishing off the Muerta. And now they're going to have trouble finishing off the Razor. And those are the three heroes that are going to be showing the Enigma and the Dawnbreaker. You're not going to see those heroes until later portions of the fight. Or at least you should.
Yeah, and also, this is kind of like what Mouse was struggling in the first 15 minutes. They weren't killing anybody. And now Dragon Esports is in that same situation. Mary might die to the Tormentor, but he'll give his life away for it. Muha, close call.
I still don't... I think if Dragon Esports...
They found the Nyx Assassin at the back line, actually. Exus Vampire, nice Impale stun on 2. Just needs to get the blink off one more second, but Supreme is going to be faster. That is Exus Vampire just trying to attempt a runaway, but the Burrow Strike is there. They've got the gem on the Sand King.
I still think this Monkey King needs a damage item. It's coming to that point that if you do not get a perfect fight, it's gonna be an issue for you to finish off a hero.
I think the Dasher is a good idea to have, maybe before that Scotty, which he's lined up.
He did line up the Basher as well. I don't know, man. He doesn't do damage. That's just the case. Even if you're inside of the Wukong's command, you're not really dying on any of these heroes. It allows the Razor to static link you and run into your Wukong's command and still win the fight versus you. That should not happen.
Muha actually showed himself. Theolicor with the dead shot. Found the Monkey King. They're trying to jump the Muerta. Infernal, again, still a very difficult target. Good calling place down there. He'll buy some time. The chase is on. Razor doesn't actually get even stunned by this one. Now has Infernal right on top of him. Fly, trying to land the ulti, but it's going to be a miss. The Dawnbreaker, Solar Guardian, now gone for 60 seconds. But has all of the reinforcing items. Greaves, Holy Locket, Solar Crest, everything to save a potential core. Whoever is the target of the potential Sonic Wave that we've been seeing so far being used by Panda for potential 4 kills.
They're going in. Again with the smoke. Dragon Esports, they're wanting to find a fight, but they're gonna reveal that they're in this mid lane. Yep.
The Shadow Strike. The Shadow Strike on the creep just showed that they are smoked up. They want to bring them back. They want to bring Mouse back to defend. They have to force the glyph for this.
Yeah, but the tier 3.
They're pinging the tier 3, yeah. And the tier 2 is also starting to maybe take some damage. Oh, they don't actually have creeps here, so they're just cutting the wave with Toby and low skill. The creeps are on the high ground now. That tier 2 on the Radiant side will fall. Supreme at work at the tier 3. Their building damage is quite, well, I wouldn't say very sufficient. It's lacking a bit. CX's Vampire. Frost Shield used. Sonic Wave is now gone. 20-second cooldown again.
Panda and his ulti usage, but I guess with the Octarina and the talent, it really doesn't matter any longer.
It's
every
like,
single time he sees anything.
Yeah, it's like back in the day when you had like Lion, you defend base when you're down a lane or Rax, and he has Ags and he just fingers the wave the whole time.
Yep. Yeah, he has Ags in the Octarine. That's like 50-second cooldown.
And
sorry.
Well, 15 seconds for Roche to spawn. Very quick respawn timer. But the chase is on. Fly has been found. Stunned up. Razor is there right as well. And gets the link on Muha. Muha, it will lose quite a lot. There's the split. Trying to kite this one out. Got the Cyclone. Epicenter used. Catching Panda. Do they have enough with the black hole coming from Toby? Yes, they do. Mary down as well. Muha trying to capitalize with the Wukongs with Exus Vampire right next to him. But they have no damage. They have no damage. And Fly dropping another Solar Guardian. A quick heal. Doesn't quite stun the Brewmaster, but it brings them in with the dead shot from Theolicor, and Mouse will get 3 without a single casualty on their side.
And they are far away from it, but they could go for Roche right now. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. If you're not going for Roche, I'm not really the biggest fan of this tower push right now. Sure, you can get it, but I would more like for them, while your enemies are dead, to shove out the side waves. Prepare for a next fight. It is obvious that your enemies don't have the items to fight
one
you,
creep.
and that you should be winning the next one.
They have literally one creep. They tried to glyph the wave to protect it for long enough to just break the backdoor protection. And with that one flag bearer surviving, they can now siege the high ground.
You are versus the Lich, though. This is not going to be that fast.
Will take some time, but they are chewing their way through. Panda still out for 10 seconds. That's Elena Rex. Backdoor kicks in now.
Oh. Oh my god.
But it's still, but still, tier 3, range racks, Glyph is on cooldown.
Dragon Esports, the waves are in a good position for them, which means that in the regard of positioning, they have a better shot at getting to a good position for Roche.
They get the jump on low skill, hoping to catch this Razor, gets his BKB off, tries to teleport away, and he's not going to be successful. He will drop.
This is why you don't do that. This is why you don't go all in, because preparation for the next fight is much more important than even a full lane or axe. And they didn't even get that.
Costly indeed. Razor might even have to buy back because the way Dragon Esports Club gets their waves in so rapid, especially with a Simeon Stride Monkey King just going all over the map. He can cut waves in a matter of seconds.
Yo.
Runs into the Muerta. There's the
Don't
instant
force that.
stun. Panda's going to be right there. Has Sonic Wave if they cannot instantly secure, but the Supreme comes out too. Muerta lives with the Pierce the Veil
Still alive?
and tries to get out. Muha doesn't even get the Wukong's command off. Access Vampire stunning Toby. Toby needs 23 seconds for the Black Hole to be back up. And there's your damage
glyph.
coming into action. They can siege through this tier 3 even faster than Mouse does. 15 seconds for Toby. Got the stun on Toby. Once again, Supreme was already blinking in and advanced to protect the Enigma. Range racks down, just the same cost. What Mouse was able to deal in the top lane, and Panda TP'd out. They're happy with this.
You didn't put good vision around the Roche, but you need to deward this big ward that they have on the cliff. That is one that you do not expect, and it was quite recently placed. So now Mouse know exactly where you're at, and they are going to be ready for this next fight.
And that is a Scotty ready for the Monkey King. So still no damage items, but I think with everything combined, that slow, that is deadly for a Razor.
It's getting better, and Nyx Assassin does have money for his Aghanim Scepter, so maybe those long fights are going to start benefiting Dragon Esports Club quite a lot, right? Because he's going to be getting those impales over and over again. They know.
Roche has been scanned. Nyx, Lich, not near enough yet, but the Scuttle in. You could do it. You could do it.
There's a gem.
There's still the gem. He shows himself to the pit. Quick Carapace. They now spot him. Nyx Assassin instantly runs away. Supreme on the chase. The dead shot connects on him. The Burrow Strike doesn't
Still
though.
fast.
So close to getting it, but it is enough to fend them away, and they'll secure the Roshan. They will lose their Wisdom Rune, which Monkey King will pick up to get it almost level 25. But Aegis and Banner.
Teams not putting that much emphasis on the Roche, right? Both of the teams, first it was Mouse going for the push on the top lane, and then Dragon Esports, once they killed the Razor, they had an open season to go Roche hunting. And imagine how good it would have been for a Queen of Pain, let's say, to have the Aegis just jump in the middle of the fight. Would have been much easier to stay inside and do the damage that is necessary.
Soon we're going to have a support Muerta start scaling into damage. The Olacor with the BKB almost ready.
Fresh Razor.
Jump on Razor here. Nice jump from Excess Vampire, but the BKB goes off and low skill will survive. He got the Satanic off as well, and he's going to finish this Nyx Assassin with that BKB. That immunity isn't enough for him. And Muha, 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4. The Black Hole from Toby. 2 heroes down trying to gank a Razor. Backfires.
I think even with the Boundless Strike connecting, they wouldn't have been able to get him. But the thing is, they forgot about the SNY, the status resistance there, allowing him to get the BKB before the Boundless Strike connects. So maybe if it does, they might be able to burst him from 100 to 0, take away the Aegis. But again, an unnecessarily aggressive play, and it has been the name of not the game, the series.
The series. Absolutely. That's really been the theme. Look at this. There's the Lich Spire on Fly. He gets the Starbreaker off and he mass heals himself with the Greaves and the Holy Locket. But there's Panda coming in, has Sonic Wave, and he's just going to drop it. Fly tries to TP out, but not lucky.
That was close to him surviving, not gonna lie.
But the creeps are in the base, and Brew is hitting the tier 3 tower. Low Skill was trying to take the tier 2 tower, but they're going to have to come back to base and defend because they will lose racks. And Supreme is already into action. He completely misses the Burrow Strike. I don't know what he was hitting there when heroes were on left and right, and he goes forward.
You wanted both of them, right? So this is the closest that I'm going to get to it. It happens, it happens.
Yeah, you don't get 1, you get 2 or 0.
That's how it goes, right?
And is still in the area. Low Skill knows. Sonic Wave to cut the wave once again. This is such an annoying lineup to play against with Monkey King cutting one side, the Co-op doing the other, Brewmaster with Radiance Manta. It's like you never ever get to push as Mouse, even if you get a big kill for yourself. The waves are always in your base. They lost the tier 3 and they got a tier 2 in bottom.
Enigma got an Aghanim Scepter, and to be honest, Dragon Esports, they usually are very close to each other. You know, they're there, but not really hugging each other. This might actually pull them into the black hole, and I don't even want to talk about the damage. The late game damage of that black hole is going to be insane.
My absolute favorite, the vacuum cleaner. That's what it is.
Can you make a vacuum cleaner noise, or maybe have it next to you?
I mean, like, depends what kind of vacuum cleaner you have, but
it doesn't.
the old school ones that make a lot of noise, that's what this black hole Ags is all about.
We'll see if he'll be able to pull them in. Monkey King finally is buying a damage item. Thank you.
Hey.
He gets that Daedalus, they're winning the game. That's how it goes, right? You just get it, and you're going to be able to murder everybody inside of that Wukong's command.
Still a lot of ifs, but it is a step towards the right direction, right? At least in the eyes of Harry. Fly has to cut the wave, but he's going to get jumped on by Panda at the same time. This Dawnbreaker is super durable. Excess Vampires around, and look at them that stack around, trying to kill the Dawnbreaker, and they cannot quite get Fly. TPing home as well with 100 HP. Low skill though. Aegis might just go trying to kill an Ice Spire. Not really the goal he was looking for. Fly returns for an ulti. Supreme tried to hit the backline. Infernal gets the Primal split off, and Monkey King's gonna take the lane of Rax. He's hitting the melee. Backdoor.
Yep.
Well, not the backdoor, but the glyph kicks in. The double catapults are still there. They need to clean them out. Which they do. And they caught Excess Vampire. So they'll get themselves a Nyx Assassin on top of the Lich they killed before.
He was thinking about an Ags on the Nyx Assassin. Now he is back to the Octarine core, and I think with the way that they're playing this game on Dragon Esports, that the Octarine actually makes more sense for you to be able to run around the map more and spam your spells in that regard rather than stand in one place. Because what Dragon Esports are doing right now is that they're everywhere, and you don't want to be static and an immovable object. You want to be connecting with your cores.
I just love how the Mouse side, they're paranoid about the Monkey King coming in to finish off the melee racks because they separately used quite a lot of spells here in the last 10 seconds, thinking that he might just jump in and finish off the melee racks. But you see these two wards right here. They're on the edge of that sentry vision. It's literally right there. So
yeah, if they could use that paranoia to go there with Yoli core and just reward that, that would be a nice and the fear.
TP cancel.
Infernal is level 25.
TP cancel. Race has got nothing right now. 5 seconds for the BKB. He does have a refresher and the Satanic, but he needs backup. Here's Supreme to help him out. Is it enough, though? Supreme's in trouble now. He could use some backup. Here comes Fly, helps them out. Mary dropping low, but the Spire is still there. They drag away the Lich ulti. They bring it straight back in, but Supreme has a BKB up and running. Will it for long enough? There is a black hole onto Moha, and the Monkey King is gone. Panda gonna be chasing, looking for Supreme. He's thinking about the epicenter, but he gets killed by another blink in, and the screen takes him down. Low skill has a refresher, but he won't be able to use it. And Toby's got nothing left in the tank. This Enigma's gonna drop as well. That is just the way the cleanup crew works, and they spotted Theolicor for a moment. Excess Vampire knows he's about, but he's able to go the other direction, run away. TP and cooldown for 30 seconds though, and their base is in trouble. They have to use buybacks.
And Razor not getting the refresher off because his Satanic was coming off of a cooldown and he got greedy. He's like, I'm gonna get my Satanic and I'm gonna get back into that fight. But now he doesn't have a buyback and unnecessary.
And with another Sonic Wave. Not quite enough to take down Toby.
Doesn't need to.
But they are finishing off the top lane of Rax, leaving the bottom melee as the final building that stands between Mega Creeps. And Mouse potentially holding, but without the Sand King, without the Razor, it's gonna drop.
That level 25 of Infernal is the thing that made it all possible, stopping the TP of the Razor. He didn't know he could do that. He just got it.
Enigma
he just got his
dropping
buyback.
low again. He dies to another Sonic Wave. And he's gone for 100 seconds. Wop fighting in, low skill, battling it out. Refresher popped as well, pushed away. The Psychic headbands keeping the Razor out. Now Excess Vampire soaking up a huge amount of damage. Lives, gets away, another split comes through. Mals are stuck inside their base. They kill Excess Vampire. Low skill. He's sent into the air so the Sonic Wave doesn't even hit him. But Fly is low.
Alive.
And another one dropped in. Fly lives with 400 HP. Panda wants to secure this kill. What a nice read from Fly. Gets that magic immunity for the time being. And he will live. But the tier 4s are taking damage. Muha, he's already going to work. One tier 4 down. They'll lose them Wertz, and Wertz has a buyback. Supreme's coming up in 10 seconds.
Throne exposed.
It's going to be really close if they can finish this one off. Razor needs to live a little bit longer. Has a Satanic available, but he needs to get out of the fear. He doesn't get a single hit off, and the Razor is gone. And it looks like Dragon Esports Club have done what was required. But Supreme will go in one more time to take down the Monkey King with an epicenter at least, and he's gone. Muhai is out. Supreme will hold. Infernal's low. Fly won't be able to take him down, but the Sand King is getting kited. Panda's got another 10 seconds for another Sonic Wave. Infernal will die to Fly. Fly gets the stun on the Nyx Assassin. Panda getting ready to unleash hell. Is it enough? The Sonic Wave's there. No, just 500 remains. The Ancient is still there, but the Monkey King has bought back. Supreme will fall, and this guarantees a game 3 will happen.
Oh, they made it happen, even with not having all that much damage throughout the game. It became a problem at some point. They became tanky as well on the side of Dragon Esports Club. And one thing that I think made the biggest difference in this game for me, in the later portions of the game, level 25s were reached faster on the Dire side. The Monkey King had it pretty early, Queen of Pain as well, and then the Brewmaster and his Cinder Brew Fear that stopped that TP, that changed the game completely. But what they did do well is they understood that they were lacking damage, and they split pushed, and they were waiting for their opponents to make a mistake. That mistake did happen a couple of times, capitalizing on it, winning the game in the end. That was a really, really fun ending to a game, and it's not even the end of the series.
It's not even the end of the series. That's the best part about it, right? Because now Mouse, they noticed some of the weaknesses in their draft as well, all the way from that Dawnbreaker instantly countered by the Nyx Assassin. Made it a really tough game for Fly to play, but hands down, you gotta say Fly did play a pretty mean Dawnbreaker despite the counter out there directly from 8th to 9th pick that you see that you're not going to be able to use your ulti the traditional way, which is saving low skill, whatever hero he ends up playing. This Razor didn't quite work out the way they intended, still able to pack 32,000 hero damage in this game, but it wasn't close enough compared to what the rest of the team was able to establish. This also, Enigma from Toby, as good as it looked, as high as his net worth was early on in the game, you having to play with a 0-5 Sand King and a Razor that doesn't have any actual impact made it super hard for Mouse to even create a game like this.
The early game was rough for him, but as you mentioned, Fly, that he did find impact in this game. Merryman on his Lich.
Oh, yeah.
The Ice Fire, the Chain Frost, and then when he got the talent for the Death Chain Frost as well, that changed the game quite a lot. They were lacking damage, but he was contributing to those fights. He was contributing to the single target damage with the Chain Frost just going around. 2 of them on those fights on the bottom lane as well. Really did change a couple of fights for sure for them. So I'm quite impressed with how he did it. And once again, we're coming back to the fact it is the levels for Dragon Esports Club in this game that made the difference.
I can't wait what Game 3 is going to have in stock for us, because we're going to take a tiny break until the final game of this evening. Welcome back, ladies and gents. You are watching the Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by Fissure as we are heading over to the final game of the evening. Like I said, we were at the halfway point of the series potentially, or at least halfway point of the tournament. To be exact, Harry, is what I said. And now we're going into game number 3 of Mouse vs. Dragon Esports. So no more speculation about who's going to be better or who's going to be worse. You got to bring it your everything, because this next game is a best of 1. It is elimination. We're getting to continue to the next day of the qualifier.
Yeah, Panda, I love our job, right? Because in some other situations, it would be immoral to film your colleagues throughout the workday, right? And then you can't say you said this and come in with proof. Here we have proof, so it's always nice. So we're gonna be rolling the tape later on. Let's put that behind us, Panda. Not gonna throw you under the bus any longer. We got a game 3, and I think we deserved one coming into the series. Considering the inconsistency of both of the teams, it was fair to assume that there was a chance for game 3, and we got it. And in what fashion, right? I think these teams, both of them, are playing well enough for it not to be a clown fest, but also to make the game more interesting than what you would naturally expect from the heroes that are being picked. So I'm having a lot of fun.
Talking about heroes picked, I do want to address one thing between game 1 and game 2. So the bans, basically. Dragon Esports Club, when they had first pick, they wanted to open up with the Beastmaster by banning the Lich. When things went the other way around, we started with a Dawnbreaker with a Nyx counter, but they left the Lich in the pool on the side of Mouse, letting Mary get his hands on probably his most comfortable support hero. That is not only just comfortable for him, it is great in the current meta. So I think 2 mistakes made why they could open their draft with a double support opener, which usually is like, this is not a good idea. You should have a flex pick. But they got a counter, and they got one of the best support heroes that this team can muster. So I think those were 2 huge mistakes that Mouse has to address in this game 3.
Not gonna lie, the strength of the Lich and, the preference for the Lich from both Mary and Fly in the series would maybe even make Dragon Esports first pick it here. I know it's not super common, but I personally wouldn't hate it. I think it would be an interesting way to open it up.
I'd be happy if they did that. Honestly, I think Lich is such a good first pick here. No matter what Mouse is going to bring up, but they don't want their opponents to have it. So we're going back to game 1 draft style of banning Lich, picking Beastmaster. So does that mean we're going to get ourselves an Enchantress again for Fly?
He probably felt like the hero didn't really do much for him, so I think they might just switch it up. Maybe get a Pugna. That's something that he does play. Or Chen, sure. That is the better one. They had an option for a Chen last time around as well, and they decided to go for the Enchantress. I think currently in the meta, Chen is like a couple of times better than the Enchantress.
Yeah. Love to see that the Chen is being brought up in such numbers in the course of this qualifier. I feel like a lot of Chen spammers out there are saying the hero's not strong enough at the moment. It doesn't feel good enough. But the pros are consistent with the Chen currently, that they're willing to bring it in versus the Beastmaster. And it was a very long time we saw Beastmaster meta, but no Chen. So is this maybe like, do you think this is an answer to the Beastmaster, why the Chen is gaining traction again?
I mean, Beastmaster is popular, so generally the Chen is gonna come back. But I think
but he wasn't being picked before. Like Beastmaster's been around the whole time. Chen not.
True. The thing is that sometimes when the meta is developing right now, what people are looking for is opening up the map a little bit early, because you have these hunting heroes that are being played and burst type heroes. So that makes the Chen quite nice. Plus, some of the heroes are coming back that are melee ones, and his Divine Favor just makes the lane so much easier for them. The Monkey Kings are back in the meta, the Slarks are back in the meta. Chen, he keeps them alive in the lane, and he allows them to do a lot more damage than with the Penitence. So there's a multitude of reasons that a hero starts feeling better, and those are just some of them for the Chen.
Pairing up with it is going to be once again a Muerta.
Yep.
But
no surprises there.
But we're not getting the Enigma this time around. Dragon Esports Club, they've had enough of Toby Enigma.
Yeah, man, it's so hard to play fights. He's so patient. He's one of the most patient Enigma players that I've ever seen. He's just standing there in a fight, going left and right, left and right. You're casting, I'm looking at him like he's still waiting, and at some point, you know, you're trying to communicate with your team, and every once in a while, somebody has to say, "Guys, remember the Enigma. Guys, remember the Enigma." It becomes annoying at some point, and you just get rid of it, so you don't have to think about it.
Dire team pick.
It's going to be back to the Nyx Assassin. This is going to be handy versus the Chen creeps. So pretty self-explanatory, but it is a double melee offlane again. So I feel like Mao's, now that they see this lane matchup, you already have Chen +1. What is the carry option for Mao's you're already thinking about into this matchup?
Monkey King
5
comes
seconds
to
remaining.
mind as a pretty solid one. Supreme plays it in the mid lane as well, so you could pick that one up. You have the penitence to increase your attack speed, get Jingu's attacks even easier. I think that could be the way to go. Mouse get a monkey plus the offlaner, and then in the last pick you actually decide what you're going to be doing with the monkey.
Yeah, looking at the low skills heroes that he's been playing, and majority of those are in the bans. So he won't get his Alchemist, he won't get his DK. I have seen a Morphling every now and then. Also see the Gyrocopter is also out, and that is also banned, so he won't get that either. Spectre's in the pool, but can you play Spectre Chen into these two?
You are gonna be okay with the Spectre. Generally, you're not picking it to win the lane. So the problem is that I would rather have a Spectre on the 18 pick, so that I know that with the 18 pick I'm gonna be securing one of the lane victories, right? But with the last pick, I'm not sure if Spectre is the way to go. This is a preparation for a potential Morphling with the Elder Titan.
All right. Well, 18th is on the Dragon Esports Club side, so they would maybe get their chance on that hero instead for Lil Pleb, but we'll see. Mal's gonna have to go up against now the Elder Titan too, so that's a warning sign for low skill Morphling. They probably are not good off picking that hero. Medusa we've seen being okay. That would maybe force Nyx Assassin to swap his Mind Flare to Mana Burn. And Elder Titan Stomp, of course, it sleeps the hero forever. But the last time I saw the Medusa go up against the ET, she did not care.
So one thing that Toby has been playing a lot in his pubs is a lone druid. Not gonna lie, it would be a cool game for that. But I'm leaning towards Monkey King plus like a Timber, or Monkey King plus a Brewmaster, something along those lines. No, they're gonna go TA. That is still a solid one versus the Beast. And really, when you look at it, only the Beast units are something that goes through the refraction charges. These two supports don't help you in that regard in any way.
Yeah, and a good hunter as well against all these heroes, right? I feel like the TA is pretty well protected versus the Elder Titan. We're going to be reinforcing it with a Tiny, but that is a mid or carry, depending if Supreme takes TA and low skill plays carry Tiny, because this Morta is pretty much hard locked at 4.
Unlikely.
Fly with Chen 5. So Toby last pick, 24.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe.
Yep, I think so. Because Supreme has been playing quite a lot of Tiny in his pubs, and Low Skill has been playing a decent amount of TA. So it only makes sense that you're gonna be going that route.
Yeah, or do it that way, exactly. Instead of a Tiny carry TA mid, you could definitely swap them around. I think they're both pretty good with their relative lane matchups. Depends what kind of mid Dragon Esports Club bring out. Is it better for having the Tiny or the TA? But they'll get to ban 2 of them, unless Dragon Esports Club pick it up right now.
They could, if they want to, go for the Monkey King themselves. Once again, I guess the problem is you don't have the last pick. So.
Oh, it's gotta be a Husker. Okay. Tiny, Doom instant ban. Yeah, makes sense. I think
This
that's
is the
a really good
problem.
ban.
Neither the Tiny nor the TA can lane well versus this. I mean, Tiny a little bit better, but it's still not ideal.
All right, now my biggest question is, does Toby play Mars?
Every offlaner plays Mars. Toby has been playing an offlane for such a long time. He didn't play it in pubs recently, but he could. You know what he does play? A Phoenix, man. And if it is a good lane for it, and versus an Elder Titan, it might just be. This is a killer Phoenix game, because a Huskar might actually just die to it, or he thinks he does have the attack speed. He gets close to the egg, and then with the avalanche, you can protect it.
And most
I really
importantly,
hate something.
the miss chance, which a lot of
Yep.
people underestimate, is the amount of time you spend in a fight. The more hits you're going to start missing on the targets you're trying to kill. And with the Doom ban, makes sense to get rid of the Morphling, not to let Lil Pleb get his hands on that hero. Also, the Spectre is out. Does that leave with Ursa? Can you play Ursa Husker duo?
You could, but the thing is, you're gonna have two
Four
melee
melee.
heroes there.
Or four,
melee.
yeah.
And even the Huskar gets way too close, right? So then that wouldn't be great. You could go for a Razor for Little Pleb here. I mean, versus a TA, it's a perfect hero here. You buy a BKB, you don't care about any of these ones, and you don't really get countered by anything heavily in the lane. Yeah, I'd like a Razor for Dragon Esports, and you definitely want something a little bit more aggressive. Yep, they ban out the Viper, might be the case.
I still think they might be looking at the Ursa, but Terrorblade, probably not really the Lil Pleb hero to expect. That, however,
Yep.
looks more like the hero that he would play. So Weaver carry, all right.
More
happy
active,
with-
yeah.
You happy with Dragon's draft?
Depends. How does Mouse deal with Huskar? I'm happy, man, because I like looking at Huskar, but this reminds me.
You
of that-
never want to say that out loud.
it reminds me of their game one draft, which is this is hard to execute. Small
Yeah.
mistakes are going to be heavily punished. Huskar lineups are like that, and you don't have any heals for him. So that's where I'm kind of hesitant about how well it's going to work out.
I actually have a friend who has a fixation on Husker Pause 5. That's all he does.
And you're still friends with him.
Yeah, I don't play pups with him when he picks Husker anymore, at least. Actually, I do, but he's fixated on it. So we're gonna get the sniper in the end.
Offline Tiny, yeah.
Oh yeah, true. There was always that option, right? You could always play the offlane Tiny. I was thinking in a moment they could even play offlane Rubik because of the Weaver, but I think that is only for a handful of players who'd be willing to do that because Shukuchi steal and you're good to go.
I mean, mid lane Rubik and then versus these heroes wouldn't be half bad. I wouldn't hate it, but I have to say I like the sniper a lot more, right? You are gonna do pretty well in the lane versus a Huskar. You just need to keep your distance versus him. You really don't have that much jump on Dragon Esports Club. They do have movement, right? They might be able to encircle the sniper, but that is why Mouse are gonna be fighting during nighttime, and they're gonna have traps. So much vision on the side of Mouse. And Dragon Esports Club, they need to run in to find the sniper. So he's probably going to be able to understand from which way they're coming. I think Dragon Esports are in trouble, not going to lie.
Well, we've seen both of these teams in trouble no matter how good the draft or how bad the draft has been.
True.
Because it really
That
comes
is
down
right.
to a lot of mistakes. So you say maybe Mouse has the upper edge in theory, and I'll go with you on that. I think Mouse's draft on paper looks slightly better. But I'm still going to say Mouse is going to take this game. I feel like they don't want to drop this series. Give it away to Dragon Esports Club. I think they gave it a very nice fight in game number 2, despite the issues that their draft presented. And now that those issues have been fixed by the looks of it, at least on paper, I think Mouse is going to take this one.
Yeah, and also there's one other thing to think about. Imagine, let's say, Dragon Esports have a perfect game, right? That Huskar is getting everything that he wants. He gets to a
I'm
tower.
trying to see it.
Yeah, okay. Close your eyes, right? And then he's getting to a tower, starting to push it with an Aegis. He gets tossed back. How are you stopping the toss back? You don't really have anything to do it. That is also an issue. Plus, Huskar is a hero with not that big of a range, so he's most definitely going to be flying quite far back towards his enemy. So yeah, vision, Roche taking potential, heals, tower taking potential early on. Most of them are on the side of Mouse.
They're on the side of Mouse, which they were definitely lacking in that last game. Not a lot of potential for taking towers, keeping those waves pushed out. Like they were constantly playing on the back foot versus Dragon Esports Club. And game 1, it was basically just down to who does the least mistakes wins that game. And it It ended up being Mouse in the end. Our Dragons maybe slightly crumbled towards the last minutes of the game, but just speaks volumes about how this matchup between these two teams has been brought to a game number 3 to decide elimination or a top 4 in the tournament. Tomorrow, of course, the victor, Zero Tenacity, the victor over the Team Secret series. They've been keeping their eyes open for both of these two teams, which one they're going to be playing against tomorrow. And of course, starting the day, which you don't want to miss out, is Avalos versus Stigma Galaxy. So that's going to be kicking off at 15 CET, Central European time, that is. Make sure you watch that series with Aries and Danog. We'll be covering the late night shift. Well, not late night shift, but a pretty late evening shift, you could put it that way. Here with T-Panda and Harry Freak. Hope you guys have been enjoying the commentary from day to evening. Also, shout out to Aries and Danog, who do a great job here at the Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by Fissure.
Did they put in the chat of the Twitch that now you can redeem respect for Harry Freak? Because I was no, they didn't update it.
Nope, but you can give your respects to Danog and Aries at least. So please do
no,
that.
I'm just using my points for myself, right? So I don't know.
I don't know why you would do that.
So that I get respected.
It's a team game.
Sure.
Dota's a team game, bro. You sound like your average mid player. It's all about me.
That's how it goes. No. It is the us supports now finally get a chance to farm because the map is so big, right? So we can be greedy as well and selfish. Finally, our time has come.
Yeah, there's a reason why the Nyx Assassin was actually first to hit the first 2 last hits in the server. So he doesn't even have Mind Flare level 1. Has Impale. It's probably needed for maybe the range creep secure by the looks of it. Though you could do the same thing with your double do. So I'm a bit curious about this one, why it was leveled up. Maybe there's a kill opportunity with Beastmaster, though I don't really see a lot of kill potential early on between these two.
Fly did go for the Hellbearer convert, so I guess the idea is just to make sure that low skill throughout this game has either very high attack speed or to have a lot of damage. And when you're versus a Nyx, he kills your Hellbearer convert, and then suddenly a low skill starts going ham.
Yeah.
So it's actually quite fun.
That's a pretty nice thing you can do. Yeah, you can feed the Hellbearer to the creep wave, and everybody gets buffed up.
You don't have to feed it to the creep wave. I mean, the Nyx is just gonna kill it probably, so that's gonna be helpful. Or
the Nyx doesn't want to kill it because he knows.
Yep. Then at least you have a creep in the lane. That's good.
Imagine if you could you have a hero where you could maybe manipulate the AI a little bit and force the creeps to stop attacking the Hellbear so that they don't accidentally kill it.
Yeah, sure.
Just throwing it out there, you know. Change the behavior of the creeps with a single press of a button. Can work. Bit of trading going on in both of these lanes. The Weaver also going for a quick deep dive.
The Nyx is dying.
And Toby. Oh, the Nyx is dying actually. Yeah, he's 20 HP, low skill, couldn't quite find it.
He planted a tree. We didn't see it there, but he planted a tree and low skill can get towards him. They got the penitence onto the Nyx, saw both the Mind Flare and the Impale. Knew he didn't have the spike carapace, he just went for it. And this is how you deal with the Nyx Assassin. You kill him from 100 to 0. This hero is not really tanky at the start of the game.
So mid's been fairly even, which I'm a bit surprised about.
Not really. The Husker is winning. You need some levels on the sniper to be able to get the extra range. That's how it goes.
I mean, I was expecting maybe the sniper to do a lot better versus the Husker. Guess we're gonna have to give that lane a little bit more time.
I expected a little bit more from the sniper as well, but he went for the ghillie suit, right? So he doesn't have this potential to threaten the Huskar with death.
Yeah, plus he has the Berserker's Blood anyway, so that 20% magic resistance takes quite a lot away from the scatter shots. Oh, sorry, the shrapnels, that is.
This tiny lane to me is surprising, right? Because we don't see an off lane tiny too much, and we don't know what to expect. But doing really well. Weaver doesn't really have all that much damage on the hero, and his animation is nowhere near to what the tiny does.
Also, what do you think about this tiny build? You've got Crash Landing Facet with 0 points and toss.
Let's wait and see if Fly will live. He'll live easily. It's Access
Well, Access Vampire live.
Okay,
I don't think he
Has a
will.
Healing
Maybe.
Lotus?
Okay, Healing Lotus is there. The Blood Grenade as well if he needs to slow the TA down, but he doesn't have the
That's an
movement
Impale.
speed. But low skill doesn't want to chase him anymore. Probably because of the Impale being available, that he'll just waste time.
So Toby has 2 points in Avalanche because Tiny is very good at these heroes who run at you, right? And it's because of the Avalanche, so that's why he put multiple points in it. Maybe he's even having some... No, he shouldn't be having mana issues, right? Versus a Weaver. You should always be fine.
Well, Sniper's been able to catch up in CS with Panda, who's currently jungling with the Husker. So Supreme, I don't want to see him have another 0-5 start. I don't think he wants that to happen either.
Yeah, on a Sniper, that's very unlikely. I mean, if you look at it, there's really not that many heroes that are going to be able to punish him that much.
Bit of a tower dive here with low skill, looking for the first blood off of Infernal. Does have the refraction up, and they're bringing in the reinforcements. It is the Husker who's TPing in, so Panda recognizing. Nice stun from Ex's Vampire. The Blood Grenade slow misses, as low skill is able to keep his movement speed intact, and Panda can't get close enough. If that grenade connected, there could have been a small opportunity for Panda to close into that kill.
Yep, it would have been close anyways, though, because Huskar is not the fastest of heroes anyways. So he was trying to get closer there, and he didn't have his level 6 yet. So really, without the life break, I don't know what he was trying to do there. I guess you just want to punish the TA for being too deep.
Supreme's already dealing damage to the T1 tower with his long attack range.
Yep, he does have the level 1 assassinate, so his range is enough to be able to stay out of tower range, and you always have the night vision from the sniper to be able to attack them.
Dire structures are fortified.
It is a problem if the Huskar loses it. Huskar wants to be this hero that stays in the lane, is an immovable object that you can't do anything against, and this is a problem when you do not last pick this hero. And late game Huskar is strong, but usually you want to have some protection for him, which just isn't the case in this game.
Low skill has been dominating this lane with his TA so far. Also top of net worth, 2,800 gold.
He's crushing it.
700 gold ahead of the Weaver.
It's not even close. I'm really curious to see what Infernal is gonna go for, because in this game, Mouse do have the burst damage necessary to kill him from 100 to 0. Making the drums of Slom not that appealing.
He's got power treads lined up instead of the usual mana boots into Ags. So yeah, he's definitely doing something different here.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what he does. Maybe he just goes for the normal drums, not the ones from Slom.
True.
As, Wisdom runes, one for both sides. What's happening? These guys, did they lose their nerve in games 1 and 2? Why don't we have a single kill? I feel like I'm watching Eastern European Division 2 here.
You don't want to feed a Husker, but you also want to play it safe, I guess, in a way. A lot of teams do lose their edge in Game 3. You are right about that. But now maybe with 3 heroes down in bottom, with the Olikar also coming in with a more... Nope.
They found the sniper in the mid lane.
Actually, the TP's coming in.
Nice.
There we go. Panda will get this one with the help of Mary and Ex's Vampire coming up for backup. But that also pushes Infernal away, and they'll lose a T1 tower at the Sniper's life.
This is more important than the sniper's life, not gonna lie, because Beastmaster is the one that needs to be pressuring the tower at some point. For that to happen, he needs his own tower to be there. And when you look at it, Huskar is a very slow hero. He needs a tower to TP to if he's gonna be helping you, or he's gonna be walking towards the bottom lane just way too long. So this is actually a pretty nice victory for Mouse, despite giving away the first blood.
Yeah. It is always a Husker, right? He'd love to have already multiple kills at this stage of the game, dominate his lane matchup, and just be a threat around the map. He's got the armlet, which could just be enough for him to engage and activate.
You need to use that armlet to protect your mid lane tower. If you lose this tower as well, it's gonna be so hard for you to... Oh my god. Okay. I don't know how you're gonna use this armlet. I think it's farming time for Dragon Esports. They have lost their chances to overtake the early games. So plays good defensive vision, farm on your cores, and punish any kind of overextension from Mouse. I think that's the way to go for them. It's gonna be rough.
I mean, losing two tier 1 towers under 9 minutes, and not even the one that usually gets taken first, which is the Dire top T1 or the Radiant bottom T1. A bit of a surprising twist to how this game has started.
He changed his mind. He's going back for Canes.
Okay, so Infernal feels like he's maybe back on pace to his itemization. Sure, yeah.
Let's see what he does with that one. We're gonna be seeing a Halberd. Man, I miss this item so much, and it might be the reason that Huskar is not being played more because you don't have the status resistance on it any longer. We were in the ranged core meta for a year, and nobody was buying a Halberd. It just goes to show just how bad the item was. But yeah, we get a hero who kind of thrives on it, and versus a TA and the sniper, it's a perfect one to go for.
Yeah. Classic in the Husker caliber, right? So that the opponent has no way to actually fight back. Exus Vampire, however, getting nuked in the mid lane by Supreme and Theodokor. Quick reminder that with the Assassinate, doesn't go for the full iteration cast and let it go. And these ancient stacks are being taken by low skill.
Oh no, you have to... What do you defend it with? Okay, this is one of those situations where like, maybe they've overextended, maybe you can get there and defend it, but it's just... Nope, it's gone. It is gone. All of it.
Whole stack just taken away by low skill. And that was about 650 gold. One quick instance. That's worth so many creep waves of money.
Oh man. He's already working towards his death, so imagine this Huskar, like in what kind of pain he's gonna be when he's playing on his low HP and suddenly dies to a melt strike from the TA.
Yeah. It's not very nice for Dragons. Playing defensive on an aggressive lineup.
Oh, Theo, we have been praising it so much on his dead shots, and I'm 100% serious when I say when we praise him so much, after that he's been missing more than he's been hitting.
Yeah. Low skill also decides to clean up the next camp away from the Beastmaster, trying to get in range for the Primal Roar, followed by the Impale, but both of those spells just gonna have to wait for another opportunity. Mary also spotted by Theodokor, and Sniper is not really willing to go in there.
They need their level 6 on the Nyx. The way that you start getting this game under control is threatening your enemies by killing them, by having that threat of taking somebody down, and Nyx getting a late level 6.
Here's the smoke.
So now they're gonna smoke immediately with it. Yep.
This needs to pay off. You've got the Vendetta. You need to find a target, and that could just be Toby's Tiny, but he's 2,000 HP almost. This is not an easy kill. And this could just break loose with Mouse rotating with multiple heroes. They have all teleports open. Toby is now spotted. Exus Vampire gets stunned first by the Avalanche, and here are the first teleports coming in. It is the Muerta coming in first. Toby with the toss. The calling landed as well with the Pierce the Veil. Panda forced away, pushed back with the dead shot. Not quite in range for another silence by the Muerta. And Supreme, well, they spot the Elder Titan right behind him. He tried to deny himself to another Ancient stack. All right, we're just going to toss the Sniper into the stack itself as well. And low skills farming on the other side of the map. So that's that.
The second that Avalanche came out, it was obvious you're not getting the kill, but you are, which is weird, right? 12 minutes in kind of a desperation mode, but you don't know what to do, right? If your only call is to farm, and sure, late game for Dragon Esports is not bad, but the punishment is coming. I mean, you're allowing the TA, the Sniper, even the Tiny to hit their timings perfectly without any pushback.
We soon got
and
the
Beast is
Deso up
going
on
for
low.
Axe.
Low skill, which is really going to help them push down these towers every time they win a fight versus Dragons. Or even if Dragons just don't decide to fight back, then that's a lost tower.
It's a Roche, right? It's mostly going to be used for the Roche. I don't think Dragon Esports is going to be giving them that much of a fight, and the tier 1s are most likely going to be down. So what do you do to cripple a Husker lineup? You take away the Roche. And really, Dragon Esports, they can't get out on the map. You have so much more vision than they do.
Well, I guess with this this time of calm, you know, Supreme has been able to get his composure back. That last game was pretty hard to execute with the Sanking, and you could see that he hasn't really played a whole ton of Sanking lately, at least, so shaking off a bit of that rust. But now getting his hands on a hero like Sniper, well, looks a lot more straightforward for him to play.
You're right. It took him a long time to actually start getting the good stuns and good initiations on his Sand King. So maybe he just needed some warming up.
Yeah. Some people just need time, you know. Especially with people who make mistakes, they learn from their mistakes, so it goes from bad to better. Talking about bad to better, we still don't have Ags on the Beastmaster. Usually finished in around 11 to 13 minutes is your optimal. Anything plus 14 is already a late Ags. And still needs an extra component. With the 700 gold, you need 2,000 to finish off the last two pieces. While the Husker, sorry, not the Husker, the Eldertine was actually being chased down in mid. He got the Arcane, gets away.
Barely. Tiny was getting close to tossing him. If he was able to toss the other Titan in place, that would have been a kill. But there was just one pesky creep there from Mouse that was saving him. A traitor, if you will.
And he's got the blink ready on the Tiny, so able to group up with his buddies. They will be caught by a Watcher, while the Weaver of Muha is seen here finishing his Maelstrom. Should probably be able to get it from this next ancient camp.
The items for Dragon Esports aren't going to be coming out just yet. The first item that you're going to get, the big one, is going to be the Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster. This is a problem. You pick this Weaver so that you can fight early, and you just never got a chance. So now they just waited for nighttime on Mouse. You have, okay, they're not going to have the nighttime vision of the sniper, but still, you're not going to be defending that Roche.
Meanwhile, Alexis Vampire scouting in deep, but Supreme, he's gonna have to fight versus two of them right here. He gets the nice heal there from the Chen, and it might just be enough to get Alexis Vampire first before he dies. And now they look to trade on the Weaver. Silence once, doesn't get the silence a second time, and Muha is able to get himself a Shikuchi with the time lapse, and he is moving himself away. Roshan is dropping, but the toss is there as they will get Muha in the end. Theolacor once again gets it, but Roche is being intervened with by the Husker. ET is also here with his Astral Spirit, but he does not have an Earth Splitter leveled up currently.
Health for Mouse is coming. They want this Roche, right? The one bad thing is you do not have TP on the Sniper. Let's see if Dragon Esports Club can delay this. No, okay, they've given up.
Yeah, they lost their timing on that. They hoped that Roche would have been low enough for them to actually commit. Now that we're just trying to slow them down and try to intervene, but since Roche wasn't even close to dying, like, yeah, we are not staying around any longer to see how this fight ends.
At least they found a way to get their Weaver involved. Bad thing, though, is that, well, their Weaver died. But their other two cores, the tanky ones, they are going to be getting their big items. And this is the thing, you get your big items at the perfect timing for Mouse, so you're not going to be able to use them effectively.
Yeah. Absolutely. Only 6 kills in 17 minutes. This might be the 7th, but Weaver able to get the time lapse off once again. However, Aegis TA with Deso. So should be a pretty uncontested tier 2 tower.
Yeah, the Glyph is still gonna take a lot of time, especially with the Elder Titan being there, being as annoying as he is. But with the next wave, it's most likely gonna go down.
Tower just takes some sizable hits there from low skill. Taking his time here with the siege, and now they send in the rest of the troops. Big Chen army there to follow.
Another ward behind the tier 1.
And now they're fighting in mid. They're actually trying to go for the wraparound onto the Weaver Muha. They know he doesn't have time lapse either. Deadshot died. One more right click. Theolacor's got it. The damage from the low ground, it felt like none of the hits missed.
And this was so much commitment from Dragon Esports Club. They put 2 wards around that mid lane in preparation for this fight, and they're just too damn weak to do anything about it.
One courier snipe, does he get a second? Sniper's toying him around a little bit there. Moving himself forward with the grenade. He's already got the shard up on the sniper. Theolacor doesn't get the dead shot to connect, but vision is given for the assassinate. 30 HP.
Not enough.
One random dead shot. The calling doesn't quite connect. Theolacor doesn't get the dead shot out. Woo! Wrong direction, though. It would not have hit. And that is a Nyx out.
Nicely done by Access Vampire, buying some time. I mean, making some use of those wards in the mid lane when you don't get them for a fight. At least you get something out of them. It makes you feel better, at least. guess it's just, you know, systematically from a tower to tower. He used the glyph. Okay. If you make a mistake now in Dragon Esports Club,
That's
your
Rax.
high ground could be in trouble.
Yeah, that's pretty much Rax, yeah. You can't afford that. What are we defending our base with? We have Armlet, Halberd. Weaver hasn't even got his Dragonlance, but at least has the Maelstrom, but it's not enough. Like, this Weaver needs to be ahead, not behind. He's the least farmed core in this game.
Yeah, he had to go for the Maelstrom first. Usually, if you see your game starting off really well, you might get the Dragonlance just to be able to fight, but not in this game. In this game, you just have to farm with the Weaver. That's the only thing that you can do.
Yeah, well, the double Invis heroes on the
They
side of
know
Dragon
where the
Esports Club.
Husk
Oh, they actually found him. What amount of patience is required for you to go in and out and still scan and spot him there?
There's that mistake. There's that mistake, Panda. They have the rally skeletons. You have to stomp them. Not that, hey, those rally skeletons are gonna be a problem. Oh my god. Yep, use the glyph. One mistake. Goodbye.
I mean, if Rax at 20 minutes, and it seems pretty silly that this is the way it is going, but
What the hell? This is like the most anticlimactic game that we've seen in this tournament thus far after such a great ending.
yeah,
I mean,
game 2 was honestly like just fighting back,
awesome.
like with the skin of their teeth, and now it just looks like one team is receiving, and it's not even like a stomp. They're just not getting to do anything.
TI4 newbie. This is
TI4 newbie, yeah.
I mean, I respect how well Maus are going from one side to the other, how they kind of put their opponents in a pretty uncomfortable spot, or Dragon Esports put themselves in an uncomfortable spot with the draft. It's still not a super hype game for sure, but from objective to objective and possibly to the victory of this series, that's how Maus are going to be approaching this.
Yeah, I mean, it is a game where it's been a while since I've seen, you know, a Beastmaster getting pushed that hard back in the lane, and Nyx Assassin that lacks the impact on the map because of all of how well their lanes went. Kind of is self-explanatory that this is not going to be an easy Nyx game when you have nobody to play it around with. And I've not seen a 1 KDA Husker at 21 minutes. It's a lot of firsts.
It's not 1 KDA with the 1-0. He also died once, which there was a chance that he wouldn't be dead at this point of the game, considering that the team that is winning has only 6 kills. Dragon Esports having 2. That's a kill every 10 minutes. So this is not going to work, guys. In 8 minutes, you're going to get the next
more thousands of gold per minute.
Good position
compared to the kills that they've had. Someone could say that every kill is worth over 1,000 gold. Well, for Dragon Esports, it definitely sounds like it, because any kill that they could get, it feels like winning the game at this point. 2 kills in 22 minutes. Killing a hero every 10 minutes sounds really bad.
And you have a Nyx Assassin on your side, right?
Yeah.
It is an assassin. Imagine how bad he is at his job.
He's not going to get hired again. I feel like they're going to have another assassin. Assassinate the assassin, like the TA, for example.
He also has 0 kills on the TA, so man, these assassins suck.
Yeah, these assassins, they really suck. The most kills in this game is Supreme and Theoliker with the Sniper and the Muerta. Infernal has also 0-0-0 stats, has not been a part of the PvE or PvP at all.
Yeah, he got smacked a little bit in the laning phase, and he thought, yo guys, I don't like this game any longer. I want to play World of Warcraft, and that's what he's been doing, farming.
Well, try to deep push the Sniper. You've got Stomp that slows them down for a moment, but it's not really going to do anything, because when he wakes up from that little nap, he'll just get back to work. And there's an Alpha Wolf that also buffs up this Sniper from a very safe distance.
They have a blink on both the...
And there we go. There's the toss. Goes straight onto the Elder Titan. Tosses Mary White to the low ground. And there's the first roar from Infernal onto the Sniper. But Supreme is living. Fly with his army. Protecting the Husker. Gets pushed down to the low ground. That leaves the Nyx Assassin all by himself over there. Muha trying to capitalize with the damage. But Exodus Vampire are going to go down. 2 buybacks from the Dire side. Still 5 versus 4. Another one to fall. Fly's going to go down because the Sniper very low on HP. But Panda, they lose his vision. And he's disarmed as well. But the armlet toggle comes out just in time. But the toss will take him out. That is the Husker gone. And another attempt from Mary, trying to look for the stomp. Will slow down Toby. Exodus Vampire with the 2-man stun. Level 16 TA. Can he turn the tide? He's poking the ET. The toss from Toby. Muha low on HP. Just needs a couple more hits, but he's more focused on the other. Takes down Mary. Muha getting silenced as well. And it's gonna be enough. Low skill cleans them up. And the Nyx Assassin has no choice but to forfeit this fight.
That's 6 heroes dead on the Dragon Esports Club. The only reason that they got even close to that fight going their way is because of some of the high ground misses from the TA not killing the Huskar, and of course because of those 2 buybacks throwing bodies onto a mouse. But still, the TA comes out on top. He is the only one who lives on his side.
Even the Gossamer cape on Muha wasn't enough to keep him alive, despite dodging 1 or twice against the TA. That is still only a 4-second cooldown on a neutral item to 100% dodge a right click.
Yep, and for a TA, that's pretty much perfect, right? Because it's 5-second cooldown on the meld. Every single meld strike, you're most likely going to be dodging.
Yeah. But the siege continues. Sniper straight back to work. Creeps are flowing in. Has a couple more shrapnels too. This is slow work, but it's honest work.
Huskar is going to have the BKB, so it's going to be a little bit easier for him. Not going to get pushed back by the Hurricane Pikes. It really is making a difference with the concussive grenade and the pikes from the 2 range cores.
There's Muha silenced and just dead. No survivability. When you don't have a defensive item, which you cannot afford to build because you need damage.
Because you're poor.
Because you're poor. And it looks like you're also out of this qualifier at this pace. Dragons, you gotta come up with something very quickly. Exodus Vampire almost dies. They tried to stun the TA with the Carapace. But that also is just that was a level 3 Carapace, so only a 1.2 second stun. TA was able to walk away.
Just a nuisance for him, really, right? That's the TA with the refraction. Doesn't really care about it. You just stun him a little bit. There's the glyph. Your lane of Rax is gone before the Weaver comes back.
Panda's so close to low skill, he can smell this TA, but what good would it do for him to jump in when Muha is dead? They would not have the damage. 2 lanes of Rax at 26 minutes, and we have less than a kill per minute.
They're going in. I think you can be, like, just safe and go for the Roche. It just respawns, so why not? Why would you put yourself in harm's way? But they did see the Beast Smash on the traps, so they're
across right here. He hits the boar first. Dead shot in, and low skill. He got close, but that Beast would have been able to finish his teleport anyway. Has a 9-second BKB.
Smoke is coming.
Saw the courier flying in. They know their position exactly. That is a Hyperstone. Sniper going to get a lot of attack speed off of that, and that courier will be delivered.
Okay, they're coming out of their base. This is going to be kind of obvious now with the bottom lane, and the top lane won't be shoving in.
Husker leading the charge. Nyx Assassin with the blink. This could be perfect for them. But the Husker's already caught. It's a 1-man stun. It's on the Muerta. Nyx Assassin is already moving away, while the TA is hammering some big hits on the high ground. Husker jumps in, Pandas around and pops the BKB. Will give himself a bit of protection, but he dies, doesn't get the armlet toggles off with the amount of damage that was incoming. Infernal looking for the roar, but he only gets it off now as soon as Exodus Vampire is down. Low skill dropping, and Mary gets the kill, but that's 3 heroes dead, and a couple of those are diebacks, and there's your Elder Titan down to the grave as well.
And last time you had your buybacks in front of the base going in multiple times. This time around, you're fighting during nighttime, surrounded by enemy traps, into a lineup that is 10 times stronger than you, and this is the result. Even with the 9-second BKB, they just turn around and they kill the Huskar. You don't really have to be afraid of it. Your physical damage is more than enough to take him out.
Yeah. Oh, and also what Muha did in that team fight was he threw in a couple of hits, he popped a time lapse, and he went to take a wisdom room. Cut your losses.
Yep, we're all going to be needing a lot of wisdom in these times of war, it seems. But I'm not sure that any kind of wisdom is gonna be enough to keep you in this game, to keep you in this tournament. Dragon Esports, they are facing elimination. Oh, Mary, no, don't get close.
Ruh-roh. Sweet dreams, ET.
And that is the most important guy for you to defend the base, right? You don't have the Glyph, you don't have the Elder Titan. You pretty much don't have a defense.
We still have the items on the side of Dragons to maybe clean somebody up, but they can't kill all of them. Husker also trying to hit the Roche banner, but that doesn't end really well. And they hit Muha on the sideline. The toss thrown in. It cleans the Weaver up, and that's another dieback. Gone for 70 seconds. Husker jumping in all the way deep to catch a TA. Tries to kill the Sniper. Sniper is already stacking 10 stacks, but has the Aegis, so he's Supreme. Doesn't really care what's happening. The Roar is not used for any follow-up damage. It's a desperation play. And Dragon Esports Club, we say good night as they exit the tournament. Mouse will march onward to the top 4.
What an easy game. And I think Mouse needed this game for the continuation of the tournament. Let's remember, last time, I know it's not the same lineup, but some of the players were the same. Mouse made it through to Dacha, made it to Belgrade, the last land that happened in with Fissure. And
yeah,
they didn't look so well at the start. They lost to a random stack in that qualifier, and then they won one game and start in the lower bracket and started gaining traction. I think this is what they needed, a clean game that is going to get them in the mood of not making mistakes, because they were making too many of them throughout the day in the past couple of days as well. So I think this is maybe an announcement of a potential good run for Mouse, because they were allowed to get away with the game so easily from the side of Dragon Esports.
Yeah, I think the post-game stats might be showing slightly different heroes than played in this game, but do not worry. There was not a whole lot of stats in this game to start off with. It was a 21-7 finish for Mal's, where, there we go. Those are fixed. Dragon Esports Club, basically, we had a 0-0-0 Beastmaster. I think that basically sums up quite a lot about how much was Dragon Esports Club allowed to play with their regular item timings. We did not get to see that. We skipped that part completely. We just watched Mouse systematically take an objective to another and finish the game. That was basically what we saw in this game 3. Like you mentioned before earlier, Harry, a bit anticlimactic, but a clean game from Mouse nevertheless. It's just that Dragons didn't really put up a fight.
Yep, they didn't do anything. I mean, this Huskar last pick, when it's not the overall last picks on the 23, thinking that, oh guys, they've cornered themselves, they're gonna have to send either the Tiny or the TA to the mid lane. And, well, Mouse, they just ask, why? Why would we have to do that?
Why?
We don't really need to, and they crushed it, man. It was, it was quite easy.
Yeah, that means we're down to 4 teams left in this West European plus MENA combined qualifier, with Avalus Nigma Galaxy in the upper bracket. Mouse and Zero Tenacity will fight for the continuation of their lower bracket run, which Zero Tenacity has done since the first round all the way through. Mouse was knocked down by Enigma Galaxy earlier on in the bracket. So those 2 matchups are actually going to be played out tomorrow, with Avalus Enigma Galaxy playing first, and Mouse Zero Tenacity is going to be the evening game to close out the day. And then we only have one more day of qualifiers after that, so make sure you tune in for these next and last 2 days of this this qualifier that are remaining until we find out which one of these 4 teams is going to be making it to the $1 million prize pool LAN played in Belgrade, Serbia on the 31st of January until the 2nd of February. So, Harry, now that we see our 4 teams here, what's your ranking amongst these 4? Because we have to see Avalus, Enigma Galaxy. One of them is going to go straight to the grand finals.
Okay, so in terms of performance in the upper bracket semifinals, I think Enigma Galaxy did better than Avilus, so I'm gonna go Enigma Galaxy is probably my number 1, but we'll see tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that upper bracket final might just be the grand final as well. But so let's see, Enigma, Avilus. I'm gonna go with Zero Tenacity then Mouse, because Zero Tenacity is from Serbia. It would be really cool to see the boys here on the hometown line. Even though LeBron is the only Serbian player, they have a org that is based here, and they have a manager who is from Serbia as well. So I'd love to see them.
Well, they just need to step one more stepping stone from tomorrow to make it to the finals day, which would be lower bracket final and then the grand finals to qualify for the main event. But we're pretty much done for the day here. I mean, we watched a very tight 3-game series with Zero Tenacity and Team Secret, and another one followed with Mouse and Dragon Esports Club knocking out Secret and the Dragons. So, Harry, I think it's time to set our sights for tomorrow, find out who's going to be our first grand finalist. But until then, folks, take care of yourselves. Good night, and bye-bye.